Chapter 1 of Saint Elmo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Saint Elmo by Augustajaneevans. Chapter 1. He stood and measured the earth, and the everlasting mountains were scattered. The perpetual hills did bow. These words of the prophet upon Shigionoth were sung by a sweet, happy, childish voice, and to a strange, wild, anomalous tune, solemn as the Hebrew chant of Deborah, and fully as triumphant. A slender girl of 12 years' growth steadied a pail of water on her head, with both dimpled arms thrown up in ancient classic caryatids attitude, and, pausing a moment beside the spring, stood fronting the great golden dawn, watching for the first level ray of the coming sun, and chanting the prayer of Habakkuk. Behind her, in silent grandeur, towered the huge outline of Lookout Mountain, shrouded at summit in gray mist, while center and base showed dense masses of foliage, dim and purplish in the distance, a stern cowled monk of the Cumberland Brotherhood. Low hills clustered on either side, but immediately in front stretched a wooded plain, and across this the child looked at the flushed sky, rapidly brightening into fiery and blinding radiance, until her wild song waked echoes among the far-off rocks. The holy hush of early morning had rested like a benediction upon the scene, as though nature laid her broad finger over her great lips, and waited in reverent silence the advent of the sun. Morning among the mountains possessed witchery and glories which filled the heart of the girl with adoration, and called from her lips rude but exultant anthems of praise. The young face, lifted toward the cloudless east, might have served as a model for a pictured Syriac priestess, one of Baalbek's Vestals ministering in the olden time in that wondrous and grand temple of Heliopolis. The large black eyes held a singular fascination in their mild, sparkling depths, now full of tender, loving light and childish gladness, and the flexible red lips curled in lines of orthodox Greek perfection, showing remarkable versatility of expression, while the broad, full, polished forehead, with its prominent, swelling brows, could not fail to recall, to even casual observers, the calm, powerful face of Lorenzo de Medicis, which, if once looked on, fastens itself upon heart and brain, to be forgotten no more. Her hair, black, straight, waveless as an Indian's, hung around her shoulders, and glistened as the water from the dripping bucket trickled through the wreath of purple morning glories and scarlet cypress which she had twined about her head, ere lifting the cedar pail to its resting place. She wore a short-sleeved dress of yellow striped homespun, which fell nearly to her ankles, and her little bare feet gleamed pearly white on the green grass and rank dewy creepers that clustered along the margin of the bubbling spring. Her complexion was unusually transparent, and early exercise and mountain air had rouged her cheeks till they matched the brilliant hue of her scarlet crown. A few steps in advance of her stood a large, fierce yellow dog with black scowling face and ears cut close to his head, a savage, repulsive creature who looked as if he rejoiced in an opportunity of making good his name Grip. In the solemn beauty of that summer morning the girl seemed to have forgotten the mission upon which she came, but as she loitered the sun flashed up, kindling diamond fringes on every dew-beaded chestnut leaf and oak bough, and silvering the misty mantle which enveloped Lookout. A moment longer that pure-hearted Tennessee child stood watching the gorgeous spectacle, drinking draughts of joy, which mingled no drop of sin or selfishness in its crystal waves, for she had grown up alone with nature, utterly ignorant of the roar and strife, the burning hate and cunning intrigue of the great world of men and women, where, like an Egyptian picture of tamed vipers, each struggles to get its head above the other. To her, earth seemed very lovely. Life stretched before her like the sun's path in that clear sky, and as free from care or foreboding as the fair June day. She walked on, preceded by her dog, and the chant burst once more from her lips. He stood and measured the earth, and the everlasting mountains were scattered, the perpetual hills. The sudden, almost simultaneous report of two pistol shots rang out sharply on the cool, calm air, and startled the child so violently that she sprang forward and dropped the bucket. The sound of voices reached her from the thick wood bordering the path, and without reflection she followed the dog, who bounded off toward the point whence it issued. Upon the verge of the forest she paused, and looking down a dewy green glade, where the rising sun darted the earliest arrowy rays, beheld a spectacle which burned itself indelibly upon her memory. A group of 5 gentlemen stood beneath the dripping chestnut and sweet gum arches. One leaned against the trunk of a tree, 2 were conversing eagerly in undertones, and 2 faced each other 15 paces apart, with pistols in their hands. Ere she could comprehend the scene, the brief conference ended, the seconds resumed their places to witness another fire, and like the peal of a trumpet echoed the words, "Fire! 1, 2, 3." The flash and ringing report mingled with the command, and one of the principals threw up his arm and fell, when, with horror in her wide strained eyes and pallor on her lips, the child staggered to the spot and looked on the prostrate form. He was dead. The hazel eyes stared blankly at the sky, and the hue of life and exuberant health still glowed on the full cheek, but the ball had entered the heart, and the warm blood, bubbling from his breast, dripped on the glistening grass. The surgeon, who knelt beside him, took the pistol from his clenched fingers, and gently pressed the lids over his glazing eyes. Not a word was uttered, but while the seconds sadly regarded the stiffening form, the surviving principal coolly drew out a cigar, lighted, and placed it between his lips. The child's eyes had wandered to the latter from the pool of blood, and now, in a shuddering cry, she broke the silence. "Murderer!" The party looked around instantly, and for the first time perceived her standing there in their midst, with loathing and horror in the gaze she fixed on the perpetrator of the awful deed. In great surprise he drew back a step or 2, and asked gruffly, "Who are you? What business have you here? Oh, how dared you murder him? Do you think God will forgive you on the gallows?" He was a man probably 27 years of age, singularly fair, handsome, and hardened in iniquity, but he cowered before the blanched and accusing face of the appalled child, and ere a reply could be framed, his friend came close to him. "Clinton, you had better be off. You have barely time to catch the Knoxville train, which leaves Chattanooga in half an hour. I would advise you to make a long stay in New York, for there will be trouble when Dent's brother hears of this morning's work." "I take my word for that, and put the Atlantic between you and Dick Dent," added the surgeon, smiling grimly, as if the anticipation of retributive justice afforded him pleasure. "I will simply put this between us," replied the homicide, fitting his pistol to the palm of his hand, and as he did so, a heavy antique diamond ring flashed on his little finger. "Come, Clinton, delay may cause you more trouble than we bargained for," urged his second. Without even glancing toward the body of his antagonist, Clinton scowled at the child, and turning away, was soon out of sight. "Oh, sir, will you let him get away? Will you let him go unpunished?" "He cannot be punished," answered the surgeon, looking at her with mingled curiosity and admiration. "I thought men were hung for murder." "Yes, but this is not murder." "Not murder? He shot him dead. What is it?" "He killed him in a duel, which is considered quite right and altogether proper." "A duel?" She had never heard the word before, and pondered an instant. To take a man's life is murder. Is there no law to punish a duel? Not strong enough to prohibit the practice. It is regarded as the only method of honorable satisfaction open to gentlemen. "Honorable satisfaction," she repeated, weighing the new phraseology as cautiously and fearfully as she would have handled the bloody garments of the victim. "What is your name?" asked the surgeon. "Edna Earle." "Do you live near this place?" "Yes, sir, very near." "Is your father at home?" "I have no father, but grandpa has not gone to the shop yet." "Will you show me the way to the house?" "Do you wish to carry him there?" she asked, glancing at the corpse and shuddering violently. "Yes, I want some assistance from your grandfather." "I will show you the way, sir." The surgeon spoke hurriedly to the two remaining gentlemen and followed his guide. Slowly she retraced her steps, refilled her bucket at the spring, and walked on before the stranger. But the glory of the morning had passed away. A bloody mantle hung between the splendor of summer sunshine and the chilled heart of the awe-struck girl. The forehead of the radiant, holy June day had been suddenly red-branded like Cain, to be henceforth an occasion of hideous reminiscences, and with a blanched face and trembling limbs the child followed a narrow beaten path, which soon terminated at the gate of a rude, unwhitewashed paling. A low, comfortless-looking, three-roomed house stood within, and on the steps sat an elderly man, smoking a pipe, and busily engaged in mending a bridle. The creaking of the gate attracted his attention, and he looked up wonderingly at the advancing stranger. "Oh, grandpa, there is a murdered man lying in the grass under the chestnut trees down by the spring." "Why, how do you know he was murdered?" "Good morning, sir. Your granddaughter happened to witness a very unfortunate and distressing affair. A duel was fought at sunrise in the edge of the woods yonder, and the challenged party, Mr. Dent of Georgia, was killed. I came to ask permission to bring the body here until arrangements can be made for its interment, and also to beg your assistance in obtaining a coffin." Edna passed on to the kitchen, and as she deposited the bucket on the table, a tall, muscular, red-haired woman, who was stooping over the fire, raised her flushed face and exclaimed angrily, "What upon earth have you been doing? I've been halfway to the spring to call you, and hadn't a drop of water in the kitchen to make coffee. A pretty time of day Aaron Hunt will get his breakfast. What do you mean by such idleness?" She advanced with threatening mien and gesture, but stopped suddenly. "Edna, what ails you? Have you got an ague? You are as white as that pan of flour. Are you scared or sick?" "There was a man killed this morning, and the body will be brought here directly. If you want to hear about it, you had better go out on the porch. One of the gentlemen is talking to grandpa." Stunned by what she had seen, and indisposed to narrate the horrid details, the girl went to her own room, and seating herself in the window, tried to collect her thoughts. She was tempted to believe the whole affair a hideous dream, which would pass away with vigorous rubbing of her eyes. But the crushed purple and scarlet flowers she took from her forehead, her dripping hair and damp feet, assured her of the vivid reality of the vision. Every fiber of her frame had received a terrible shock, and when noisy, bustling Mrs. Hunt ran from room to room, ejaculating her astonishment, and calling on the child to assist in putting the house in order, the latter obeyed silently, mechanically, as if in a state of somnambulism. Mr. Dent's body was brought up on a rude litter of boards, and temporarily placed on Edna's bed, and toward evening, when a coffin arrived from Chattanooga, the remains were removed, and the coffin rested on 2 chairs in the middle of the same room. The surgeon insisted upon an immediate interment near the scene of combat, but the gentleman who had officiated as second for the deceased expressed his determination to carry the unfortunate man's body back to his home and family, and the earliest train on the following day was appointed as the time for their departure. Late in the afternoon, Edna cautiously opened the door of the room which she had hitherto avoided, and with her apron full of lilies, wild poppies, and sprigs of rosemary, approached the coffin, and looked at the rigid sleeper. Judging from his appearance, not more than 30 years had gone over his handsome head. His placid features were unusually regular, and a soft, silky brown beard fell upon his pulseless breast. Fearful lest she should touch the icy form, the girl timidly strewed her flowers in the coffin, and tears gathered and dropped with the blossoms as she noticed a plain gold ring on the little finger, and wondered if he were married. If his death would leave wailing orphans in his home, and a broken-hearted widow at the desolate hearthstone. Absorbed in her melancholy task, she heard neither the sound of strange voices in the passage, nor the faint creak of the door as it swung back on its rusty hinges, but a shrill scream, a wild, despairing shriek, terrified her, and her heart seemed to stand still as she bounded away from the side of the coffin. The light of the setting sun streamed through the window and over the white, convulsed face of a feeble but beautiful woman, who was supported on the threshold by a venerable, gray-haired man, down whose furrowed cheeks tears coursed rapidly. Struggling to free herself from his restraining grasp, the stranger tottered into the middle of the room. "Oh, Harry, my husband, my husband!" She threw up her wasted arms and fell forward senseless on the corpse. They bore her into the adjoining apartment, where the surgeon administered the usual restoratives, and though finally the pulses stirred and throbbed feebly, no symptom of returning consciousness greeted the anxious friends who bent over her. Hour after hour passed, during which she lay as motionless as her husband's body, and at length the physician sighed, and pressing his fingers to his eyes, said sorrowfully to the grief-stricken old man beside her, "It is paralysis, Mr. Dent, and there is no hope. She may linger 12 or 24 hours, but her sorrows are ended. She and Harry will soon be reunited. Knowing her constitution, I feared as much. You should not have suffered her to come. You might have known that the shock would kill her. For this reason I wished his body buried here. I could not restrain her. Some meddling gossip told her that my poor boy had gone to fight a duel, and she rose from her bed and started to the railroad depot. I pleaded, I reasoned with her that she could not bear the journey, but I might as well have talked to the winds. I never knew her obstinate before, but she seemed to have a presentiment of the truth. God pity her 2 sweet babes." The old man bowed his head upon her pillow and sobbed aloud. Throughout the night Edna crouched beside the bed, watching the wan but lovely face of the young widow, and tenderly chafing the numb fair hands which lay so motionless on the coverlet. Children are always sanguine because of their ignorance of the stern, inexorable realities of the untried future, and Edna could not believe that death would snatch from the world one so beautiful and so necessary to her prattling, fatherless infants. But morning showed no encouraging symptoms. The stupor was unbroken, and at noon the wife's spirit passed gently to the everlasting reunion. Before sunrise on the ensuing day, a sad group clustered once more under the dripping chestnuts, and where a pool of blood had dyed the sod, a wide grave yawned. The coffins were lowered, the bodies of Henry and Helen Dent rested side by side, and as the mound rose slowly above them, the solemn silence was broken by the faltering voice of the surgeon who read the burial service. "Man that is born of a woman hath but a short time to live, and is full of misery. He cometh up, and is cut down like a flower. He fleeth, as it were, a shadow, and never continueth in one stay. Yet, O Lord God most holy, O Lord most mighty, O holy and most merciful Savior, deliver us not into the pains of eternal death." The melancholy rite ended, the party dispersed, the strangers took their departure for their distant homes, and quiet reigned once more in the small dark cottage. But days and weeks brought to Edna no oblivion of the tragic events which constituted the first great epoch of her monotonous life. A nervous restlessness took possession of her. She refused to occupy her old room, and insisted upon sleeping on a pallet at the foot of her grandfather's bed. She forsook her whilom haunts about the spring and forest, and started up in terror at every sudden sound, while from each opening between the chestnut trees the hazel eyes of the dead man and the wan thin face of the golden-haired wife looked out beseechingly at her. Frequently in the warm light of day, ere shadows stalked to and fro in the thick woods, she would steal, with an apronful of wild flowers, to the solitary grave, scatter her treasures in the rank grass that waved above it, and hurry away with hushed breath and quivering limbs. Summer waned, autumn passed, and winter came, but the girl recovered in no degree from the shock which had cut short her chant of praise on that bloody June day. In her morning visit to the spring she had stumbled upon a monster which custom had adopted and petted, which the passions and sinfulness of men had adroitly draped and fondled, and called honorable satisfaction. But her pure, unperverted, ethereal nature pierced the conventional mask, recognized the loathsome lineaments of crime, and recoiled in horror and amazement, wondering at the wickedness of her race and the forbearance of outraged Jehovah. Innocent childhood had for the first time stood face to face with sin and death, and could not forget the vision. Edna Earle had lost both her parents before she was old enough to remember either. Her mother was the only daughter of Aaron Hunt, the village blacksmith, and her father, who was an intelligent, promising young carpenter, accidentally fell from the roof of the house which he was shingling, and died from the injuries sustained. Thus Mr. Hunt, who had been a widower for nearly 10 years, found himself burdened with the care of an infant only 6 months old. His daughter had never left him, and after her death the loneliness of the house oppressed him painfully, and for the sake of his grandchild he resolved to marry again. The middle-aged widow whom he selected was a kind-hearted and generous woman, but indolent, ignorant, and exceedingly high-tempered, and while she really loved the little orphan committed to her care, she contrived to alienate her affection and to tighten the bonds of union between her husband and the child. Possessing a remarkably amiable and equable disposition, Edna rarely vexed Mrs. Hunt, who gradually left her more and more to the indulgence of her own views and caprices, and contented herself with exacting a certain amount of daily work, after the accomplishment of which she allowed her to amuse herself as childish whims dictated. There chanced to be no children of her own age in the neighborhood. Consequently she grew up without companionship, save that furnished by her grandfather, who was dotingly fond of her, and would have utterly spoiled her, had not her temperament fortunately been one not easily injured by unrestrained liberty of action. Before she was able to walk, he would take her to the forge, and keep her for hours on a sheepskin in one corner, whence she watched with infantile delight the blast of the furnace and the shower of sparks that fell from the anvil, and where she often slept, lulled by the monotonous chorus of trip and sledge. As she grew older, the mystery of bellows and slack tub engaged her attention, and at one end of the shop, on a pile of shavings, she collected a mass of curiously shaped bits of iron and steel, and blocks of wood, from which a miniature shop threatened to rise in rivalry. And finally, when strong enough to grasp the handles of the bellows, her greatest pleasure consisted in rendering the feeble assistance which her grandfather was always so proud to accept at her hands. Although ignorant and uncultivated, Mr. Hunt was a man of warm, tender feelings, and rare nobility of soul. He regretted the absence of early advantages which poverty had denied him, and in teaching Edna to read and to write and to cipher, he never failed to impress upon her the vast superiority which a thorough education confers. Whether his exhortations first kindled her ambition, or whether her aspiration for knowledge was spontaneous and irrepressible, he knew not, but she manifested very early a fondness for study and thirst for learning, which he gratified to the fullest extent of his limited ability. The blacksmith's library consisted of the family Bible, Pilgrim's Progress, a copy of Irving's Sermons on Parables, Guy Mannering, a few tracts, and 2 books which had belonged to an itinerant minister who preached occasionally in the neighborhood, and who, having died rather suddenly at Mr. Hunt's house, left the volumes in his saddlebags, which were never claimed by his family, residing in a distant state. Those books were Plutarch's Lives, and a worn school copy of Anton's Classical Dictionary, and to Edna they proved a literary ophir of inestimable value and exhaustless interest. Plutarch especially was a Pisgah of letters, whence the vast domain of learning, the Canaan of human wisdom, stretched alluringly before her. And as often as she climbed this height, and viewed the wondrous scene beyond, it seemed indeed an arch wherethrough gleams that untraveled world, whose margin fades forever and forever when we move. In after years she sometimes questioned if this mount of observation was also that of temptation, to which ambition had led her spirit, and there bargained for and bought her future. Love of nature, love of books, an earnest piety, and deep religious enthusiasm were the characteristics of a noble young soul, left to stray through the devious, checkered paths of life without other guidance than that which she received from communion with Greek sages and Hebrew prophets. An utter stranger to fashionable conventionality and latitudinarian ethics, it was no marvel that the child stared and shivered when she saw the laws of God vetoed, and was blandly introduced to murder as honorable satisfaction. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Saint Elmo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Saint Elmo by AugustaJaneevans. Chapter 2. Nearly a mile from the small, straggling village of Chattanooga stood Aaron Hunt's shop, shaded by a grove of oak and chestnut trees, which grew upon the knoll where two roads intersected. Like the majority of blacksmiths' shops at country crossroads, it was a low, narrow shed filled with dust and rubbish, with old wheels and new single trees, broken plows, and dilapidated wagons awaiting repairs, and at the rear of the shop stood a smaller shed where an old gray horse quietly ate his corn and fodder, waiting to carry the master to his home, 2 miles distant, as soon as the sun had set beyond the neighboring mountain. Early in winter, having an unusual amount of work on hand, Mr. Hunt hurried away from home one morning, neglecting to take the bucket which contained his dinner, and Edna was sent to repair the oversight. Accustomed to ramble about the woods without companionship, she walked leisurely along the rocky road, swinging the tin bucket in one hand, and pausing now and then to watch the shy red birds that flitted like flame jets in and out of the trees as she passed. The unbroken repose of earth and sky, the cold, still atmosphere and peaceful sunshine, touched her heart with a sense of quiet but pure happiness, and half unconsciously she began a hymn which her grandfather often sang over his anvil. Lord, in the morning thou shalt hear my voice ascending high. To thee will I direct my prayer, to thee lift up mine eye. Ere the first verse was ended, the clatter of a horse's hoofs hushed her song, and she glanced up as a harsh voice asked impatiently, "Are you stone deaf? I say, is there a blacksmith's shop near?" The rider reined in his horse, a spirited, beautiful animal, and waited for an answer. "Yes, sir, there is a shop about half a mile ahead on the right-hand side where the road forks." He just touched his hat with the end of his gloved fingers and galloped on. When Edna reached the shop, she saw her grandfather examining the horse's shoes, while the stranger walked up and down the road before the forge. He was a very tall, strong man, with a gray shawl thrown over one shoulder, and a black fur hat drawn so far over his face that only the lower portion was visible. And this, swarthy and harsh, left a most disagreeable impression on the child's mind as she passed him and went up to the spot where Mr. Hunt was at work. Putting the bucket behind her, she stooped, kissed him on his furrowed forehead, and said, "Grandpa, guess what brought me to see you to-day. I forgot my dinner, and you have trudged over here to bring it. Ain't I right, Pearl? Stand back, honey, or this Satan of a horse may kick your brains out. I can hardly manage him." Here the stranger uttered an oath and called out, "How much longer do you intend to keep me waiting?" "No longer, sir, than I can help, as I like the company of polite people." "Oh, Grandpa," whispered Edna deprecatingly, as she saw the traveller come rapidly forward and throw his shawl down on the grass. Mr. Hunt pushed back his old battered woolen hat and looked steadily at the master of the horse, saying gravely and resolutely, "I'll finish the job as soon as I can, and that is as much as any reasonable man would ask. Now, sir, if that doesn't suit you, you can take your horse and put out, and swear at somebody else, for I won't stand it. It is a cursed nuisance to be detained here for such a trifle as one shoe, and you might hurry yourself. Your horse is very restless and vicious, and I could shoe 2 gentle ones while I am trying to quiet him." The man muttered something indistinctly, and laying his hand heavily on the horse's mane, said very sternly a few words which were utterly unintelligible to his human listeners, though they certainly exerted a magical influence over the fiery creature, who, savage as the pampered pets of Diomedes, soon stood tranquil and contented, rubbing his head against his master's shoulder. Repelled by the rude harshness of this man, Edna walked into the shop and watched the silent group outside until the work was finished and Mr. Hunt threw down his tools and wiped his face. "What do I owe you?" said the impatient writer, springing to his saddle and putting his hand into his vest pocket. "I charge nothing for such trifles as that, but I am in the habit of paying for my work. It is not worth talking about. Good day, sir." Mr. Hunt turned and walked into his shop. "There is $1. It is the only small change I have." He rode up to the door of the shed, threw the small gold coin toward the blacksmith, and was riding rapidly away, when Edna darted after him, exclaiming, "Stop, sir! You have left your shawl." He turned in the saddle, and even under the screen of her calico bonnet she felt the fiery gleam of his eyes as he stooped to take the shawl from her hand. Once more his fingers touched his hat. He bowed and said hastily, "I thank you, child." Then spurring his horse, he was out of sight in a moment. "He is a rude, blasphemous, wicked man," said Mr. Hunt, as Edna re-entered the shop and picked up the coin, which lay glistening amid the cinders around the anvil. "Why do you think him wicked?" "No good man swears as he did before you came. And didn't you notice the vicious, wicked expression of his eyes?" "No, sir, I did not see much of his face. He never looked at me but once. I should not like to meet him again. I am afraid of him." "Never fear, Pearl. He is a stranger here, and there's little chance of your ever setting your eyes on his ugly, savage face again. Keep the money, dear. I won't have it after all the airs he put on. If instead of shoeing his wild brute, I had knocked the fellow down for his insolence in cursing me, it would have served him right. Politeness is a cheap thing, and a poor man, if he behaves himself and does his work well, is as much entitled to it as the president. I will give the $1 to Grandma to buy a new coffee pot, for she said to day the old one was burnt out, and she could not use it any longer. But what is that yonder on the grass? That man left something after all." She picked up from the spot where he had thrown his shawl a handsome morocco-bound pocket copy of Dante, and opening it to discover the name of the owner, she saw written on the fly-leaf in a bold and beautiful hand, S.E.M. Boboli Gardens, Florence. Lasciate ogni speranza voi c'entrate. "What does this mean, Grandpa?" She held up the book and pointed out the words of the dread inscription. "Indeed, Pearl, how should I know? It is Greek or Latin or Dutch, like the other outlandish gibberish he talked to that devilish horse. He must have spent his life among the heathens, to judge from his talk, for he has neither manner nor religion. Honey, better put the book there in the furnace. It is not fit for your eyes." He may come back for it if he misses it pretty soon. Not he. One might almost believe that he was running from the law. He would not turn back for it if it was bound in gold instead of leather. It is no account, I'll warrant, or he would not have been reading it, the ill-mannered heathen. Weeks passed, and as the owner was not heard of again, Edna felt that she might justly claim as her own this most marvelous of books, which, though beyond her comprehension, furnished a source of endless wonder and delight. The copy was Gary's translation, with illustrations designed by Flaxman, and many of the grand, gloomy passages were underlined by pencil and annotated in the unknown tongue which so completely baffled her curiosity. Night and day she pored over this new treasure, sometimes dreaming of the hideous faces that scowled at her from the solemn, mournful pages, and anon, when startled from sleep by these awful visions, she would soothe herself to rest by murmuring the metrical version of the Lord's Prayer contained in the Purgatory. Most emphatically did Mrs. Hunt disapprove of the studious and contemplative habits of the ambitious child, who she averred was indulging dreams and aspirations far above her station in life, and well calculated to dissatisfy her with her humble, unpretending home and uninviting future. Education, she contended, was useless to poor people who could not feed and clothe themselves with brook learning, and experience had taught her that those who lounged about with books in their hands generally came to want, and invariably to harm. It was in vain that she endeavoured to convince her husband of the impropriety of permitting the girl to spend so much time over her books. He finally put the matter at rest by declaring that in his opinion Edna was a remarkable child, and if well educated might even rise to the position of teacher for the neighbourhood, which would confer most honourable distinction upon the family. Laying his brawny hand fondly on her head, he said tenderly, "Let her alone, wife, let her alone. You will make us proud of you, won't you, little Pearl, when you are smart enough to teach a school? I shall be too old to work by that time, and you will take care of me, won't you, my little mocking-bird?" "Oh, Grandy, that I will. But do you really think I ever shall have sense enough to be a teacher? You know I ought to learn everything, and I have so few books." "To be sure you will. Remember, there is always a way where there's a will. When I pay off the debt I owe Peter Wood, I will see what we can do about some new books. Put on your shawl now, Pearl, and hunt up old Brindle. It is milking time, and she is not in sight. Grandpa, are you sure you feel better this evening?" She plunged her fingers in his thick white hair, and rubbed her round rosy cheek softly against his. "Oh, yes, I am better. Hurry back, Pearl. I want you to read to me." It was a bright day in January, and the old man sat in a large rocking chair on the porch, smoking his pipe and sunning himself in the last rays of the sinking sun. He had complained all day of not feeling well, and failed to go to his work as usual. And now, as his grandchild tied her pink calico bonnet under her chin, and wrapped herself in her faded plaid shawl, he watched her with a tender, loving light in his keen grey eyes. She kissed him, buttoned his shirt collar, which had become unfastened, drew his homespun coat closer to his throat, and springing down the steps, bounded away in search of the cow, who often strayed so far off that she was dispatched to drive her home. In the grand, peaceful, solemn woods, through which the wintry wind now sighed in a soothing monotone, the child's spirit reached an exaltation which, had she lived 2,000 years earlier, and roamed amid the vales and fastnesses of classic Arcadia, would have vented itself in dithyrambics to the great lord of the Hyle, the Greek All, the horned and hoofed god Pan. In every age, and among all people, from the Parsi devotees and the Gosains of India to the pantheism of Bruno, Spinoza, and New England's Illuminati, nature has been apotheosized, and the heart of the blacksmith's untutored darling stirred with the same emotions of awe and adoration which thrilled the worshippers of Hertha when the veiled chariot stood in Helgoland, and which made the groves and grottos of Phrygia sacred to Didymene. Edna loved trees and flowers, stars and clouds, with a warm, clinging affection as she loved those of her own race. And that solace and amusement which most children find in the society of children and the sports of childhood, this girl derived from the solitude and serenity of nature. To her, woods and fields were indeed vocal, and every flitting bird and gurgling brook, every passing cloud and whispering breeze, brought messages of God's eternal love and wisdom, and drew her tender, yearning heart more closely to Jehovah, the Lord God omnipotent. Today, in the boundless reverence and religious enthusiasm of her character, she directed her steps to a large spreading oak, now leafless, where in summer she often came to read and pray, and here, falling on her knees, she thanked God for the blessings showered upon her. Entirely free from discontent and querulousness, she was thoroughly happy in her poor humble home, and over all, like a consecration, shone the devoted love for her grandfather, which more than compensated for any want of which she might otherwise have been conscious. Accustomed always to ask special favor for him, his name now passed her lips in earnest supplication, and she fervently thanked the Father that his threatened illness had been arrested without serious consequences. The sun had gone down when she rose and hurried on in search of the cow. The shadows of a winter evening gathered in the forest and climbed like trooping spirits up the rocky mountainside, and as she plunged deeper and deeper into the woods, the child began a wild cattle call that she was wont to use on such occasions. The echoes rang out a weird broken chorus, and at last, when she was growing impatient of the fruitless search, she paused to listen, and heard the welcome sound of the familiar lowing, by which the old cow recognized her summons. Following the sound, Edna soon saw the missing favorite coming slowly toward her, and ere many moments both were running homeward. As she approached the house, driving Brindle before her, and merrily singing her rude romanceaudiobook, the moon rose full and round, and threw a flood of light over the porch where the blacksmith still sat. Edna took off her bonnet and waved it at him, but he did not seem to notice the signal, and driving the cow into the yard, she called out as she latched the gate, "Grandy, dear, why don't you go in to the fire? Are you waiting for me out here in the cold? I think Brindle certainly must have been cropping grass around the old walls of Jericho, as that is the farthest off of any place I know. If she is half as tired and hungry as I am, she ought to be glad to get home." He did not answer, and running up the steps she thought he had fallen asleep. The old woolen hat shaded his face, but when she crept on tiptoe to the chair, stooped, put her arms around him, and kissed his wrinkled cheek, she started back in terror. The eyes stared at the moon, the stiff fingers clutched the pipe from which the ashes had not been shaken, and the face was cold and rigid. Aaron Hunt had indeed fallen asleep, to wake no more amid the storms and woes and tears of time. Edna fell on her knees and grasped the icy hands. "Grandpa, wake up! Oh, Grandpa, speak to me, your little pearl! Wake up, dear Grandy! I have come back, my Grandpa! Oh!" A wild, despairing cry rent the still evening air, and shrieked dismally back from the distant hills and the gray, ghostly mountain, and the child fell on her face at the dead man's feet. Throughout the dreary night of agony, Edna lay on the bed where her grandfather's body had been placed, holding one of the stiffened hands folded in both hers, and pressed against her lips. She neither wept nor moaned. The shock was too terrible to admit of noisy grief, but completely stunned, she lay mute and desolate. For the first time in her life she could not pray. She wanted to turn away from the thought of God and heaven, for it seemed that she had nothing left to pray for. That silver-haired, wrinkled old man was the only father she had ever known. He had cradled her in his sinewy arms, and slept clasping her to his heart, had taught her to walk, and surrounded her with his warm, pitying love, making a home of peace and blessedness for her young life. Giving him in return the whole wealth of her affection, he had become the centre of all her hopes, joys, and aspirations. Now what remained? Bitter, rebellious feelings hardened her heart when she remembered that even while she was kneeling, thanking God for his preservation from illness, he had already passed away. Nay, his sanctified spirit probably poised its wings close to the eternal throne, and listened to the prayer which she sent up to God for his welfare and happiness and protection while on earth. The souls of our dead need not the aid of Sandalphon to interpret the whispers that rise tremulously from the world of sin and wrestling, that float up among the stars through the gates of pearl down the golden streets of the New Jerusalem. So we all trust and prate of our faith, and deceive ourselves with the fond hope that we are resigned to the heavenly will, and we go on with a show of Christian reliance, while the morning sun smiles in gladness and plenty, and the hymn of happy days and the dear voices of our loved ones make music in our ears. And lo, God puts us in the crucible. The light of life, the hope of all future years is blotted out. Clouds of despair and the grim night of an unbroken and unlifting desolation fall like a pall on heart and brain. We dare not look heavenward, dreading another blow. Our anchor drags, we drift out into a hideous Dead Sea, where our idol has gone down forever, and boasted faith and trust and patience are swept like straws from our grasp in the tempest of woe, while our human love cries wolfishly for its lost darling. Ah, we build grand and gloomy mausoleums for our precious dead hopes, but like Artemisia we refuse to sepulchre, we devour the bitter ashes of the lost, and grimly and audaciously challenge Jehovah to take the worthless mutilated life that his wisdom reserves for other aims and future toils. Job's wife is immortal and ubiquitous, haunting the sorrow-shrouded chamber of every stricken human soul, and fiendishly prompting the bleeding, crushed spirit to curse God and die. Edna had never contemplated the possibility of her grandfather's death. It was a horror she had never forced herself to front, and now that he was cut down in an instant, without even the mournful consolation of parting words and farewell kisses, she asked herself again and again, what have I done that God should punish me so? I thought I was grateful. I thought I was doing my duty. But oh, what dreadful sin have I committed to deserve this awful affliction? During the long, ghostly watches of that winter night, she recalled her past life, gilded by the old man's love, and could remember no happiness with which he was not intimately connected, and no sorrow that his hand had not soothed and lightened. The future was now a blank, crossed by no projected paths, lit with no ray of hope, and at daylight, when the cold pale morning showed the stony face of the corpse at her side, her unnatural composure broke up in a storm of passionate woe, and she sprang to her feet almost frantic with the sense of her loss. All alone, nobody to love me, nothing to look forward to. Oh, grandpa, did you hear me praying for you yesterday? Dear Grandy, my own dear Grandy, I did pray for you while you were dying. Here alone, oh my God, what have I done that you should take him away from me? Was not I on my knees when he died? Oh, what will become of me now? Nobody to care for Edna now. Oh, grandpa, grandpa, beg Jesus to ask God to take me too. And throwing up her clasped hands, she sank back insensible on the shrouded form of the dead. When some beloved voice that was to you both sound and sweetness faileth suddenly, and silence, against which you dare not cry, aches round you like a strong disease and new, what hope, what help, what music will undo that silence to your senses? Not friendship's sigh, not reason's subtle count, nay, none of these. Speak thou, availing Christ, and fill this pause. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Saint Elmo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Saint Elmo by augustajaneevans. Chapter 3. Of all that occurred during many ensuing weeks, Edna knew little. She retained, in after years, only a vague, confused remembrance of keen anguish and utter prostration, and an abiding sense of irreparable loss. In delirious visions she saw her grandfather, now struggling in the grasp of Phlegyas, and now writhing in the fiery tomb of Uberti, with jets of flame leaping through his white hair, and his shrunken hands stretched appealingly toward her, as she had seen those of the doomed Ghibelline leader in the hideous Dante picture. All the appalling images evoked by the sombre and embittered imagination of the gloomy Tuscan had seized upon her fancy even in happy hours, and were now reproduced by her disordered brain in multitudinous and aggravated forms. Her wails of agony, her passionate prayers to God to release the beloved spirit from the tortures which her delirium painted, were painful beyond expression to those who watched her ravings. And it was with a feeling of relief that they finally saw her sink into apathy, into a quiet mental stupor, from which nothing seemed to rouse her. She did not remark Mrs. Hunt's absence, or the presence of the neighbors at her bedside; and one morning, when she was wrapped up and placed by the fire, Mrs. Wood told her as gently as possible that her grandmother had died from a disease which was ravaging the country, and supposed to be cholera. The intelligence produced no emotion. She merely looked up an instant, glanced mournfully around the dreary room, and, shivering slightly, drooped her head again on her hand. Week after week went slowly by, and she was removed to Mrs. Wood's house, but no improvement was discernible, and the belief became general that the child's mind had sunk into hopeless imbecility. The kind-hearted miller and his wife endeavored to coax her out of her chair by the chimney-corner, but she crouched there, a wan, mute figure of woe, pitiable to contemplate, asking no questions, causing no trouble, receiving no consolation. One bright March morning she sat as usual, with her face bowed on her thin hand, and her vacant gaze fixed on the blazing fire, when through the open window came the impatient lowing of a cow. Mrs. Wood saw a change pass swiftly over the girl's face, and a quiver cross the lips so long frozen. She lifted her head, rose, and followed the sound, and soon stood at the side of Brindle, who now furnished milk for the miller's family. As the gentle cow recognized and looked at her, with an expression almost human in the mild liquid eyes, all the events of that last serene evening swept back to Edna's deadened memory, and leaning her head on Brindle's horn, she shed the first tears that had flowed for her great loss, while sobs, thick and suffocating, shook her feeble, emaciated frame. "Bless the poor little outcast! She will get well now. That is just exactly what she needs. I tell you, Peter, one good cry like that is worth a wagon load of physic. Don't go near her. Let her have her cry out, poor thing. It ain't often you see a child love her granddaddy as she loved Aaron Hunt, poor lamb." Mrs. Wood wiped her own eyes and went back to her weaving, and Edna turned away from the mill and walked to her deserted home, while the tears poured ceaselessly over her white cheeks. As she approached the old house, she saw that it was shut up and neglected, but when she opened the gate, Grip, the fierce yellow terror of the whole neighborhood, sprang from the doorstep where he kept guard as tirelessly as Maida, and with a dismal whine of welcome leaped up and put his paws on her shoulders. This had been the blacksmith's pet, fed by his hand, chained when he went to the shop, and released at his return, and grim and repulsively ugly though he was, the only playmate Edna had ever known, had gamboled around her cradle, slept with her on the sheepskin, and frolicked with her through the woods in many a long search for Brindle. He alone remained of all the happy past, and as precious memories crowded mournfully up, she sat upon the steps of the dreary homestead, with her arms around his neck, and wept bitterly. After an hour she left the house, and, followed by the dog, crossed the woods in the direction of the neighborhood graveyard. In order to reach it, she was forced to pass by the spring and the green hillock where Mr. and Mrs. Dent slept side by side, but no nervous terror seized her now as formerly. The great present horror swallowed up all others, and though she trembled from physical debility, she dragged herself on till the rude, rough paling of the burying-ground stood before her. "Oh, dreary desolation, thy name is country graveyard. Here no polished, sculptured stela pointed to the eternal rest beyond, no classic marbles told in gilded characters the virtues of the dead, no flowery fringed gravel walks wound from murmuring waterfalls and rippling fountains to crystal lakes, where trailing willows threw their flickering shadows over silver-dusted lilies, no spicy perfume of purple heliotrope and starry jasmine burdened the silent air, none of the solemn beauties and soothing charms of greenwood or Mount Auburn wooed the mourner from her weight of woe. Decaying headboards, green with the lichen-fingered touch of time, leaned over neglected mounds where last year's weeds, shivered in the sighing breeze, and autumn winds and winter rains had drifted a brown shroud of shriveled leaves, while here and there meek-eyed sheep lay sunning themselves upon the trampled graves, and the slow measured sound of a bell dinged now and then as cattle browsed on the scanty herbage in this most neglected of God's acres. Could Charles Lamb have turned from the pompous epitaphs and high-flown panegyrics of that English cemetery to the rudely lettered boards which here briefly told the names and ages of the sleepers in these narrow beds, he had never asked the question which now stands as a melancholy epigram on family favoritism and human frailty. Gold gilds even the lineaments and haunts of death, making Père Lachaise a favored spot for fêtes champêtres, while poverty hangs neither veil nor mask over the grinning ghoul, and flees superstition spurred from the hideous precincts. In one corner of the enclosure where Edna's parents slept, she found the new mounds that covered the remains of those who had nurtured and guarded her young life, and on an unpainted board was written in large letters, "To the memory of Aaron Hunt, an honest blacksmith and true Christian, aged 68 years and 6 months." Here, with her head on her grandfather's grave, and the faithful dog crouched at her feet, lay the orphan, wrestling with grief and loneliness, striving to face a future that loomed before her spectre thronged. And here Mr. Wood found her when anxiety at her long absence had induced his wife to search for the missing invalid. The storm of sobs and tears had spent itself. Fortitude took the measure of the burden imposed, shouldered the galling weight, and henceforth, with undimmed vision, walked steadily to the appointed goal. The miller was surprised to find her so calm, and as they went homeward she asked the particulars of all that had occurred, and thanked him gravely but cordially for the kind care bestowed upon her, and for the last friendly offices performed for her grandfather. Conscious of her complete helplessness and physical prostration, she ventured no allusion to the future, but waited patiently until renewed strength permitted the execution of designs now fully mapped out. Notwithstanding her feebleness, she rendered herself invaluable to Mrs. Wood, who praised her dexterity and neatness as a seamstress, and predicted that she would make a model housekeeper. Late one Sunday evening in May, as the miller and his wife sat upon the steps of their humble and comfortless-looking home, they saw Edna slowly approaching, and surmised where she had spent the afternoon. Instead of going into the house, she seated herself beside them, and removing her bonnet, traces of tears were visible on her sad but patient face. "You ought not to go over yonder so often, child. It is not good for you," said the miller, knocking the ashes from his pipe. She shaded her countenance with her hand, and after a moment said, in a low but steady tone, "I shall never go there again. I have said good-bye to everything, and have nothing now to keep me here. You and Mrs. Wood have been very kind to me, and I thank you heartily. But you have a family of children, and have your hands full to support them, without taking care of me. I know that our house must go to you to pay that old debt, and even the horse and cow, and there will be nothing left when you are paid. You are very good indeed to offer me a home here, and I never can forget your kindness, but I should not be willing to live on anybody's charity. And besides, all the world is alike to me now, and I want to get out of sight of what shows my sorrow to me every day. I don't love this place now. It won't let me forget, even for a minute, and here the voice faltered, and she paused. But where could you go, and how could you make your bread, you poor little ailing thing? I hear that in the town of Columbus, Georgia, even little children get wages to work in the factory, and I know I can earn enough to pay my board among the factory people. But you are too young to be straying about in a strange place. If you will stay here and help my wife about the house and the weaving, I will take good care of you, and clothe you till you are grown and married. I would rather go away because I want to be educated, and I can't be if I stay here. Fiddlestick, you will know as much as the balance of us, and that's all you will ever have any use for. I notice you have a hankering after books, but the quicker you get that foolishness out of your head the better, for books won't put bread in your mouth and clothes on your back, and folks that want to be better than their neighbors generally turn out worse. The less book learning you women have, the better." "I don't see that it is any of your business, Peter Wood, how much learning we women choose to get, provided your bread is baked and your socks darned when you want 'em. A woman has as good a right as a man to get book learning if she wants it. And as for sense, I'll thank you, mine is as good as yours, any day, and folks have said it was a blessing thing for the neighborhood when the rheumatiz laid Peter Wood up, and his wife Dorothy Elmira Wood run the mill. Now it's of no earthly use to cut at us women over that child's shoulders. If she wants an education, she has as much right to it as anybody, if she can pay for it. My doctrine is, everybody has a right to whatever they can pay for, whether it is schooling or a satin frock." Mrs. Wood seized her snuff bottle and plunged a stick vigorously into the contents, and as the miller showed no disposition to skirmish, she continued, "I take an interest in you, Edna Earle, because I loved your mother, and who was the only sweet-tempered beauty that ever I knew. I think I never set my eyes on a prettier face, with big brown eyes as meek as a partridge's, and then her hands and feet were as small as a queen's. Now as long as you are satisfied to stay here, I shall be glad to have you, and I will do as well for you as for my own Tabitha. But if you are bent on factory work and schooling, I've got no more to say, for I have no right to say where you shall go or where you shall stay. But one thing I do want to tell you, it is a serious thing for a poor motherless girl to be all alone among strangers." There was a brief silence, and Edna answered slowly, "Yes, Mrs. Wood, I know it is, but God can protect me there as well as here, and I have none now but him. I have made up my mind to go, because I think it is best for me, and I hope Mr. Wood will carry me to the Chattanooga depot tomorrow morning, as the train leaves early. I have a little money, $7, that Grandpa gave me at different times, and both Brindle's calves belong to me. He gave them to me, and I thought maybe you would pay me a few dollars for them." "But you're not ready to start tomorrow?" "Yes, sir. I washed and ironed my clothes yesterday, and what few I have are all packed in my box. Everything is ready now, and as I have to go, I might as well start tomorrow. Don't you think you will get dreadfully homesick in about a month, and write to me to come and fetch you back?" "I have no home and nobody to love me. How then can I ever be homesick? Grandpa's grave is all the home I have, and God would not take me there when I was so sick, and the quiver of her face showed that she was losing her self-control, and turning away, she took the cedar pigeon and went out to milk Brindle for the last time. Feeling that they had no right to dictate her future course, neither the miller nor his wife offered any further opposition, and very early the next morning, after Mrs. Wood had given the girl what she called some good motherly advice, and provided her with a basket containing food for the journey, she kissed her heartily several times, and saw her stowed away in the miller's covered cart, which was to convey her to the railway station. The road ran by the old blacksmith's shop, and Mr. Wood's eyes filled as he noticed the wistful, lingering, loving gaze which the girl fixed upon it, until a grove of trees shut out the view. Then the head bowed itself, and a stifled moan reached his ears. The engine whistled as they approached the station, and Edna was hurried aboard the train, while her companion busied himself in transferring her box of clothing to the baggage car. She had insisted on taking her grandfather's dog with her, and notwithstanding the horrified looks of the passengers and the scowl of the conductor, he followed her into the car, and threw himself under the seat, glaring at all who passed, and looking as hideously savage as the Norse Managamar. "You can't have a whole seat to yourself, and nobody wants to sit near that ugly brute," said the surly conductor. Edna glanced down the aisle, and saw two young gentlemen stretched at full length on separate seats, eyeing her curiously. Observing that the small seat next to the door was partially filled with the luggage of the parties who sat in front of it, she rose and called to the dog, saying to the conductor as she did so, "I will take that half of a seat yonder, where I shall be in nobody's way." Here Mr. Wood came forward, thrust her ticket into her fingers, and shook her hand warmly, saying hurriedly, "Hold on to your ticket, and don't put your head out of the window. I told the conductor he must look after you and your box when you left the cars, said he would. Good bye, Edna. Take care of yourself, and may God bless you, child." The locomotive whistled, the train moved slowly on, and the miller hastened back to his cart. As the engine got fully under way and dashed around a curve, the small, straggling village disappeared. Trees and hills seemed to the orphan to fly past the window, and when she leaned out and looked back, only the mist-mantled rocks of Lookout and the dim purplish outline of the Sequatchie heights were familiar. In the shadow of that solitary sentinel peak her life had been passed. She had gathered chestnuts and chinkapins among its wooded clefts, and clambered over its gray boulders as fearlessly as the young llamas of the Parine. And now, as it rapidly receded and finally vanished, she felt as if the last link that bound her to the past had suddenly snapped. The last friendly face which had daily looked down on her for 12 years was shut out forever, and she and Grip were indeed alone in a great struggling world of selfishness and sin. The sun shone dazzlingly over wide fields of grain, whose green billows swelled and surged under the freshening breeze. Golden butterflies fluttered over the pink and blue morning glories that festooned the rail fences. A brakeman whistled merrily on the platform, and children inside the car prattled and played, while at one end a slender little girlish figure in homespun dress and pink calico bonnet crouched in a corner of the seat, staring back in the direction of hooded lookout, feeling that each instant bore her farther from the dear graves of her dead, and oppressed with an intolerable sense of desolation and utter isolation in the midst of hundreds of her own race, who were too entirely absorbed in their individual speculation, fears, and aims, to spare even a glance at that solitary young mariner, who saw the last headland fade from view, and found herself with no pilot but ambition, drifting rapidly out on the great unknown treacherous sea of life, strewn with mournful human wrecks, whom the charts and buoys of 6,000 years of navigation could not guide to a haven of usefulness and peace. Interminable seemed the dreary day, which finally drew to a close, and Edna, who was weary of her cramped position, laid her aching head on the window sill, and watched the red light of day die in the west, where a young moon hung her silvery crescent among the dusky tree-tops, and the stars flashed out thick and fast. Far away among strangers, uncared for and unnoticed, come what might, she felt that God's changeless stars smiled down as lovingly upon her face as on her grandfather's grave, and that the cosmopolitan language of nature knew neither the modifications of time and space, the distinctions of social caste, nor the limitations of national dialects. As the night wore on, she opened the cherished copy of Dante and tried to read, but the print was too fine for the dim lamp which hung at some distance from her corner. Her head ached violently, and as sleep was impossible, she put the book back in her pocket, and watched the flitting trees and fences, rocky banks, and occasional houses, which seemed weird in the darkness. As silence deepened in the car, her sense of loneliness became more and more painful, and finally she turned and pressed her cheek against the fair chubby hand of a baby, who slept with its curly head on its mother's shoulder, and its little dimpled arm and hand hanging over the back of the seat. There was comfort and a soothing sensation of human companionship in the touch of that baby's hand. It seemed a link in the electric chain of sympathy, and after a time the orphan's eyes closed, fatigue conquered memory and sorrow, and she fell asleep with her lips pressed to those mesmeric baby fingers, and Grip's head resting against her knee. Diamond-powdered lilies of the field folded their perfumed petals under the Syrian dew, wherewith God nightly baptized them in token of his ceaseless guardianship, and the sinless world of birds, the fowls of the air, those secure and blithe, yet improvident little gleaners in God's granary, nestled serenely under the shadow of the almighty wing. But was the all-seeing, all-directing eye likewise upon that desolate and destitute young mourner, who sank to rest with Our Father which art in heaven upon her trembling lips? Was it a decree in the will and wisdom of our God, or a fiat from the blind fumbling of atheistic chance, or was it in accordance with the rigid edict of pantheistic necessity, that at that instant the cherubim of death swooped down on the sleeping passengers, and silver cords and golden bowls were rudely snapped and crushed, amid the crash of timbers, the screams of women and children, and the groans of tortured men, that made night hideous over the holly hills of Judea? Out of crumbling Jerusalem the message of Messiah has floated on the wings of 18 centuries. What I do thou knowest not now, but thou shalt know hereafter. Edna was awakened by a succession of shrill sounds, which indicated that the engineer was either frightened or frantic. The conductor rushed bareheaded through the car. People sprang to their feet. There was a scramble on the platform, then a shock and crash as if the day of doom had dawned, and all was chaos. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Saint Elmo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Saint Elmo by Augusta Jane Evans. Chapter 4. Viewed by the aid of lanterns and the lurid flickering light of torches, the scene of disaster presented a ghastly debris of dead and dying, of crushed cars and wounded men and women, who writhed and groaned among the shattered timbers from which they found it impossible to extricate themselves. The cries of those who recognized relatives in the mutilated corpses that were dragged out from the wreck increased the horrors of the occasion, and when Edna opened her eyes amid the flaring of torches and the piercing wails of the bereaved passengers, the first impression was that she had died and gone to Dante's hell. But the pangs that seized her when she attempted to move soon dispelled this frightful illusion, and by degrees the truth presented itself to her blunted faculties. She was held fast between timbers, one of which seemed to have fallen across her feet and crushed them, as she was unable to move them, and was conscious of a horrible sensation of numbness. One arm, too, was pinioned at her side, and something heavy and cold lay upon her throat and chest. Lifting this weight with her uninjured hand, she uttered an exclamation of horror as the white face of the little baby, whose fingers she had clasped, now met her astonished gaze, and she saw that the sweet coral lips were pinched and purple, the waxen lids lay rigid over the blue eyes, and the dimpled hand was stiff and icy. The confusion increased as day dawned, and a large crowd collected to offer assistance, and Edna watched her approaching deliverers as they cut their way through the wreck and lifted out the wretched sufferers. Finally, two men with axes in their hands bent down and looked into her face. "Here is a live child and a dead baby wedged in between these beams. Are you much hurt, little one?" "Yes, I believe I am. Please take this log off my feet." It was a difficult matter, but at length strong arms raised her, carried her some distance from the ruins, and placed her on the grass, where several other persons were writhing and groaning. The collision which precipitated the train from trestle work over a deep ravine had occurred near a village station, and two physicians were busily engaged in examining the wounded. The sun had risen and shone full on Edna's pale, suffering face, when one of the surgeons, with a countenance that indexed earnest sympathy and compassion, came to investigate the extent of her injuries, and sat down on the grass beside her. Very tenderly he handled her, and after a few moments said gently, "I am obliged to hurt you a little, my child, for your shoulder is dislocated, and some of the bones are broken in your feet. But I will be as tender as possible. Here, Lenox, help me." The pain was so intense that she fainted, and after a short time, when she recovered her consciousness, her feet and ankles were tightly bandaged, and the doctor was chafing her hands and bathing her face with some powerful extract. Smoothing back her hair, he said, "Were your parents on the cars? Do you know whether they are hurt?" "They both died when I was a baby." "Who was with you?" "Nobody but Grip, my dog." "Had you no relatives or friends on the train?" "I have none. I am all alone in the world." "Where did you come from?" "Chattanooga." "Where were you going?" "My grandpa died, and as I had nobody to take care of me, I was going to Columbus to work in the cotton factory." "Humph! Much work you will do for many a long day." He stroked his grayish beard and mused a moment, and Edna said timidly, "If you please, sir, I would like to know if my dog is hurt." The physician smiled and looked round inquiringly. "Has any one seen a dog that was on the train?" One of the brakemen, a stout Irishman, took his pipe from his mouth and answered, "Ay, ay, sir, and as vicious a brute as ever I set eyes on. Both his hind legs were smashed, dragged so, and I tapped him on the head with an axe to put him out of his misery. Yonder he now lies on the track." Edna put her hand over her eyes and turned her face down on the grass to hide tears that would not be driven back. Here the surgeon was called away, and for a half hour the child lay there, wondering what would become of her in her present crippled and helpless condition, and questioning in her heart why God did not take her instead of that dimpled darling, whose parents were now weeping so bitterly for the untimely death that mowed their blossom ere its petals were expanded. The chilling belief was fast gaining ground that God had cursed and forsaken her, that misfortune and bereavement would dog her steps through life, and a hard, bitter expression settled about her mouth and looked out gloomily from the sad eyes. Her painful reverie was interrupted by the cheery voice of Dr. Rodney, who came back accompanied by an elegantly dressed middle-aged lady. "Ah, my brave little soldier, tell us your name." "Edna Earle." "Have you no relatives?" asked the lady, stooping to scrutinize her face. "No, ma'am." "She is a very pretty child, Mrs. Murray, and if you can take care of her even for a few weeks, until she is able to walk about, it will be a real charity. I never saw so much fortitude displayed by one so young. But her fever is increasing, and she needs immediate attention. Will it be convenient for you to carry her to your house at once?" "Certainly, doctor. Order the carriage driven up as close as possible. I brought a small mattress, and think the ride will not be very painful. What splendid eyes she has, poor little thing! Of course you will come and prescribe for her, and I will see that she is carefully nursed until she is quite well again. Here, Henry, you and Richard must lift this child and put her on the mattress in the carriage. Mind you do not stumble and hurt her." During the drive neither spoke, and Edna was in so much pain that she lay with her eyes closed. As they entered a long avenue, the rattle of the wheels on the gravel aroused the child's attention, and when the carriage stopped, and she was carried up a flight of broad marble steps, she saw that the house was very large and handsome. "Bring her into the room next to mine," said Mrs. Murray, leading the way. Edna was soon undressed and placed within the snowy sheets of a heavily carved bedstead, whose crimson canopy shed a ruby light down on the laced and ruffled pillows. Mrs. Murray administered a dose of medicine given to her by Dr. Rodney, and after closing the blinds to exclude the light, she felt the girl's pulse, found that she had fallen into a heavy sleep, and then with a sigh went down to take her breakfast. It was several hours before Edna awoke, and when she opened her eyes and looked around the elegantly furnished and beautiful room, she felt bewildered. Mrs. Murray sat in a cushioned chair near one of the windows, with a book in her hand, and Edna had an opportunity of studying her face. It was fair, proud, and handsome, but wore an expression of habitual anxiety, and grey hairs showed themselves under the costly lace that bordered her mourning head-dress, while lines of care marked her brow and mouth. Children instinctively decipher the hieroglyphics which time carves on human faces, and in reading the countenance of her hostess, Edna felt that she was a haughty, ambitious woman, with a kind but not very warm heart, who would be scrupulously attentive to the wants of a sick child, but would probably never dream of caressing or fondling such a charge. Chancing to glance towards the bed as she turned a leaf, Mrs. Murray met the curious gaze fastened upon her, and rising, approached the sufferer. "How do you feel, Edna? I believe that is your name." "Thank you, my head is better, but I am very thirsty." The lady of the house gave her some iced water in a silver goblet, and ordered a servant to bring up the refreshment she had directed prepared. As she felt the girl's pulse, Edna noticed how white and soft her hands were, and how dazzlingly the jewels flashed on her fingers, and she longed for the touch of those aristocratic hands on her hot brow, where the hair clustered so heavily. "How old are you, Edna?" "Almost 13. Had you any luggage on the train?" "I had a small box of clothes." "I will send a servant for it." She rang the bell as she spoke. "When do you think I shall be able to walk about?" "Probably not for many weeks. If you need or wish anything, you must not hesitate to ask for it. A servant will sit here, and you have only to tell her what you want." "You are very kind, ma'am, and I thank you very much." She paused, and her eyes filled with tears. Mrs. Murray looked at her and said gravely, "What is the matter, child?" "I'm only sorry I was so ungrateful and wicked this morning." "How so?" "Oh, everything that I love dies. And when I lay there on the grass, unable to move among strangers who knew and cared nothing about me, I was wicked, and would not try to pray, and thought God wanted to make me suffer all my life, and I wish that I had been killed instead of that dear little baby who had a father and mother to kiss and love it. It was all wrong to feel so, but I was so wretched. And then God raised up friends, even among strangers, and shows me I am not forsaken if I am desolate. I begin to think He took everybody away from me, that I might see how He could take care of me without them. I know He doeth all things well, but I feel it now, and I am so sorry I could not trust Him without seeing it." Edna wiped away her tears, and Mrs. Murray's voice faltered slightly as she said, "You are a good little girl, I have no doubt. Who taught you to be so religious?" "Grandpa." "How long since you lost him?" "4 months." "Can you read?" "Oh, yes, ma'am." "Well, I shall send you a Bible, and you must make yourself as contented as possible. I shall take good care of you." As the hostess left the room, a staid-looking, elderly Negro woman took a seat at the window and sewed silently, now and then glancing toward the bed. Exhausted with pain and fatigue, Edna slept again, and it was night when she opened her eyes and found Dr. Rodney and Mrs. Murray at her pillow. The kind surgeon talked pleasantly for some time, and after giving ample instructions, took his leave, exhorting his patient to keep up her fortitude, and all would soon be well. So passed the first day of her sojourn under the hospitable roof, which appeared so fortuitously to shelter her, and the child thanked God fervently for the kind hands into which she had fallen. Day after day wore wearily away, and at the end of a fortnight, though much prostrated by fever and suffering, she was propped up in bed by pillows, while Hagar, the servant, combed and plaited the long, thick, matted hair. Mrs. Murray came often to the room, but her visits were short, and though invariably kind and considerate, Edna felt an involuntary awe of her, which rendered her manner exceedingly constrained when they were together. Hagar was almost as taciturn as her mistress, and as the girl asked few questions, she remained in complete ignorance of the household affairs, and had never seen any one but Mrs. Murray, Hagar, and the doctor. She was well supplied with books, which the former brought from the library, and thus the invalid contrived to amuse herself during the long, tedious summer days. One afternoon in June, Edna persuaded Hagar to lift her to a large cushioned chair close to the open window which looked out on the lawn, and here, with a book on her lap, she sat gazing out at the soft blue sky, the waving elm boughs, and the glittering plumage of a beautiful Himalayan pheasant, which seemed in the golden sunshine to have forgotten the rosy glow of his native snows. Leaning her elbows on the window sill, Edna rested her face in her palms, and after a few minutes a tide of tender memories rose and swept over her heart, bringing a touching expression of patient sorrow to her sweet wan face, and giving a far-off wistful look to the beautiful eyes, where tears often gathered but very rarely fell. Hagar had dressed her in a new white muslin wrapper, with fluted ruffles at the wrists and throat, and the fair young face, with its delicate features and glossy folds of soft hair, was a pleasant picture which the nurse loved to contemplate. Standing with her work-basket in her hand, she watched the graceful little figure for 2 or 3 moments, and a warm, loving light shone out over her black features. Then, nodding her head resolutely, she muttered, "I will have my way this once. She shall stay," and passed out of the room, closing the door behind her. Edna did not remark her departure, for memory was busy among the ashes of other days, exhuming 1,000 precious reminiscences of mountain home, chestnut groves, showers of sparks fringing an anvil with fire, and an old man's unpainted headboard in the deserted burying ground. She started nervously when, a half-hour later, Mrs. Murray laid her hand gently on her shoulder and said, "Child, of what are you thinking?" For an instant she could not command her voice, which faltered, but making a strong effort, she answered in a low tone, "Of all that I've lost, and what I am to do in future." "Would you be willing to work all your life in a factory?" "No, ma'am, only long enough to educate myself so that I could teach." "You could not obtain a suitable education in that way. And beside, I do not think that the factory you spoke of would be an agreeable place for you. I have made some inquiries about it since you came here. I know it will not be pleasant, but then I am obliged to work in some way, and I don't see what else I can do. I'm not able to pay for an education now, and I am determined to have one." Mrs. Murray's eyes wandered out toward the velvety lawn, and she mused for some minutes. Then, laying her hands on the orphan's head, she said, "Child, will you trust your future and your education to me? I do not mean that I will teach you. Oh, no. But I will have you thoroughly educated, so that when you are grown you can support yourself by teaching. I have no daughter. I lost mine when she was a babe. But I could not have seen her enter a factory, and as you remind me of my own child, I will not allow you to go there. I will take care of and educate you. Will see that you have everything you require if you are willing to be directed and advised by me. Understand me. I do not adopt you, nor shall I consider you exactly as one of my family, but I shall prove a good friend and protector till you are 18 and capable of providing for yourself. You will live in my house and look upon it as your home, at least for the present. What do you say to this plan? Is it not much better and more pleasant than a wild goose chase after an education through the dust and din of a factory?" "Oh, Mrs. Murray, you are very generous and good, but I have no claim on you, no right to impose such expense and trouble upon you. I am—" "Hush, child. You have that claim which poverty always has on wealth. As for the expense, that is a mere trifle, and I do not expect you to give me any trouble. Perhaps you may even make yourself useful to me." "Thank you, oh, thank you, ma'am. I'm very grateful. I cannot tell you how much I thank you, but I shall try to prove it, if you will let me stay here, on one condition." "What is that?" "That when I'm able to pay you, you will receive the money that my education and clothes will cost you." Mrs. Murray laughed and stroked the silky black hair. "Where did you get such proud notions? Pay me, indeed! You poor little beggar! Ha, ha, ha! Well, yes, you may do as you please when you are able. That time is rather too distant to be considered now. Meanwhile, quit grieving over the past, and think only of improving yourself. I do not like doleful faces, and shall expect you to be a cheerful, contented, and obedient girl. Hagar is making you an entire set of new clothes, and I hope to see you always neat. I shall give you a smaller room than this, the one across the hall. You will keep your books there, and remain there during study hours. At other times you can come to my room, or amuse yourself as you like. And when there is company here, remember, I shall always expect you to sit quietly and listen to the conversation, as it is very improving to young girls to be in really good society. You will have a music teacher, and practice on the upright piano in the library, instead of the large one in the parlor. One thing more, if you want anything, come to me and ask for it, and I shall be very much displeased if you talk to the servants, or encourage them to talk to you. Now everything is understood, and I hope you will be happy, and properly improve the advantages I shall give you." Edna drew one of the white hands down to her lips, and murmured, "Thank you, thank you. You shall never have cause to regret your goodness, and your wishes shall always guide me." "Well, well, I shall remember this promise, and trust I may never find it necessary to remind you of it. I dare say we shall get on very happily together. Don't think me any more, and hereafter we need not speak of the matter." Mrs. Murray stooped, and for the first time kissed the child's white forehead, and Edna longed to throw her arms about the stately form, but the polished hauteur awed and repelled her. Before she could reply, and just as Mrs. Murray was moving toward the door, it was thrown open, and a gentleman strode into the room. At sight of Edna, he stopped suddenly, and dropping a bag of game on the floor, exclaimed harshly, "What the devil does this mean?" "My son, I'm so glad you are at home again. I was getting quite uneasy at your long absence. This is one of the victims of that terrible railroad disaster. The neighborhood is full of the sufferers. Come to my room. When did you arrive?" She linked her arm in his, picked up the game bag, and led him to the adjoining room, the door of which she closed and locked. A painful thrill shot along Edna's nerves, and an indescribable sensation of dread, a presentiment of coming ill, overshadowed her heart. This was the son of her friend, and the first glimpse of him filled her with instantaneous repugnance. There was an innate and powerful repulsion which she could not analyze. He was a tall, athletic man, not exactly young, yet certainly not elderly, one of anomalous appearance, prematurely old, and though not one white thread silvered his thick waving brown hair, the heavy and habitual scowl on his high, full brow had ploughed deep furrows such as age claims for its monogram. His features were bold but very regular. The piercing steel-grey eyes were unusually large, and beautifully shaded with long, heavy black lashes, but repelled by their cynical glare; and the finely formed mouth, which might have imparted a wonderful charm to the countenance, wore a chronic savage sneer, as if it only opened to utter jeers and curses. Evidently the face had once been singularly handsome, in the dawn of his earthly career, when his mother's good-night kiss rested like a blessing on his smooth, boyish forehead, and the prayer learned in the nursery still crept across his pure lips. But now the fair, chiseled lineaments were blotted by dissipation, and blackened and distorted by the baleful fires of a fierce, passionate nature, and a restless, powerful, and unhallowed intellect. Symmetrical and grand as that temple of Juno in shrouded Pompeii, whose polished shafts gleamed centuries ago in the morning sunshine of a day of woe, whose untimely night has endured for 1900 years, so in the glorious flush of his youth this man had stood facing a noble and possibly a sanctified future, but the ungovernable flames of sin had reduced him, like that darkened and desecrated fane, to a melancholy mass of ashy arches and blackened columns, where ministering priests, all holy aspirations, slumbered in the dust. His dress was costly but negligent, and the red stain on his jacket told that his hunt had not been fruitless. He wore a straw hat belted with broad black ribbon, and his spurred boots were damp and muddy. What was there about this surly son of her hostess which recalled to Edna's mind her grandfather's words, "He is a rude, wicked, blasphemous man"? She had not distinctly seen the face of the visitor at the shop, but something in the impatient, querulous tone, in the hasty, haughty step, and the proud lifting of the regal head reminded her painfully of him whose overbearing insolence had so unwontedly stirred the ire of Aaron Hunt's genial and generally equable nature. While she pondered this inexplicable coincidence, voices startled her from the next room, whence the sound floated through the window. "If you were not my mother, I should say you were a candidate for a straitjacket and a lunatic asylum. But as those amiable proclivities are considered hereditary, I do not favor that comparison. Sorry for her, indeed! I'll bet my right arm it will not be 6 weeks before she makes you infinitely sorrier for your deluded self, and you will treat me to a new version of Je me regrette. With your knowledge of this precious world and its holy crew, I confess it seems farcical in the extreme that open-eyed you can venture another experiment on human nature. Some fine morning you will rub your eyes and find your acolyte non est. Ditto your silver forks, diamonds, and gold spoons." Edna felt the indignant blood burning in her cheeks, and as she could not walk without assistance, and shrank from listening to a conversation which was not intended for her ears, she coughed several times to arrest the attention of the speakers, but apparently without effect, for the son's voice again rose above the low tones of the mother. "Oh, carnival of shams! She is pious, you say? Then I'll swear my watch is not safe in my pocket, and I shall sleep with the key of my cameo cabinet tied around my neck. A Paris police would not insure your valuables or mine. The facts forbid that your pen-feathered saint should decamp with some of my costly travel scrapings. Pious indeed! Edna, forsooth! No doubt her origin and morals are quite as apocryphal as her name. Don't talk to me about her being providentially thrown into your hands, unless you desire to hear me say things which you have frequently taken occasion to inform me deeply grieved you. I dare say the little vagrant whines, in what she considers orthodox phraseology, that God tempers the wind to the shorn lamb, and like some other pious people whom I've heard canting, will saddle some Jewish prophet or fisherman with a dictum, thinking that it sounds like the Bible. Whereas Sterne said it, shorn lamb forsooth, we, or rather you, Madame ma mère, will be shorn, thoroughly fleeced. Pious! Ha, 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 ha! Here followed an earnest expostulation from Mrs. Murray, only a few words of which were audible, and once more the deep, strong, bitter tones rejoined. Interfere? Pardon me, I'm only too happy to stand aloof and watch the little wretch play out her game. Most certainly it is your own affair, but you will permit me to be amused, will you not? And with your accustomed suavity, forgive me if I chance inadvertently to whisper above my breath, Le jeu n'en vaut pas la chandelle. What the deuce do you suppose I care about her faith? She may run through the whole catalogue from the mustard seed size up as far as I am concerned, and you may make yourself easy on the score of my contaminating the sanctified vagrant. Saint Elmo, my son, promise me that you will not scoff and sneer at her religion, at least in her presence, pleaded the mother. A ringing, mirthless laugh was the only reply that reached the girl as she put her fingers in her ears and hid her face on the window-sill. It was no longer possible to doubt the identity of the stranger. The initials on the fly-leaf meant Saint Elmo Murray, and she knew that in the son of her friend and protectress she had found the owner of her Dante and the man who had cursed her grandfather for his tardiness. If she had only known this 1 hour earlier, she would have declined the offer, which once accepted, she knew not how to reject without acquainting Mrs. Murray with the fact that she had overheard the conversation. And yet she could not endure the prospect of living under the same roof with a man whom she loathed and feared. The memory of the blacksmith's aversion of this stranger intensified her own, and as she pondered in shame and indignation the scornful and opprobrious epithets which he had bestowed on herself, she muttered through her set teeth, Yes, Grandy, he is cruel and wicked, and I never can bear to look at or speak to him. How dared he curse my dear, dear, good grandpa? How can I ever be respectful to him, when he is not even respectful to his own mother? Oh, I wish I had never come here. I shall always hate him. At this juncture Hagar entered and lifted her back to her couch, and remarking the agitation of her manner, the nurse said gravely, as she put her fingers on the girl's pulse, What has flushed you so? Your face is hot. You have tired yourself sitting up too long. Did a gentleman come into the room a while ago? Yes, Mrs. Murray's son. Did Miss Ellen, that is my mistress, tell you that you were to live here and get your education? Yes, she offered to take care of me for a few years. Well, I am glad it is fixed so you can stay, for you can be a great comfort to Miss Ellen if you try to please her. She paused and busied herself about the room, and remembering Mrs. Murray's injunction that she should discourage conversation on the part of the servants, Edna turned her face to the wall and shut her eyes. But for once Hagar's habitual silence and non-committalism were laid aside, and stooping over the couch, she said hurriedly, Listen to me, child, for I like your patient ways, and want to give you a friendly warning. You are a stranger in this house, and might stumble into trouble. Whatever else you do, be sure not to cross Mas Elmo's path. Keep out of his way, and he will keep out of yours. For he is shy enough of strangers, and would walk a mile to keep from meeting anybody. But if he finds you in his way, he will walk roughshod right over you, trample you. Nothing ever stops him 1 minute when he makes up his mind. He does not even wait to listen to his mother, and she is about the only person who dares to talk to him. He hates everybody and everything, but he doesn't tread on folks' toes unless they are where they don't belong. He is like a rattlesnake that crawls in his own track, and bites everything that meddles or crosses his trail. Above everything, child, for the love of peace and heaven, don't argue with him. If he says black is white, don't contradict him. And if he swears water runs upstream, let him swear, and don't know it runs down. Keep out of his sight, and you will do well enough. But once make him mad, and you had better fight Satan hand to hand with red-hot pitchforks. Everybody is afraid of him and gives way to him, and you must do like the balance that have to deal with him. I nursed him, but I would rather put my head in a wolf's jaws than stir him up, and God knows I wish he had died when he was a baby, instead of living to grow up the sinful, swearing, raging devil he is. Now mind what I say. I'm not given to talking, but this time it is for your good. Mind what I tell you, child, and if you want to have peace, keep out of his way." She left the room abruptly, and the orphan lay in the gathering gloom of twilight, perplexed, distressed, and wondering how she could avoid all the angularities of this amiable character, under whose roof fate seemed to have deposited her. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of St. Elmo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. St. Elmo by AugustaJaneevans. Chapter 5. At length, by the aid of crutches, Edna was able to leave the room where she had been so long confined, and explore the house, in which every day discovered some new charm. The parlors and sitting-room opened on a long arched veranda, which extended around two sides of the building, and was paved with variegated tiles, while the stained-glass doors of the dining-room, with its lofty frescoed ceiling and deep bow-windows, led by two white marble steps out on the terrace, whence two more steps showed the beginning of a serpentine gravel walk winding down to an octagonal hothouse, surmounted by a richly carved pagoda roof. Two sentinel statues of Bacchus and Bacchante, placed on the terrace, guarded the entrance to the dining-room, and in front of the house, where a sculptured Triton threw jets of water into a gleaming circular basin, a pair of crouching monsters glared from the steps. When Edna first found herself before these grim doorkeepers, she started back in unfeigned terror, and could scarcely repress a cry of alarm, for the howling rage and despair of the distorted hideous heads seemed fearfully real, and years elapsed before she comprehended their significance, or the somber mood which impelled their creation. They were imitations of that monumental lion's head raised on the battlefield of Chaeronea to commemorate the Boeotians slain. In the rear of and adjoining the library, a narrow vaulted passage with high Gothic windows of stained glass opened into a beautifully proportioned rotunda, and beyond this circular apartment, with its ruby-tinted skylight and Moresque frescoes, extended two other rooms, of whose shape or contents Edna knew nothing, save the tall arched windows that looked down on the terrace. The door of the rotunda was generally closed, but accidentally it stood open one morning, and she caught a glimpse of the circular form and the springing dome. Evidently this portion of the mansion had been recently built, while the remainder of the house had been constructed many years earlier, but all desire to explore it was extinguished when Mrs. Murray remarked one day, "That passage leads to my son's apartments, and he dislikes noise or intrusion." Thenceforth Edna avoided it as if the plagues of Pharaoh were pent therein. To her dazzled eyes this luxurious home was a fairy palace, an enchanted region, and with eager curiosity and boundless admiration she gazed upon beautiful articles whose use she could not even conjecture. The furniture throughout the mansion was elegant and costly. Pictures, statues, bronzes, marble, silver, rosewood, ebony, mosaic, satin, velvet, naught that the most fastidious and cultivated taste or dilettantism could suggest or lavish expenditure supply, was wanting, while the elaborate and beautiful arrangement of the extensive grounds showed with how prodigal a hand the owner squandered a princely fortune. The flower garden and lawn comprised 15 acres, and the subdivisions were formed entirely by hedges, save that portion of the park surrounded by a tall iron railing, where congregated a motley menagerie of deer, bison, a Lapland reindeer, a Peruvian llama, some Kashmir goats, a chamois wounded and caught on the Jungfrau, and a large white cow from Ava. This part of the enclosure was thickly studded with large oaks, groups of beech and elm, and a few enormous cedars which would not have shamed their sacred prototypes, sighing in Syrian breezes along the rocky gorges of Lebanon. The branches were low and spreading, and even at midday the sunshine barely freckled the cool, mossy knolls where the animals sought refuge from the summer heat of the open and smoothly shaven lawn. Here and there on the soft green sward was presented that vegetable antithesis, a circlet of martinet poplars, standing vis-a-vis to a clump of willows whose long hair threw quivering fringy shadows when the slanting rays of dying sunlight burnished the white and purple petals nestling among the clover tufts. Rustic seats of bark, cane, and metal were scattered through the grounds, and where the well-trimmed numerous hedges divided the parterre, china, marble, and iron vases of varied mold held rare creepers and lovely exotics, and rich masses of roses swung their fragrant chalices of crimson and gold, rivaling the glory of Paestum and of Bendemer. The elevation upon which the house was placed commanded an extensive view of the surrounding country. Far away to the northeast, purplish gray waves along the sky showed a range of lofty hills, and in an easterly direction, scarcely 2 miles distant, glittering spires told where the village clung to the railroad and to a deep rushing creek whose sinuous course was distinctly marked by the dense growth that clothed its steep banks. Now and then luxuriant fields of corn covered the level lands with an emerald mantle, while sheep and cattle roamed through the adjacent champaign, and in the calm, cool morning air a black smoke serpent crawled above the tree tops, mapping out the track over which the long train of cars darted and thundered. Mr. Paul Murray, the first proprietor of the estate and father of the present owner, had early in life spent much time in France, where, espousing the royalist cause, his sympathies were fully enlisted by the desperate daring of Charette, Stufley, and Catelinot. On his return to his native land, his admiration of the heroism of those who dwelt upon the Loire found expression in one of their sobriquets, Le Bocage, which he gave to his country residence, and certainly the venerable groves that surrounded it justified the application. While his own fortune was handsome and abundant, he married the orphan of a rich banker, who survived her father only a short time, and died leaving Mr. Murray childless. After a few years, when the frosts of age fell upon his head, he married a handsome and very wealthy widow, but unfortunately, having lost their first child, a daughter, he lived only long enough to hear the infantile prattle of his son, St. Elmo, to whom he bequeathed an immense fortune, which many succeeding years of reckless expenditure had failed to materially impair. Such was Le Bocage, naturally a beautiful situation, improved and embellished with everything which refined taste and world-wide travel could suggest to the fastidious owner. Notwithstanding the countless charms of the home so benevolently offered to her, the blacksmith's granddaughter was conscious of a great need, scarcely to be explained, yet fully felt, the dreary lack of that which she had yet to learn could not be purchased by the treasures of Oude, the priceless peace and genial glow which only the contented, happy hearts of its inmates can diffuse over even a palatial homestead. She also realized, without analyzing the fact, that the majestic repose and boundless spontaneity of nature yielded a sense of companionship, almost of tender, dumb sympathy, which all the polished artificialities and recherché arrangements of man utterly failed to supply. While dazzled by the glitter and the splendor of Le Bocage, she shivered in its silent dreariness, its cold aristocratic formalism, and she yearned for the soft musical babble of the spring branch, where, standing ankle deep in water under the friendly shadow of Lookout, she had spent long, blissful July days in striving to build a wall of rounded pebbles down which the crystal ripples would fall, a miniature Tallulah or Tukoa. The chrism of nature had anointed her early life and consecrated her heart, but fate brought her to the vestibule of the temple of Mammon, and its defiling incense floated about her. How long would the consecration last? As she slowly limped about the house and grounds, acquainting herself with the details, she was impressed with the belief that happiness had once held her court here, had been dethroned, exiled, and now waited beyond the confines of the park, anxious but unable to renew her reign and expel usurping gloom. For some weeks after her arrival she took her meals in her own room, and having learned to recognize the hasty, heavy tread of the dreaded master of the house, she invariably fled from the sound of his steps as she would have shunned an ogre. Consequently, her knowledge of him was limited to the brief inspection and uncomplimentary conversation which introduced him to her acquaintance on the day of his return. Her habitual avoidance and desire of continued concealment was, however, summarily thwarted when Mrs. Murray came into her room late one night and asked, "Did not I see you walking this afternoon without your crutches?" "Yes, ma'am. I was trying to see if I could not do without them entirely." "Did the experiment cause you any pain?" "No pain exactly, but I find my ankle still weak." "Be careful not to overstrain it. By degrees it will strengthen if you use it moderately. By the by, you are now well enough to come to the table, and from breakfast tomorrow you will take your meals with us in the dining room." A shiver of apprehension seized Edna, and in a frightened tone she ejaculated, "Ma'am?" "I say in future you will eat at the table instead of here in this room." "If you please, Mrs. Murray, I would rather stay here." "Pray, what possible objection can you have to the dining room?" Edna averted her head, but wrung her fingers nervously. Mrs. Murray frowned, and continued gravely, "Don't be silly, Edna. It is proper that you should go to the table, and learn to eat with a fork instead of a knife. You need not be ashamed to meet people. There is nothing clownish about you, unless you affect it. Good night. I shall see you at breakfast. The bell rings at 8 o'clock." There was no escape, and she awoke next morning oppressed with the thought of the ordeal that awaited her. She dressed herself even more carefully than usual, despite the trembling of her hands, and when the ringing of the little silver bell summoned her to the dining room, her heart seemed to stand still. But though exceedingly sensitive and shy, Edna was brave and even self-possessed, and she promptly advanced to meet the trial. Entering the room, she saw that her benefactress had not yet come in, but was approaching the house with a basket of flowers in her hand, and one swift glance around discovered Mr. Murray standing at the window. Unobserved, she scanned the tall, powerful figure clad in a suit of white linen, and saw that he wore no beard save the heavy but closely trimmed moustache, which now in some degree concealed the harshness about the handsome mouth. Only his profile was turned toward her, and she noticed that, while his forehead was singularly white, his cheeks and chin were thoroughly bronzed from exposure. As Mrs. Murray came in, she nodded to her young protégé, and approached the table, saying, "Good morning. It seems I am the laggard to day, but Nicholas had mislaid the flower shears, and detained me. Hereafter I shall turn over this work of dressing vases to you, child. My son, this is your birthday, and here is your buttonhole souvenir." She fastened a few sprigs of white jasmine in his linen coat, and as he thanked her briefly and turned to the table, she said, with marked emphasis, "St. Elmo, let me introduce you to Edna Earle." He looked around, and fixed his keen eyes on the orphan, whose cheeks crimsoned as she looked down, and said quite distinctly, "Good morning, Mr. Murray." "Good morning, Miss Earle." "No, I protest. Miss Earle, indeed. Call the child Edna." "As you please, mother, provided you do not let the coffee and chocolate get cold while you decide the momentous question." Neither spoke again for some time, and in the embarrassing silence Edna kept her eyes on the china, wondering if all their breakfasts would be like this. At last Mr. Murray pushed away his large coffee cup, and said abruptly, "After all, it is only 1 year to day since I came back to America, though it seems much longer. It will soon be time to prepare for my trip to the South Sea Islands. The stagnation here is intolerable." An expression of painful surprise flitted across the mother's countenance, but she answered quickly, "It has been an exceedingly short, happy year to me. You are such a confirmed absentee, that when you are at home, time slips by unnoticed. But few and far between as my visits are, they certainly never approach the angelic. Welcome the coming, speed the parting guest must frequently recur to you." Before his mother could reply, he rose, ordered his horse, and as he drew on his gloves and left the room, looked over his shoulder, saying indifferently, "That box of pictures from Munich is at the warehouse. I directed Henry to go after it this morning. I will open it when I come home." A moment after he passed the window on horseback, and with a heavy sigh Mrs. Murray dropped her head on her hand, compressing her lips and toying abstractedly with the sugar tongs. Edna watched the grave, troubled countenance for some seconds, and then, putting her hand on the flower basket, she asked softly, "Shall I dress the flower pots?" "Yes, child, in 4 rooms. This, the parlors, and the library. Always cut the flowers very early, while the dew is on them." Her eyes went back to the sugar tongs, and Edna joyfully escaped from a room whose restraints and associations were irksome. Impressed by Hagar's vehement adjuration to keep out of Mr. Murray's path, she avoided those portions of the house to which he seemed most partial, and thus, although they continued to meet at meals, no words passed between them, after that brief salutation on the morning of presentation. Very often she was painfully conscious that his searching eyes scrutinized her, but though the blood mounted instantly to her cheeks at such times, she never looked up, dreading his gaze as she would that of a basilisk. One sultry afternoon she went into the park, and threw herself down on the long grass under a clump of cedars, near which the deer and bison were quietly browsing, while the large white merinos huddled in the shade and blinked at the sun. Opening a pictorial history of England, which she had selected from the library, she spread it on the grass, and leaning her face in her palms, rested her elbows on the ground, and began to read. Now and then she paused as she turned a leaf to look around at the beautiful animals, each one of which might have served as a model for Landseer or Rosa Bonheur. Gradually the languor of the atmosphere stole into her busy brain. As the sun crept down the sky, her eyelids sunk with it, and very soon she was fast asleep, with her head on the book, and her cheeks flushed almost to a vermilion hue. From that brief summer dream she was aroused by some sudden noise, and starting up she saw the sheep bounding far away, while a large, gaunt, wolfish, grey dog snuffed at her hands and face. Once before she had seen him chained near the stables, and Hagar told her he was very dangerous and was never loosed except at night. Consequently, the expression of his fierce red eyes, as he stood over her, was well calculated to alarm her. But at that instant Mr. Murray's voice thundered, "Keep still, don't move, or you will be torn to pieces." Then followed some rapid interjections and vehement words in the same unintelligible dialect which had so puzzled her once before, when her grandfather could not control the horse he was attempting to shoot. The dog was sullen and unmanageable, keeping his black muzzle close to her face, and she grew pale with terror as she noticed that his shaggy breast and snarling jaws were dripping with blood. Leaping from his horse, Mr. Murray strode up, and with a quick movement seized the heavy brass collar of that savage creature, hurled him back on his haunches, and held him thus, giving vent the while to a volley of oaths. Pointing to a large half-decayed elm branch lying at a little distance, he tightened his grasp on the collar, and said to the still trembling girl, "Bring me that stick yonder." Edna complied, and there ensued a scene of cursing, thrashing, and howling that absolutely sickened her. The dog writhed, leaped, whined, and snarled, but the iron hold was not relaxed, and the face of the master rivaled in rage that of the brute, which seemed as ferocious as the hounds of Gian Maria Visconti, fed with human flesh by Squire Sia Girolamo. Distressed by the severity and duration of the punishment, and without pausing to reflect or to remember Hagar's warning, Edna interposed, "Oh, please don't whip him any more. It is cruel to beat him so." Probably he did not hear her, and the blows fell thicker than before. She drew near, and as the merciless arm was raised to strike, she seized it with both hands, and swung on with her whole weight, repeating her words. If one of his meek, frightened sheep had sprung at his throat to throttle him, Mr. Murray would not have been more astounded. He shook her off, threw her from him, but she carried the stick in her grasp. "Damn you! How dare you interfere? What is it to you if I cut his throat, which I mean to do? That will be cruel and sinful, for he does not know it is wrong, and besides, he did not bite me." She spoke resolutely, and for the first time ventured to look straight into his flashing eyes. "Did not bite you? Did not he worry down and mangle one of my finest Southdowns? It would serve you right for your impertinent meddling, if I let him tear you limb from limbs." "He knows no better," she answered firmly. "Then, by God, I will teach him. Hand me that stick. Oh, please, Mr. Murray, you have nearly put out one of his eyes already. Give me the stick, I tell you, or I—" He did not finish the threat, but held out his hand with a peremptory gesture. Edna gave one swift glance around, saw that there were no other branches within reach, saw, too, that the dog's face was swelling and bleeding from its bruises, and bending the stick across her knee, she snapped it into 3 pieces, which she threw as far as her strength would permit. There was a brief pause, broken only by the piteous howling of the suffering creature, and as she began to realize what she had done, Edna's face reddened, and she put her hands over her eyes to shut out the vision of the enraged man, who was absolutely dumb with indignant astonishment. Presently a sneering laugh caused her to look through her fingers, and she saw Ali, the dog, now released, fawning and whining at his master's feet. Aha! The way of all natures, human as well as brute. Pet and fondle and pamper them, they turn under your caressing hand and bite you, but bruise and trample them, and instantly they are on their knees, licking the feet that kicked them. Begone, you bloodthirsty devil! I'll settle the account at the kennel. Buffon is a fool, and Pennant was right after all. The blood of the jackal pricks up your ears. He spurned the crouching culprit, and as it slunk away in the direction of the house, Edna found herself alone, face to face with the object of her aversion, and she almost wished that the earth would open and swallow her. Mr. Murray came close to her, held her hands down with one of his, and placing the other under her chin, forced her to look at him. How dare you defy and disobey me? I did not defy you, sir, but I could not help you to do what was wrong and cruel. I am the judge of my actions, and neither ask your help nor intend to permit your interference with what does not concern you. God is the judge of mine, sir, and if I had obeyed you, I should have been guilty of all you wish to do with that stick. I don't want to interfere, sir. I try to keep out of your way, and I'm very sorry I happened to come here this evening. I did not dream of meeting you. I thought you had gone to town. He read all her aversion in her eyes, which strove to avoid his, and smiling gently, he continued, You evidently think that I am the very devil himself, walking the earth like a roaring lion. Mind your own affairs hereafter, and when I give you a positive order, obey it, for I am master here, and my word is law. Meddling or disobedience I neither tolerate nor forgive. Do you understand me? I shall not meddle, sir. That means that you will not obey me unless you think proper. She was silent, and her beautiful soft eyes filled with tears. Answer me. I have nothing to say that you would like to hear. What? Out with it. You would have a right to think me impertinent if I said any more. No, I swear I will not devour you, say what you may. She shook her head, and the motion brought 2 tears down on her cheeks. Oh, you are one of the stubborn, sweet saints whose lips even Torquemada's red-hot steel fingers could not open. Child, do you hate or dread me most? Answer that question. He took his own handkerchief and wiped away the tears. I'm sorry for you, sir, she said in a low voice. He threw his head back and laughed heartily. Sorry for me? For me? Me? The owner of as many thousands as there are hairs on your head? Keep your pity for your poverty-stricken vagrant self. Why the deuce are you sorry for me? She withdrew her hands, which he seemed to hold unconsciously, and answered, Because with all your money you never will be happy. But what the devil do I care for happiness? I am not such a fool as to expect it. And yet, after all, out of the mouths of babes and sucklings, pshaw, I'm a fool, nevertheless, to waste words on you. Stop, what do you think of my park and the animals? I notice you often come here. The first time I saw it, I thought of Noah and the ark, with 2 of every living thing, but an hour ago it seemed to me more like the Garden of Eden, where the animals all lay down together in peace, before sin came into it. And Ali and I entered like Satan and completed the vision. Thank you, considering the fact that you are on my premises and know something of my angelic sanctified temper. I must say you indulge in bold flights of imagery. I did not say that, sir. You thought it nevertheless. Don't be hypocritical. Is not that what you thought of? She made no reply, and, anxious to terminate an interview painfully embarrassing to her, stepped forward to pick up the history which lay on the grass. What book is that? She handed it to him, and the leaves happened to open at a picture representing the murder of Becket. A scowl blackened his face as he glanced at it, and turned away, muttering, Malice prepense, or the devil. At a little distance, leisurely cropping the long grass, stood his favourite horse, whose arched forehead and peculiar mouse colour proclaimed his unmistakable descent from the swift hordes that scour the Kirghiz steppes, and sanctioned the whim which induced his master to call him Tamerlane. As Mr. Murray approached his horse, Edna walked away toward the house, fearing that he might overtake her, but no sound of hoofs reached her ears, and looking back as she crossed the avenue and entered the flower garden, She saw horse and rider standing where she left them, and wondered why Mr. Murray was so still, with one arm on the neck of his Tartar pet, and his own head bent down on his hand. In reflecting upon what had occurred, she felt her repugnance increase, and began to think that they could not live in the same house without continual conflicts, which would force her to abandon the numerous advantages now within her grasp. The only ray of hope darted through her mind when she recalled his allusion to a contemplated visit to the South Sea Islands, and the possibility of his long absence. Insensibly her dislike of the owner extended to everything he handled, and much as she had enjoyed the perusal of Dante, she determined to lose no time in restoring the lost volume, which she felt well assured his keen eyes would recognize the first time she inadvertently left it in the library or the greenhouse. The doubt of her honesty, which he had expressed to his mother, rankled in the orphan's memory, and for some days she had been nerving herself to anticipate a discovery of the book by voluntarily restoring it. The rencontre in the park by no means diminished her dread of addressing him on this subject, but she resolved that the rendition of Caesar's Things to Caesar should take place that evening before she slept. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of St. Elmo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. St. Elmo by AugustaJaneevans. Chapter 6. The narrow vaulted passage leading to Mr. Murray's suite of rooms was dim and gloomy when Edna approached the partly open door of the rotunda, whence issued a stream of light. Timidly she crossed the threshold and stood within on the checkered floor, whose polished tiles glistened under the glare of gas from bronze brackets representing telemanes that stood at regular intervals around the apartment. The walls were painted in Saracenic style, and here and there hung specimens of Oriental armor, Turcoman scimitars, Damascus swords, Bedouin lances, and a crimson silk flag with heavy gold fringe, surmounted by a crescent. The cornice of the lofty arched ceiling was elaborately arabesque, and as Edna looked up she saw through the glass roof the flickering of stars in the summer sky. In the center of the room, immediately under the dome, stretched a billiard table, and near it was a circular one of black marble inlaid with red onyx and lapis lazuli, which formed a miniature zodiac similar to that at Dendera, while in the middle of this table sat a small Murano hourglass filled with sand from the dreary valley of El Gore. A huge plaster Trimurti stood close to the wall on a triangular pedestal of black rock, and the Shiva face and the writhing cobra confronted all who entered. Just opposite grinned a red granite slab with a quaint basso relievo taken from the ruins of Ellora. Near the door were 2 silken divans and a richly carved urn, 3 feet high, which had once ornamented the facade of a tomb. In the royal days of Petra, ere the curse fell on Edom, now stood an in memoriam of the original necropolis. For what purpose this room was designed or used, Edna could not imagine, and after a hasty survey of its singular furniture, she crossed the rotunda and knocked at the door, that stood slightly ajar. All was silent, but the smell of a cigar told her that the owner was within, and she knocked once more. "Come in." "I don't wish to come in. I only want to hand you something." "Oh, the deuce you don't! But I never meet people even half-way, so come in you must, if you have anything to say to me. I've neither blue blazes nor pitchforks about me, and you will be safe inside. I give you my word there are no small devils shut up here to fly away with whomsoever peeps in. Either enter, I say, or be off." The temptation was powerful to accept the alternative, but as he had evidently recognized her voice, she pushed open the door and reluctantly entered. It was a long room, and at the end were 2 beautiful fluted white marble pillars, supporting a handsome arch where hung heavy curtains of crimson Persian silk that were now partly looped back, showing the furniture of the sleeping apartment beyond the richly carved arch. For a moment the bright light dazzled the orphan, and she shaded her eyes, but the next instant Mr. Murray rose from a sofa near the window and advanced a step or two, taking the cigar from his lips. "Come to the window and take a seat." He pointed to the sofa, but she shook her head and said quickly, "I have something which belongs to you, Mr. Murray, which I think you must value very much, and therefore I wanted to see it safe in your own hands." Without raising her eyes, she held the book toward him. "What is it?" He took it mechanically, and with his gaze fixed on the girl's face. But as she made no reply, he glanced down at it, and his stern, swarthy face lighted up joyfully. "Is it possible? My Dante! My lost Dante! The copy that has travelled round the world in my pocket, and that I lost a year ago, somewhere in the mountains of Tennessee. Girl, where did you get it?" "I found it where you left it, on the grass near a blacksmith's shop." "A blacksmith's shop? Where?" "Near Chattanooga. Don't you remember the sign under the horseshoe over the door, Aaron Hunt?" "No, but who was Aaron Hunt?" For nearly a minute Edna struggled for composure, and looking suddenly up, said falteringly, "He was my grandfather, the only person in the world I had to care for. Oh, to love me! And, sir—" "Well, go on." "You cursed him because your horse fretted, and he could not shoe him in 5 minutes." "Huh!" There was an awkward silence. St. Elmo Murray bit his lip and scowled, and recovering her self-control, the orphan added, "You put your shawl and book on the ground, and when you started you forgot them. I called you back and gave you your shawl, but I did not see the book for some time, after you rode out of sight." "Yes, yes, I remember now about the shawl and the shop. Strange I did not recognize you before. But how did you learn that the book was mine?" "I did not know it was yours until I came here by accident and heard Mrs. Murray call your name. Then I knew that the initials written in the book spelt your name, and besides I remembered your figure and your voice." Again there was a pause, and her mission ended, Edna turned to go. "Stop! Why did you not give it to me when you first came?" She made no reply, and putting his hand on her shoulder to detain her, he said, more gently than she had ever heard him speak to any one, "Was it because you loved my book, and disliked to part with it, or was it because you feared to come and speak to a man whom you hate? Be truthful." Still she was silent, and raising her face with his palm, as he had done in the park, he continued in the same low, sweet voice, which she could scarcely believe belonged to him, "I'm waiting for your answer, and I intend to have it." Her large, sad eyes were brimming with precious memories as she lifted them steadily to meet his, and answered, "My grandfather was noble and good, and he was all I had in this world." "And you cannot forgive a man who happened to be rude to him?" "If you please, Mr. Murray, I would rather go now. I've given you your book, and that is all I came for." "Which means that you are afraid of me, and want to get out of my sight." She did not deny it, but her face flushed painfully. "Edna Earle, you are at least honest and truthful, and those are rare traits at the present day. I thank you for preserving and returning my Dante. Did you read any of it?" "Yes, sir, all of it. Good night, sir." "Wait a moment. When did Aaron Hunt die?" 2 months after you saw him." "You have no relatives, no cousins, uncles, aunts?" "None that I ever heard of." "I must go, sir." "Good night, child. For the present, when you go out in the grounds, be sure that Wolf, Ali, is chained up, or you may be sorry that I did not cut his throat, as I am still inclined to do." She closed the door, ran lightly across the rotunda, and regaining her own room, felt inexpressibly relieved that the ordeal was over, that in future there remained no necessity for her to address one whose very tones made her shudder, and the touch of whose hand filled her with vague dread and loathing. When the echo of her retreating footsteps died away, St. Elmo threw his cigar out of the window and walked up and down the quaint and elegant rooms, whose bizarrerie would more appropriately have adorned a villa of Parthenope or Lucanian Sybaris than a country house in soi-disant Republican America. The floor, covered in winter with velvet carpet, was of white and black marble, now bare and polished as a mirror, reflecting the figure of the owner as he crossed it. Oval ormolu tables, buhl chairs, and oaken and marqueterie cabinets loaded with cameos, intaglios, abraxoids, whose erudition would have filled Menexarchus with envy, and challenged the admiration of the Samian lapidary who engraved the ring of Polycrates. These and numberless articles of virtu testified to the universality of what St. Elmo called his world scrapings, and to the reckless extravagance and archaistic taste of the collector. On a verd antique table lay a satin cushion holding a vellum manuscript bound in blue velvet, whose unsealed letters were written in purple ink powdered with gold dust, while the margins were stiff with gilded illuminations. And near the cushion, as if prepared to shed light on the curious cryptography, stood an exquisite white glass lamp, shaped like a vase, and richly ornamented with Arabic inscriptions in ultramarine blue, a precious relic of some ruined Laura in the Nitrean desert, by the aid of whose rays the hoary hermits whom Saint Macarius ruled broke the midnight gloom, chanting Kyrie eleison, Christe eleison, 1400 years before St. Elmo's birth. Immediately opposite, on an embossed ivory stand, and protected from air and dust by a glass case, were two antique goblets, one of green veined agate, one of blood red onyx, and into the coating of wax spread along the ivory slab were inserted amphorae, one dry and empty, the other a third full of valerian, whose topaz drops had grown strangely mellow and golden in the ashy cellars of Herculaneum, and had doubtless been destined for some luxurious triclinium in the days of Titus. A small Byzantine picture, painted on wood, with a silver frame ornamented with cornelian stars, and the background heavily gilded, hung over an etagere, where lay a leaf from Nebuchadnezzar's diary, one of those Babylonish bricks on which his royal name was stamped. Near it stood a pair of Bohemian vases, representing the two varieties of lotus, one velvety white with rose-colored veins, the other with delicate blue petals. This latter whim had cost a vast amount of time, trouble, and money, it having been found difficult to carefully preserve, sketch, and paint them for the manufacturer in Bohemia, who had never seen the holy lotus and required specimens. But the indomitable will of the man, to whose wishes neither oceans nor deserts opposed successful barriers, finally triumphed, and the coveted treasures fully repaid their price, as they glistened in the gaslight, perfect as their prototypes, slumbering on the bosom of the Nile, under the blazing midnight stars of rainless Egypt. Several handsome rosewood cases were filled with rare books, two in Pali, centuries old, and moth-eaten volumes and valuable manuscripts, some in parchment, some bound in boards, recalled the days of astrology and alchemy, and the sombre mysteries of Rosicrucianism. Side by side on an ebony stand lay an Elzevir Terence, printed in red letters, and a curious Burman book, whose pages consisted of thin leaves of ivory, gilded at the edges. And here, too, were black Rita from Chiusi, and a Silix from Volsi, and one of those quaint Peruvian jars which was so constructed that when filled with water the air escaped in sounds that resembled that of the song or cry of the animal represented on the vase or jar. In the space between the tall windows that fronted the lawn hung a weird life-size picture that took strange hold on the imagination of all who looked at it. A gray-haired Cimbrian prophetess, in white vestments and brazen girdle, with canvas mantle fastened on the shoulder by a broad brazen clasp, stood with bare feet on a low rude scaffolding, leaning upon her sword and eagerly watching with divining eyes the stream of blood which trickled from the throat of the slaughtered human victim down into the large brazen kettle beneath the scaffold. The snowy locks and white mantles seemed to flutter in the wind, and those who gazed on the stony inexorable face of the prophetess and into the glittering blue eyes shuddered and almost fancied they heard the pattering of the gory stream against the sides of the brass cauldron. But expensive and rare as were these relics of bygone dynasties and mouldering epochs, there was one other object for which the master would have given everything else in this museum of curiosities, and the secret of which no eyes but his own had yet explored. On a sculptured slab that once formed a portion of the architrave of the cave temple at Elephanta was a splendid marble miniature, 4 feet high, of that miracle of Saracenic architecture, the Taj Mahal at Agra. The elaborate carving resembled lacework, and the beauty of the airy dome and slender glittering minarets of this mimic tomb of Nur Mahal could find no parallel save in the superb and matchless original. The richly carved door that closed the arch of the tomb swung back on golden hinges, and opened only by a curiously shaped golden key, which never left Mr. Murray's watch chain. Consequently, what filled the penetralia was left for the conjecture of the imaginative, and when his mother expressed a desire to examine it, he merely frowned and said hastily, "That is Pandora's box, minus imprisoned hope. I prefer it should not be opened." Immediately in front of the tomb he had posted a grim sentinel, a black marble statuette of Moors, modelled from that hideous little brass figure which Spence saw at Florence, representing a skeleton sitting on the ground, resting one arm on an urn. Filled though it was with sparkling bijouterie that would have graced the Barberini or Strozzi cabinets, the glitter of the room was cold and cheerless. No light, childish feet had ever pattered down the long rows of shining tiles. No gushing, mirthful laughter had ever echoed through those lofty windows. Everything pointed to the past, a classic, storied past, but dead as the mummies of Karnak, and treacherously, repulsively lustrous as the waves that break in silver circles over the buried battlements and rustling palms and defiled altars of the proud cities of the plain. No rosy memories of early happy manhood lingered here. No dewy gleam of the merry morning of life, when hope painted and peopled a smiling world. No magic trifles that prattled of the springtime of a heart that in wandering to and fro through the earth had fed itself with dust and ashes, acrid and bitter, had studiously collected only the melancholy symbols of mouldering ruin, desolation, and death, and which found its best type in the Taj Mahal that glistened so mockingly as the gaslight flickered over it. A stranger looking upon St. Elmo Murray for the first time as he paced the floor would have found it difficult to realize that only 34 years had plowed those deep, rugged lines in his swarthy and colorless, but still handsome face, where midnight orgies and habitual excesses had left their unmistakable plague spot, and Mephistopheles had stamped his signet. Blasé, cynical, scoffing, and hopeless, he had stranded his life, and was recklessly striding to his grave, trampling upon the feelings of all with whom he associated, and at war with a world in which his lordly, brilliant intellect would have lifted him to any eminence he desired, and which, properly directed, would have made him the benefactor and ornament of the society he snubbed and derided. Like all strong though misguided natures, the power and activity of his mind enhanced his wretchedness and drove him farther and farther from the path of rectitude, while the consciousness that he was originally capable of loftier, purer aims and nobler pursuits than those that now engrossed his perverted thoughts rendered him savagely morose. For nearly 15 dreary years nothing but jeers and oaths and sarcasms had crossed his finely sculptured lips, which had forgotten how to smile, and it was only when the mocking demon of the wine-cup looked out from his gloomy grey eyes that his ringing, sneering laugh struck like a dagger to the heart that loved him, that of his proud but anxious and miserable mother. Tonight, for the first time since his desperate plunge into the abyss of vice, conscience, which he had believed effectually strangled, stirred feebly, startling him with a faint moan, as unexpected as the echo from Morella's tomb or the resurrection of Ligeia, and down the murdered years came wailing ghostly memories, which even his iron will could no longer scourge to silence. Clamorous as the avenging Erinnys, they refused to be exorcised, and goaded him almost to frenzy. Those sweet, low, timid tones, I am sorry for you, had astonished and mortified him. To be hated and dreaded was not at all unusual or surprising, but to be pitied and despised was a sensation as novel as humiliating, and the fact that all his ferocity failed to intimidate the little vagrant was unpleasantly puzzling. For some time after Edna's departure he pondered all that had passed between them, and at length he muttered, "How thoroughly she abhors me! If I touch her, the flesh absolutely writhes away from my hand, as if I were plague-stricken or a leper. Her very eyelids shudder when she looks at me, and I believe she would more willingly confront Apollyon himself. Strange how she detests me. I have half a mind to make her love me, even despite herself. What a steady, brave look of scorn there was in her splendid eyes when she told me to my face I was sinful and cruel. He set his teeth hard, and his fingers clenched as if longing to crush something, and then came a great revulsion, a fierce spasm of remorse, and his features writhed. Sinful? I cruel? Oh, my lost youth, my cursed and wrecked manhood! If there be a hell blacker than my miserable soul, man has not dreamed of, nor language painted it. What would I not give for a fresh, pure, and untrampled heart, such as slumbers peacefully in yonder room, with no damning recollections to scare sleep from her pillow. Innocent childhood! He threw himself into a chair and hid his face in his hands, and thus an hour went by, during which he neither moved nor sighed. Tearing the veil from the past, he reviewed it calmly, relentlessly, vindictively, and at last rising, he threw his head back with his wonted defiant air, and his face hardened and darkened as he approached the marble mausoleum, and laid his hand upon the golden key. Too late, I cannot afford to reflect. The devil himself would shirk the reading of such a record. He fitted the key in the lock, but paused and laughed scornfully as he slung it back on his chain. Pshaw! I am a fool. After all, I shall not need to see them. The silly, childish mood has passed. He filled a silver goblet with some strong, spicy wine, drank it, and taking down Candide, brightened the gas jets, lighted a fresh cigar, and began to read as he resumed his walk. Lord of himself, that heritage of woe, that fearful empire, which the human breast but holds to rob the heart within of rest. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Saint Elmo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Saint Elmo by Augusta Jane Evans. Chapter 7. Mrs. Murray had informed Edna that the gentleman whom she had engaged to instruct her resided in the neighboring town of , and one Monday morning in August she carried her to see him, telling her, as they drove along, that he was the minister of the largest church in the county, was an old friend of her family, and that she considered herself exceedingly fortunate in having prevailed upon him to consent to undertake her education. The parsonage stood on the skirts of the village, in a square immediately opposite the church, and was separated from it by a wide, handsome street, lined on either side with elm trees. The old-fashioned house was of brick, with a wooden portico jutting out over the front door, and around the slender pillars twined honeysuckle and clematis tendrils, purple with clustering bells, while the brick walls were draped with luxuriant ivy that hung in festoons from the eaves and clambered up the chimneys and in at the windows. The daily swept walk leading to the gate was bordered with white and purple lilies, flags as the villagers dubbed them, and over the little gate sprang an arch of lattice work loaded with Belgian and English honeysuckle, whose fragrant wreaths drooped till they touched the heads of all who entered. When Mrs. Murray and Edna ascended the steps and knocked at the open door, bearing the name Ellen Hammond, no living thing was visible save a thrush that looked out shyly from the clematis vines, and after waiting a moment Mrs. Murray entered unannounced. They looked into the parlor with its cool matting and white curtains and polished old-fashioned mahogany furniture, but the room was unoccupied. Then passing on to the library or study, where tiers of books rose to the ceiling, they saw, through the open window, the form of the pastor, who was stooping to gather the violets blooming in the little shaded garden at the rear of the house. A large white cat sunned herself on the strawberry bed, and a mocking-bird sang in the myrtle tree that overshadowed the study window. Mrs. Murray called to the minister, and taking off his straw hat, he bowed and came to meet them. "Mr. Hammond, I hope I do not interrupt you." "No, Ellen, you never interrupt me. I was merely gathering some violets to strew in a child's coffin. Susan Archer, poor thing, lost her little Winnie last night, and I knew she would like some flowers to sprinkle over her baby." He shook hands with Mrs. Murray, and turning to her companion, offered his hand, saying kindly, "This is my pupil, Edna, I presume. I expected you several days ago, and am very glad to see you at last. Come into the house, and let us become acquainted at once." And as he led the way to the library, talking the while to Mrs. Murray, Edna's eyes followed him with an expression of intense veneration, for he appeared to her a living original of the pictured prophets, the Samuel, Isaiah, and Ezekiel, whose faces she had studied in the large illustrated Bible that lay on a satin cushion in the sitting-room at Le Bocage. 65 years of wrestling and conquests on the Carantma of life had set upon his noble and benignant countenance the seal of holiness, and shed over his placid features the mild, sweet light of a pure, serene heart, of a lofty, trusting, sanctified soul. His white hair and beard had the silvery sheen which seems peculiar to prematurely gray heads, and the snowy mass wonderfully softened the outline of the face, while the pleasant smile on his lips, the warm, cheering light in his bright blue eyes, won the perfect trust, the profound respect, the lasting love and veneration of those who entered the charmed circle of his influence. Learned without pedantry, dignified but not pompous, genial and urbane, never forgetting the sanctity of his mission, though never thrusting its credentials into notice, judging the actions of all with a leniency which he denied to his own, zealous without bigotry, charitable yet rigidly just, as free from austerity as levity, his heart throbbed with warm, tender sympathy for his race. And while none felt his or her happiness complete until his cordial congratulation sealed it, every sad mourner realized that her burden of woe was lightened when poured into his sympathizing ears. The sage counselor of the aged among his flock, he was the loved companion of younger members, in whose juvenile sports and sorrows he was never too busy to interest himself, and it was not surprising that over all classes and denominations he wielded an influence incalculable for good. The limits of one church could not contain his great heart, which went forth in yearning love and fellowship to his Christian brethren and co-laborers throughout the world, while the refrain of his daily work was, "Bear ye one another's burdens." So in the evening of a life blessed with the bounteous fruitage of good deeds, he walked to and fro in the wide vineyard of God, with the light of peace, of faith and hope, and hallowed resignation shining over his worn and aged face. Drawing Edna to a seat beside him on the sofa, Mr. Hammond said, "Mrs. Murray has entrusted your education entirely to me, but before I decide positively what books you will require, I should like to know what particular branches of study you love best. Do you feel disposed to take up Latin?" "Yes, sir, and—" "Well, go on, my dear. Do not hesitate to speak freely." "If you please, sir, I should like to study Greek also." "Oh, nonsense, Edna. Women never have any use for Greek." "It would only be a waste of your time," interrupted Mrs. Murray. Mr. Hammond smiled and shook his head. "Why do you wish to study Greek? You will scarcely be called upon to teach it." "I should not think that I was well or thoroughly educated if I did not understand Greek and Latin. And beside, I want to read what Solon and Pericles and Demosthenes wrote in their own language." "Why, what do you know about those men?" "Only what Plutarch says." "What kind of books do you read with most pleasure?" "History and travels." "Are you fond of arithmetic?" "No, sir. But as a teacher you will have much more use for mathematics than for Greek." "I should think that, with all my life before me, I might study both. And even if I should have no use for it, it would do me no harm to understand it. Knowledge is never in the way, is it?" "Certainly not half so often as ignorance." "Very well, you shall learn Greek as fast as you please. I should like to hear you read something. Here is Goldsmith's Deserted Village. Suppose you try a few lines. Begin here at 'Sweet was the sound.'" She read aloud the passage designated, and as he expressed himself satisfied and took the book from her hand, Mrs. Murray said, "I think the child is as inveterate a bookworm as I ever knew, but for heaven's sake, Mr. Hammond, do not make her a blue stocking. Ellen, did you ever see a genuine blue stocking? I'm happy to be able to say that I never was so unfortunate. You consider yourself lucky, then, in not having known de Stael, Hannah More, Charlotte Bronte, and Mrs. Browning? To be consistent, of course, I must answer yes, but you know we women are never supposed to understand that term, much less possess the jewel itself. And besides, sir, you take undue advantage of me, for the women you mention were truly great geniuses. I was not objecting to genius in women. Without those auxiliaries and adjuncts which you deprecate so earnestly, would their native genius ever have distinguished them, or charmed and benefited the world? Brilliant success makes blue stockings autocratic, and the world flatters and crowns them. But unsuccessful aspirants are strangled with an offensive sobriquet, than which it were better that they had millstones tied about their necks. After all, Ellen, it is rather ludicrous, and seems very unfair, that the whole class of literary ladies should be sneered at on account of the color of Stillingfleet's stockings 80 years ago. If you please, sir, I should like to know the meaning of blue stocking, said Edna. You are in a fair way to understand it if you study Greek, answered Mrs. Murray, laughing at the puzzled expression of the child's countenance. Mr. Hammond smiled and replied, a blue stocking, my dear, is generally supposed to be a lady, neither young, pleasant, nor pretty, and in most instances unmarried, who is unamiable, ungraceful, and untidy, ignorant of all domestic accomplishments and truly feminine acquirements, and ambitious of appearing very learned, a woman whose fingers are more frequently adorned with ink spots than thimble, who holds housekeeping in detestation, and talks loudly about politics, science, and philosophy, who is ugly, and learned, and cross, whose hair is never smooth, and whose ruffles are never fluted. Is that a correct likeness, Ellen? As good as one of Brady's photographs. Take warning, Edna. The title of blue stocking, continued the pastor, originated in a jest many, many years ago, when a circle of very brilliant, witty, and elegant ladies in London met at the house of Mrs. Vesey, to listen to and take part in the conversation of some of the most gifted and learned men England has ever produced. One of those gentlemen, Stillingfleet, who always wore blue stockings, was so exceedingly agreeable and instructive that when he chanced to be absent, the company declared the party was a failure without the blue stockings, as he was familiarly called. A Frenchman who heard of the circumstance gave to these conversational gatherings the name of bas bleu, which means blue stocking, and hence you see that in popular acceptation, I mean in public opinion, the humorous title which was given in compliment to a very charming gentleman is now supposed to belong to very tiresome, pedantic, and disagreeable ladies. Do you understand the matter now? I do not quite understand why ladies have not as good a right to be learned and wise as gentlemen. To satisfy you on that point would involve more historical discussion than we have time for this morning. Some day we will look into the past and find a solution of the question. Meanwhile, you may study as hard as you please, and remember, my dear, that where one woman is considered a blue stocking and tiresomely learned, 20 are more tiresome still because they know nothing. I will obtain all the books you need, and hereafter you must come to me every morning at 9 o'clock. When the weather is good, you can easily walk over from Mrs. Murray's. As they drove homeward, Edna asked, has Mr. Hammond a family? No, he lost his family years ago. But why do you ask that question? I saw no lady, and I wondered who kept the house in such nice order. He has a very faithful servant who attends to his household affairs. In your intercourse with Mr. Hammond, be careful not to allude to his domestic afflictions. Mrs. Murray looked earnestly, searchingly at the girl, as if striving to fathom her thoughts. Then throwing her head back with the haughty air which Edna had remarked in St. Elmo, she compressed her lips, lowered her veil, and remained silent and abstracted until they reached home. The comprehensive and very thorough curriculum of studies now eagerly commenced by Edna, and along which she was gently and skilfully guided by the kind hand of the teacher, furnished the mental aliment for which she hungered, gave constant and judicious exercise to her active intellect, and induced her to visit the quiet parsonage library as assiduously as did Horace, Valgius, and Virgil, the gardens on the Esquiline, where Maecenas held his literary assize. Instead of skimming a few textbooks that crammed the brain with unwieldy scientific technicalities and pompous philosophic terminology, her range of thought and study gradually stretched out into a broader, grander cycle, embracing, as she grew older, the application of those great principles that underlie modern science and crop out in ever-varying phenomena and empirical classifications. Edna's tutor seemed impressed with the fallacy of the popular system of acquiring one branch of learning at a time, locking it away as in drawers of rubbish, never to be opened, where it moulders in shapeless confusion till swept out, ultimately to make room for more recent scientific invoices. Thus, in lieu of the educational plan of finishing natural philosophy and chemistry this session, and geology and astronomy next term, and taking up moral science and criticism the year we graduate, Mr. Hammond allowed his pupil to finish and lay aside none of her studies, but sought to impress upon her the great value of Blackstone's aphorism, for sciences are of a sociable disposition, and flourish best in the neighborhood of each other, nor is there any branch of learning but may be helped and improved by assistance drawn from other arts. Finding that her imagination was remarkably fertile, he required her, as she advanced in years, to compose essays, letters, dialogues, and sometimes orations, all of which were not only written and handed in for correction, but he frequently directed her to recite them from memory, and invited her to assist him while he dissected and criticized either her diction, line of argument, choice of metaphors, or intonation of voice. In these compositions he encouraged her to seek illustrations from every department of letters, and convert her theme into a focus upon which to pour all the concentrated light which research could reflect, assuring her that what is often denominated far-fetchedness in metaphors furnish not only evidence of the laborious industry of the writer, but is an implied compliment to the cultured taste and general knowledge of those for whose entertainment or edification they are employed, provided always said metaphors and similes really illustrate, elucidate, and adorn the theme discussed, when properly understood. His favorite plea in such instances was, if Humboldt and Cuvier and Linnaeus and Ehrenberg have made mankind their debtors by scouring the physical cosmos for scientific data, which every living savant devours, assimilates, and reproduces in dynamic, physiologic, or entomologic theories, is it not equally laudable in scholars, orators, and authors? Nay, is it not obligatory on them to subsidize the vast cosmos of literature, to circumnavigate the world of belles lettres in search of new hemispheres of thought, and spice islands of illustrations, bringing their rich gleanings to the great public mart, where men barter their intellectual merchandise? Wide as the universe, and free as its winds, should be the range of human mind. Yielding allegiance to the axiom that the proper study of mankind is man, and recognizing the fact that history faithfully epitomizes the magnificent triumphs and stupendous failures, the grand capacities and innate frailties of the races, he fostered and stimulated his pupil's fondness for historic investigation, while in impressing upon her memory the chronologic sequence of events he not only grouped into great epochs, the principal dramas over which Clio holds august critical tribunal, but so carefully selected her miscellaneous reading, that poetry, novels, biography, and essays reflected light upon the actors of the particular epoch which she was studying, and thus through the subtle but imperishable links of association of ideas, chained them in her mind. The extensive library at Le Bocage, and the valuable collection of books at the parsonage, challenged research, and with a boundless ambition, equaled only by her patient, persevering application, Edna devoted herself to the acquisition of knowledge, and astonished and delighted her teacher by the rapidity of her progress, and the vigor and originality of her restless intellect. The noble catholicity of spirit that distinguished Mr. Hammond's character encouraged her to discuss freely the ethical and psychological problems that arrested her attention as she grew older, and facilitated her appreciation and acceptance of the great fact that all bigotry springs from narrow minds and partial knowledge. He taught her that truth, scorning monopolies and deriding patents, lends some valuable element to almost every human system, that ignorance, superstition, and intolerance are the red-handed Huns that ravage society, immolating the pioneers of progress upon the shrine of prejudice, fettering science, blindly bent on divorcing natural and revealed truth, which God hath joined together in holy and eternal wedlock. And while they battle a l'outrance with every innovation, lock the wheels of human advancement, turning a deaf ear to the thrilling cry, yet I doubt not through the ages one increasing purpose runs, and the thoughts of men are widened with the process of the suns. If Carlyle be correct in his declaration that truly a thinking man is the worst enemy the prince of darkness can have, and every time such a one announces himself, there runs a shudder through the nether empire, where new emissaries are trained with new tactics to hoodwink and handcuff him, who can doubt that the long dynasty of Eblis will instantly terminate, when every pulpit in Christendom, from the frozen shores of Spitzbergen to the green dells of Ojai, from the shining spires of Europe to the rocky battlements that front the Pacific, shall be filled with meek and holy men, of ripe scholarship and resistless eloquence, whose scientific erudition keeps pace with their evangelical piety, and whose irreproachable lives attest that their hearts are indeed hallowed temples of that loving charity that suffereth long and is kind, that vaunteth not itself, is not puffed up, thinketh no evil, beareth all things, hopeth all things, endureth all things. While Christ walked to and fro among the palms and poppies of Palestine, glorifying a new and accursed and degraded human nature, unlettered fishermen who mended their nets and trimmed their sails along the blue waves of Galilee were fit instruments in his guiding hands for the dissemination of his gospel. But when the days of the incarnation ended, and Jesus returned to the Father, all the learning and the mighty genius of Saul of Tarsus were required to confront and refute the scoffing sophists who, replete with Philhellenic lore, and within sight of the marvelous triglyphs and metopes of the Parthenon, gathered on Mars Hill to defend their marble altars to the unknown God. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Saint Elmo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Saint Elmo by augustajaneevans. Chapter 8. During the months of September and October, Mrs. Murray filled the house with company, and parties of gentlemen came from time to time to enjoy the game season and take part in the hunts to which St. Elmo devoted himself. There were elegant dinners and petits soupers that would not have disgraced Tusculum or made Lucullus blush, when Pompey and Cicero sought to surprise him in the Apollo. There were billiard matches and horse races and merry gatherings at the Tin Pin Alley, and laughter, music, and dancing usurped the dominions where silence and gloom had so long reigned. Naturally shy and unaccustomed to companionship, Edna felt no desire to participate in these festivities, but became more and more absorbed in her studies, and her knowledge of the company was limited to the brief intercourse of the table, where she observed the deference yielded to the opinions of the master of the house, and the dread that all manifested lest they should fall under the lash of his merciless sarcasm. An Ishmael in society, his uplifted hand smote all conventionalities and shams, spared neither age nor sex nor sanctuaries, and acknowledged sanctity nowhere. The punctilious courtesy of his manner polished and pointed his satire, and when a personal application of his remarks was possible, he would bow gracefully to the lady indicated, and fill her glass with wine, while he filled her heart with chagrin and rankling hate. Since the restoration of the Dante, not a word had passed between him and Edna, who regarded him with increasing detestation, but on one occasion, when the conversation was general, and he sat silent at the foot of the table, she looked up at him, and found his eyes fixed on her face. Inclining his head slightly to arrest her attention, he handed a decanter of sherry to one of the servants with some brief direction, and a moment after her glass was filled, and the waiter said, "Mr. Murray's compliments to Aaron Hunt's granddaughter." Observation had taught her what was customary on such occasions, and she knew that he had once noticed her taking wine with a gentleman who sat next to her, but now repugnance conquered politeness. The mention of her grandfather's name seemed an insult from his lips, and putting her hand over her glass, she looked him full in the face and shook her head. Nevertheless, he lifted his wine, bowed, and drank the last drop in the crystal goblet, then turned to a gentleman on his right hand, and instantly entered into a learned discussion on the superiority of the wines of the Levant over those of Germany, quoting triumphantly the lines of M. de Nevers, "Sur la membrance de leur sang font des silences charmants." When the ladies withdrew to the parlor, he rose, as was his custom, and held the door open for them. Edna was the last of the party, and as she passed him, he smiled mockingly, and said, "It was unfortunate that my mother omitted to enumerate etiquette in the catalogue of studies prosecuted at the parsonage." Instantly the answer sprang to her lips. She knew I had a teacher for that branch nearer home. But her conscience smote her. She repressed the words, and said gravely, "My reason was, that I think only good friends should take wine together." "This is your declaration of war. Very well. Only remember, I raise a black flag, and show no quarter. Woe to the conquered." She hurried away to the library, and thenceforth kept out of his way more assiduously than ever, while the fact that he scrutinized her closely rendered her constrained and uncomfortable when forced to enter his presence. Mrs. Murray well understood her hostile feeling toward her son, but she never alluded to it, and his name was not mentioned by either. One by one the guests departed. Autumn passed. Winter was ushered in by wailing winds and drizzling rains. And one morning, as Edna came out of the hothouse with a basketful of camellias, she saw St. Elmo bidding his mother good-bye as he started on his long journey to Oceanica. They stood on the steps. Mrs. Murray's head rested on his shoulder, and bitter tears were falling on her cheeks as she talked eagerly and rapidly to him. Edna heard him say impatiently, "You ask what is impossible. It is worse than useless to urge me. Better pray that I may find a peaceful grave in the cinnamon groves and under the plumy palms of the far south." He kissed his mother's cheek and sprang into the saddle, but checked his horse at sight of the orphan, who stood a few yards distant. "Are you coming to say good-bye, or do you reserve such courtesies for your good friends?" Regret for her former rudeness and sympathy for Mrs. Murray's uncontrollable distress softened her heart toward him. She selected the finest white camellia in the basket, walked close to the horse, and tendering the flower, said, "Good-bye, sir. I hope you will enjoy your travels." "And prolong them indefinitely? Ah, you offer a flag of truce. I warned you I should not respect it. You know my motto, Nemo me impune lacessit. Thank you for this lovely peace offering. Since you are willing to negotiate, run and open the gate for me. I may never pass through it again, except as a ghost." She placed her basket on the steps and ran down the avenue, while he paused to say something to his mother. Edna knew that he expected to be absent, possibly several years, and while she regretted the pain which his departure gave her benefactress, She could not avoid rejoicing at the relief she promised herself during his sojourn in foreign lands. Slowly he rode along the venerable aisle of elms that had overarched his childish head in the sunny morning of a quickly clouded life, and as he reached the gate which Edna held open, he dismounted. "Edna, if you are as truthful in all matters as you have proved in your dislikes, I may safely entrust this key to your keeping. It belongs to that marble temple in my sitting-room, and opens a vault that contains my will, and a box of papers, and some other things that I value. There is no possibility of entering it except with this key, and no one but myself knows the contents. I wish to leave the key with you on two conditions. First, that you never mention it to anyone, not even my mother, or allow her to suspect that you have it. Secondly, that you promise me solemnly you will not open the tomb or temple unless I fail to return at the close of 4 years. This is the 10th of December, 4 years from today, if I am not here, and if you have good reason to consider me dead, take this key, which I wish you to wear about your person, to my mother, inform her of this conversation, and then open the vault. Can you resist the temptation to look into it? Think well before you answer." He had disengaged the golden key from his watch chain and held it in his hand. "I should not like to take charge of it, Mr. Murray. You can certainly trust your own mother sooner than an utter stranger like myself." He frowned and muttered an oath, then exclaimed, "I tell you I do not choose to leave it in any hands but yours. Will you promise, or will you not?" The dreary wretchedness, the savage hopelessness of his countenance awed and pained the girl, and after a moment's silence and a short struggle with her heart, she extended her hand, saying with evident reluctance, "Give me the key. I will not betray your trust." "Do you promise me solemnly that you will never open that vault except in accordance with my directions? Weigh the promise well before you give it." "Yes, sir, I promise most solemnly." He laid the key in her palm and continued, "My mother loves you. Try to make her happy while I am away, and if you succeed you will be the first person to whom I have ever been indebted. I have left directions concerning my books and the various articles in my rooms. Feel no hesitation in examining any that may interest you, and see that the dust does not ruin them. Good-bye, child. Take care of my mother." He held out his hand. She gave him hers for an instant only, and he mounted, lifted his cap, and rode away. Closing the ponderous gate, Edna leaned her face against the iron bars and watched the lessening form. Gradually trees intervened, then at a bend in the road she saw him wheel his horse as if to return. For some moments he remained stationary, looking back, but suddenly disappeared, and with a sigh of indescribable relief she retraced her steps to the house. As she approached the spot where Mrs. Murray still sat with her face hidden in her handkerchief, the touch of the little key, tightly folded in her palm, brought a painful consciousness of concealment and a tinge of shame to her cheeks, for it seemed in her eyes an insult to her benefactress that the guardianship of the papers should have been withheld from her. She would have stolen away to her own room to secrete the key, but Mrs. Murray called her, and as she sat down beside her, the miserable mother threw her arms around the orphan, and resting her cheek on her head, wept bitterly. Timidly, but very gently and tenderly, the latter strove to comfort her, caressing the white hands that were clasped in almost despairing anguish. "Dear Mrs. Murray, do not grieve so deeply. He may come back much earlier than you expect. He will get tired of traveling, and come back to his own beautiful home, and to you, who love him so devotedly." "No, no, he will stay away as long as possible. It is not beautiful to him. He hates his home and forgets me. My loneliness, my anxiety are nothing in comparison to his morbid love of change. I shall never see him again." But he loves you very much, and that will bring him to you." "Why do you think so?" "He pointed to you a few moments ago, and his face was full of wretchedness when he told me, 'Make my mother happy while I am gone, and you will be the first person to whom I have ever been indebted.' Do not weep so, dear Mrs. Murray. God can preserve him as well on sea as here at home." "Oh, but he will not pray for himself," sobbed the mother. "Then you must pray all the more for him, and go where he will, he cannot get beyond God's sight, or out of his merciful hands. You know Christ said, 'Whatsoever you ask in my name, I will do it.' And if the Syrophoenician's daughter was saved not by her own prayers, but by her mother's faith, why should not God save your son, if you pray and believe?" Mrs. Murray clasped Edna closer to her heart, and kissed her warmly. "You are my only comfort. If I had your faith, I should not be so unhappy. My dear child, promise me one thing, that every time you pray you will remember my son, and ask God to preserve him in his wanderings, and bring him safely back to his mother. I know you do not like him, but for my sake will you not do this?" "My prayers are not worth much, but I will always remember to pray for him. And, Mrs. Murray, while he is away, suppose you have family prayer, and let all the household join in praying for the absent master. I think it would be such a blessing and comfort to you. Grandpa always had prayer night and morning, and it made every day seem almost as holy as Sunday." Mrs. Murray was silent a little while, and answered hesitatingly, "But, my dear, I should not know how to offer up prayers before the family. I can pray for myself, but I should not like to pray aloud." There was a second pause, and finally she said, "Edna, would you be willing to conduct prayers for me? It is your house, and God expects the head of every family to set an example. Even the pagans offered sacrifices every day for the good of the household, and you know the Jews had morning and evening sacrifices. So it seems to me family prayer is such a beautiful offering on the altar of the hearthstone. If you do not wish to pray yourself, you could read a prayer. There is a book called Family Prayer, with selections for every day in the week. I saw a copy at the parsonage, and I can get one like it at the bookstore, if you desire it. That will suit my purpose much better than trying to compose them myself. You must get the book for me. But, Edna, don't go to school to-day. Stay at home with me. I'm so lonely and low-spirited. I will tell Mr. Hammond that I could not spare you. Beside, I want you to help me arrange some valuable relics belonging to my son. And now that I think of it, he told me he wished you to use any of his books or manuscripts that you might like to examine. This is a great honor, child, for he has refused many grown people admission to his rooms. Come with me. I want to lock up his curiosities." They went through the rotunda and into the rooms together, and Mrs. Murray busied herself in carefully removing the cameos, intaglios, antique vases, goblets, etc., etc., from the tables, and placing them in the drawers of the cabinets. As she crossed the room, tears fell on the costly trifles, and finally she approached the beautiful miniature temple and stooped to look at the fastening. She selected the smallest key in the bunch, that contained a dozen, and attempted to fit it in the small opening, but it was too large. Then she tried her watch key, but without success, and a look of chagrin crossed her sad, tear-stained face. "St. Elmo has forgotten to leave the key with me." Edna's face grew scarlet, and stooping to pick up a heavy cornelian seal that had fallen on the carpet, she said hastily, "What is that marble temple intended to hold?" "I have no idea. It is one of my son's Oriental fancies. I presume he uses it as a private desk for his papers." "Does he leave the key with you when he goes from home?" "This is the first time he has left home for more than a few weeks, since he brought this gem from the East. I must write to him about the key before he sails. He has it on his watch chain." The same curiosity which, in ages long past, prompted the discovery of the Eleusinian or Kabiri mysteries, now suddenly took possession of Edna as she looked wonderingly at the shining facade of the exquisite Taj Mahal, and felt that only a promise stood between her and its contents. Escaping to her own room, she proceeded to secrete the troublesome key, and to reflect upon the unexpected circumstances which not only rendered it her duty to pray for the wanderer, but necessitated her keeping always about her a souvenir of the man whom she could not avoid detesting, and was yet forced to remember continually. On the following day, when she went to her usual morning recitation and gave the reason for her absence, she noticed that Mr. Hammond's hand trembled, and a look of keen sorrow settled on his face. Gone again, and so soon, so far, far away from all good influences? He put down the Latin grammar and walked to the window, where he stood for some time, and when he returned to his armchair, Edna saw that the muscles of his face were unsteady. Did he not stop to tell you good-bye? No, my dear, he never comes to the parsonage now. When he was a boy, I taught him here in this room, as I now teach you. But for 15 years he has not crossed my threshold, and yet I never sleep until I have prayed for him. Oh, I am so glad to hear that. Now I know he will be saved." The minister shook his grey head, and Edna saw tears in his mild blue eyes as he answered, "A man's repentance and faith cannot be offered by proxy to God. So long as St. Elmo Murray persists in insulting his Maker, I shudder for his final end. He has the finest intellect I've ever met among living men, but it is unsanctified. Worse still, it is dedicated to the work of scoffing at and blaspheming the truths of religion. In his youth he promised to prove a blessing to his race and an ornament to Christianity. Now he is a curse to the world and a dreary burden to himself." "What changed him so sadly?" "Some melancholy circumstances that occurred early in his life. Edna, he planned and built that beautiful church where you come on Sabbath to hear me preach, and about the time it was finished he went off to college. When he returned he avoided me, and has never yet been inside of the costly church which his taste and his money constructed. Still, while I live, I shall not cease to pray for him, hoping that in God's good time he will bring him back to the pure faith of his boyhood." "Mr. Hammond, is he not a very wicked man?" "He had originally the noblest heart I ever knew, and was as tender in his sympathies as a woman, while he was almost reckless in his munificent charities. But in his present irreligious state I hear that he has grown bitter and sour and illiberal. Yet, however repulsive his manner may be, I cannot believe that his nature is utterly perverted. He is dissipated, but not unprincipled. Let him rest, my child, in the hands of his God, who alone can judge him. We can but pray and hope. Go on with your lesson." The recitation was resumed and ended, but Edna was well aware that for the first time her teacher was inattentive, and the heavy sighs that passed his lips almost unconsciously told her how sorely he was distressed by the erratic course of his quondam pupil. When she rose to go home, she asked the name of the author of the family prayers which she wished to purchase for Mrs. Murray, and the pastor's face flushed with pleasure as he heard of her cherished scheme. "My dear child, be circumspect, be prudent. Above all things, be consistent. Search your own heart. Try to make your life an exposition of your faith. Let profession and practice go hand in hand. Ask God's special guidance in the difficult position in which you are placed, and your influence for good in Mrs. Murray's family may be beyond all computation." Laying his hands on her head, he continued tremulously, "Oh, my God, if it be thy will, make her the instrument of rescuing, ere it be indeed too late. Help me to teach her aright, and let her pure life atone for all the inconsistencies and wrongs that have well nigh wrought eternal ruin." Turning quickly away, he left the room before she could even catch a glimpse of his countenance. The strong and lasting affection that sprang up between instructor and pupil, the sense of dependence on each other's society, rarely occurs among persons in whose ages so great a disparity exists. Spring and autumn have no affinities. Age has generally no sympathy for the gushing sprightliness, the eager questioning, the rose-hued dreams and aspirations of young people, and youth shrinks chilled and constrained from the austere companionship of those who, with snowy locks, gilded by the fading rays of a setting sun, tottered down the hill of life, journeying to the dark and silent valley of the shadow of death. Preferring Mr. Hammond's society, though that of the comparative strangers who visited Mrs. Murray, Edna spent half of her time at the quiet parsonage, and the remainder with her books and music. That, under auspices so favourable, her progress was almost unprecedentedly rapid, furnished matter of surprise to no one who was capable of estimating the results of native genius and vigorous application. Mrs. Murray watched the expansion of her mind and the development of her beauty with emotions of pride and pleasure, which, had she analyzed them, would have told her how dear and necessary to her happiness the orphan had become. As Edna's reasoning powers strengthened, Mr. Hammond led her gradually to the contemplation of some of the gravest problems that have from time immemorial perplexed and maddened humanity, plunging one half into blind, bigoted traditionalism, and scourging the other into the dreary, sombre, starless waste of Pyrrhonism. Knowing full well that of every earnest soul and honest, profound thinker these ontologic questions would sooner or later demand audience, he wisely placed her in the philosophic palestra, encouraged her wrestlings, cheered her on, handed her from time to time the instruments and aids she needed, and then, when satisfied that the intellectual gymnastics had properly trained and developed her, he invited her, where he felt assured the spirit of the age would inevitably drive her, to the great Pythian games of speculation, where the lordly intellects of the 19th century gathered to test their rationative skill and bear off the crown of bay on the point of a syllogism or the wings of an audacious hypothesis. Thus immersed in study, weeks, months, and years glided by, bearing her young life swiftly across the Enomedes of girlhood, nearer and nearer to the portals of that mystic temple of womanhood, on whose fair fretted shrine was to be offered a heart, either consumed by the baleful fires of Baal, or purified and consecrated by the Shekinah promised through Messiah. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of St. Elmo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. St. Elmo by augustajaneevans. Chapter 9. During the first year of Mr. Murray's absence, his brief letters to his mother were written at long intervals. In the second, they were rarer and briefer still. But toward the close of the third, he wrote more frequently, and announced his intention of revisiting Egypt before his return to the land of his birth. Although no allusion was ever made to Edna, Mrs. Murray sometimes read aloud descriptions of beautiful scenery, written now among the scoriae of Mauna Roa or Mauna Kea, and now from the pinnacle of Mount Ophir, whence through waving forests of nutmeg and clove flashed the blue waters of the Indian Ocean, or the silver ripples of Malacca, and on such occasions the orphan listened eagerly, entranced by the tropical luxuriance and grandeur of his imagery, by his gorgeous word-painting, which to her charmed ears seemed scarcely inferior to the wonderful pen-portraits of Ruskin. Those letters seemed flecked with the purple and gold, the amber and rose, the opaline and beryline tints, of which he spoke in telling the glories of Polynesian and Malaysian skies, and the matchless verdure and floral splendors of their serene, spicy dells. For many days after the receipt of each, Mrs. Murray was graver and sadder, but the spectre that had disquieted Edna was thoroughly exorcised, and only when the cold touch of the golden key startled her was she conscious of a vague dread of some far-off but slowly and surely approaching evil. In the 4th year of her pupilage she was possessed by an unconquerable desire to read the Talmud, and in order to penetrate the mysteries and seize the treasures hidden in that exhaustless mine of Oriental myths, legends, and symbolisms, she prevailed upon Mr. Hammond to teach her Hebrew and the rudiments of Chaldee. Very reluctantly and disapprovingly he consented, and subsequently informed her that, as he had another pupil who was also commencing Hebrew, he would class them and hear their recitations together. This new student was Mr. Gordon Lee, a lawyer in the town, and a gentleman of wealth and high social position. Although quite young, he gave promise of eminence in his profession, and was a great favourite of the minister, who pronounced him the most upright and exemplary young man of his acquaintance. Edna had seen him several times at Mrs. Murray's dinners, but while she thought him exceedingly handsome, polite, and agreeable, she regarded him as a stranger until the lessons at the parsonage brought them every 2 days around the little table in the study. They began the language simultaneously, but Edna, knowing the flattering estimation in which he was held, could not resist the temptation to measure her intellect with his, and soon threatened to outrun him in the Talmud race. Piqued pride and a manly resolution to conquer spurred him on, and the venerable instructor looked on and laughed at the generous emulation thus excited. He saw an earnest friendship daily strengthening between the rivals, and knew that in Gordon Lee's magnanimous nature there was no element which could cause an objection to the companionship to which he had paved the way. 4 months after the commencement of the new study, Edna rose at daylight to complete some exercises which she had neglected to write out on the previous evening, and as soon as she concluded the task, went downstairs to gather the flowers. It was the cloudless morning of her 17th birthday, and as she stood clipping geraniums and jasmine and verbena, memory flew back to the tender years in which the grisly blacksmith had watched her career with such fond pride and loving words of encouragement, and painted the white-haired old man smoking on the porch that fronted Lookout, while from his lips, tremulous with a tender smile, seemed to float the last words he had spoken to her on that calm afternoon when, in the fiery light of a dying day, he was gathered to his forefathers. "You will make me proud of you, my little Pearl, when you are smart enough to teach a school and take care of me, for I shall be too old to work by that time." Now, after the lapse of years, when her educational course was almost finished, she recalled every word and look and gesture, even the thrill of horror that shook her limbs when she kissed the lips that death had sealed an hour before. Mournfully vivid was her recollection of her 10th birthday, for then he had bought her a blue ribbon for her hair and a little china cup and saucer, and now tears sprang to her eyes as she murmured, "I have studied hard, and the triumph is at hand, but I have nobody to be proud of me now. Ah, Grandpa, if you could only come back to me, your little Pearl. It is so desolate to be alone in this great world, so hard to have to know that nobody cares specially whether I live or die, whether I succeed or fail ignominiously. I have only myself to live for, only my own heart and will to sustain and stimulate me." Through the fringy acacias that waved their long hair across the hothouse windows, the golden sunshine flickered over the graceful, rounded, lithe figure of the orphan, over the fair young face with its delicate cameo features, warm, healthful colouring, and brave, hopeful expression. 4 years had developed the pretty, sad-eyed child into a lovely woman, with a pure heart filled with humble, unostentatious piety, and a clear, vigorous intellect inured to study, and ambitious of every honourable eminence within the grasp of true womanhood. Edna had endeavoured to realize and remember what her Bible first taught her, and what moralists of all creeds, climes, and ages had reiterated, that human life was at best but vanity and vexation of spirit, that man is born to trouble as the sparks fly upward. Yet as she stood on the line, narrow and thin as Al Sirat, that divides girlhood and womanhood, all seemed to her fresh, pure heart as inviting and bewitching as the magnificent panorama upon which enraptured Lotophagi gazed from the ancient Acropolis of Cyrene. As Edna turned to leave the hothouse, the ring of horses' hoofs on the rocky walk attract her attention, and a moment after Mr. Lee gave his horse to the gardener and came to meet her. "Good morning, Miss Edna. As I am bearer of dispatches from my sister to Mrs. Murray, I have invited myself to breakfast with you." "You are an earlier riser than I had supposed, Mr. Lee, from your lamentations over your exercises." "I do not deny that I love my morning nap, and generally indulge myself, for like Sydney Smith I can easily make up my mind to rise early, but I cannot make up my body. In one respect I certainly claim equality with Thorwaldsen. My talent for sleeping is inferior neither to his nor Gerda's. Do you know that we are both to have a holiday to-day?" "No, sir. Upon what score?" "It happens to be my birthday, as well as yours, and as my sister, Mrs. Inge, gives a party to-night in honour of the event, I have come to insist that my classmate shall enjoy the same reprieve that I promised myself. Mrs. Inge commissioned me to ensure your presence at her party." "Thank you, but I never go out to parties." "But bad precedents must not guide you any longer. If you persist in staying at home, I shall not enjoy the evening, for in every dance I shall fancy my vis-à-vis, your spectre, with an exercise in one hand and a Hebrew grammar in the other. A propos, Mr. Hammond told me to say that he would not expect you to-day, but would meet you to-night at Mrs. Inge's. You need not trouble yourself to decline, for I shall arrange matters with Mrs. Murray. In honour of my birthday, will you not give me a sprig of something sweet from your basket?" They sat down on the steps of the dining-room, and Edna selected some delicate oxalis cups and nutmeg geranium leaves, which she tied up and handed to her companion. Fastening them in the buttonhole of his coat, he drew a small box from his pocket and said, "I noticed last week when Mr. Hammond was explaining the Basilidian tenets, you manifested some curiosity concerning their amulets and mythical stones. Many years ago, while an uncle of mine was missionary in Arabia, he saved the life of a son of a wealthy sheik, and received from him, in token of his gratitude, a curious ring, which tradition said once belonged to a caliph, and had been found near the ruins of Chilminar. The ring was bequeathed to me, and is probably the best authenticated antique in this country. Presto! We are in Baghdad, in the blessed reign, in the golden prime of good Harun al-Rashid. I'm versed in neither Kufrik nor Neski lore, but the characters engraved on this ring are said to belong to the former dialect, and to mean peace be with thee, which is, and I believe has been, from time immemorial, the national salutation of the Arabs." He unwound the cotton that enveloped the gem, and held it before Edna's eyes. A broad band of dusky tarnished gold was surmounted by a large crescent-shaped emerald, set with beautiful pearls, and underneath the Arabic inscription was engraved a ram's head, bearing on one horn a small crescent, on the other a star. As Edna bent forward to examine it, Mr. Lee continued, "I do not quite comprehend the symbolism of the ram's head and the star. The crescent is clear enough. I think I can guess the meaning." Edna's eyes kindled. "Tell me your conjecture. My own does not satisfy me, as the Arabic love of mutton is the only solution at which I have arrived." "Oh, Mr. Lee, look at it and think a moment." "Well, I have looked at it and thought a great deal, and I tell you mutton broth sherbet is the only idea suggested to my mind. You need not look so shocked, for when cooled with the snows of Caucasus, I am told it makes a beverage fit for Greek gods. Think of the 2nd chapter of St. Luke." He pondered a moment and answered gravely, "I am sorry to say that I do not remember that particular chapter well enough to appreciate your clue." She hesitated, and the colour deepened on her cheek as she repeated in a low voice, "And there were in the same country shepherds abiding in the field, keeping watch over their flock by night. And lo, the angel of the Lord came upon them, and the glory of the Lord shone round about them. And suddenly there was with the angel a multitude of the heavenly host, praising God and saying, Glory to God in the highest, and on earth peace, goodwill toward men." Mr. Lee, the star on the ram's horn may be the star of Bethlehem that shone over the manger, and the Arabic inscription is certainly the salutation of the angel to the shepherds. "Peace, goodwill toward men," says St. Luke. "Peace be with thee," said Islamism. Your solution seems plausible, but, pardon me, is totally inadmissible, from the fact that it blends crescent and cross, and ignores antagonisms that deluge centuries with blood. You forget, Mr. Lee, that Mohammedanism is nothing but a huge eclecticism, and that its founder stole its elements from surrounding systems. The symbolism of the crescent he took from the mysteries of Isis and Ashtart. The ethical code of Christ he engrafted on the monotheism of Judaism. His typical forms are drawn from the Old Testament or the more modern Mishma, and his pretended miracles are mere repetitions of the wonders performed by our Savior. For instance, the basket of dates, the roasted lamb, the loaf of barley bread in the siege of Medina. Even the Muslim Jahannam is a palpable imitation of the Hebrew Gehenna. Besides, sir, you know that Sabianism reigned in Arabia just before the advent of Muhammad, and if you refuse to believe that the Star of Bethlehem was signified by this one shining here on the ram's horn, at least you must admit that it refers to stars studied by the shepherds who watched their flocks on the Chaldean plains. In a cabinet of coins and medals belonging to Mr. Murray, I have examined one of silver representing Ashtaroth, with the head of a woman adorned with horns in a crescent, and another of brass containing an image of Baal, a human face on the head of an ox, with the horns surrounded by stars. However, I am very ignorant of these things, and you must refer the riddle of the ring to some one more astute and learned in such matters than your humble yoke-fellow in Hebrew. Peace be with you. I repeat, peace be with thee, during the new year on which we are both entering, and as you have at least attempted to read the riddle, let me beg that you will do me the honour to accept and wear the ring, in memory of our friendship and our student life. He took her hand and would have placed the ring on her finger, but she resisted. Thank you, Mr. Lee. I appreciate the honour, but indeed you must excuse me. I cannot accept the ring. Why not, Miss Edna? In the first place, because it is very valuable and beautiful, and I am not willing to deprive you of it. In the second, I do not think it proper to accept presents from anyone but relatives or dear friends. I thought we were dear friends. Why can we not be such? At this moment Mrs. Murray came into the dining room, and as she looked at the two sitting there in the early sunshine, with the basket of flowers between them, as she marked the heightened colour and embarrassed expression on one fair sweet face, and the eager pleading written on the other, so full of manly beauty, so frank and bright and genial, a possible destiny for both flashed before her, and pleased surprise warmed her own countenance as she hurried forward. "Good morning, Gordon. I am very glad to see you. How is Clara?" "Quite well, thank you, and entirely absorbed in preparations for our party, as you will infer from this note, which she charged me to deliver in person, and for which I here pray your most favourable consideration." As Mrs. Murray glanced over the note, Edna turned to leave the room, but Mr. Lee exclaimed, "Do not go just yet. I wish Mrs. Murray to decide a matter for me." "Well, Gordon, what is it?" "First, do you grant my sister's petition?" "Certainly. I will bring Edna with me tonight, unless she prefers staying at home with her books. You know I let her do pretty much as she pleases. Here is a curious old ring which she will appreciate more highly than anyone else whom I happen to know, and I want her to accept it as a birthday memento from me. But a few minutes ago she refused to wear it. Can you not come to my assistance, my dear Mrs. Murray?" She took the ring, examined it, and said after a pause, "I think, Gordon, that she did exactly right. But I also think that now, with my approval and advice, she need not hesitate to wear it henceforth as a token of your friendship. Edna, hold out your hand, my dear." The ring was slipped on that slender finger, and as she released her hand, Mrs. Murray bent down and kissed her forehead. 17 today, my child, I can scarcely believe it. And you, Gordon, may I ask how old you are? 25, I grieve to say. You need not tell me. The conversation was interrupted by the ringing of the breakfast bell, and soon after Mr. Lee took his departure. Edna felt puzzled and annoyed, and as she looked down at the ring, she thought that instead of "Peace be with thee," the Semitic characters must surely mean "Disquiet seize thee," for they had shivered the beautiful calm of her girlish nature, and thrust into her mind ideas unknown until that day. Going to her own room, she opened her books, but ere she could fix her wandering thoughts, Mrs. Murray entered. "Edna, I came to speak to you about your dress for to-night. Please do not say that you wish me to go, my dear Mrs. Murray, for I dread the very thought. But I must tell you that I insist upon your conforming to the usages of good society. Mrs. Inge belongs to one of the very first families in the state. At her house you will meet the best people, and you could not possibly make your début under more favourable circumstances. Besides, it is very unnatural that a young girl should not enjoy parties and the society of gay young people. You are very unnecessarily making a recluse of yourself, and I shall not permit you to refuse such an invitation as Mrs. Inge has sent. It would be rude in the extreme. Dear Mrs. Murray, you speak of my debut as if, like other girls, I had nothing else to do but fit myself for society. These people care nothing for me, and I am as little interested in them. I have no desire to move for a short time in a circle from which my work in life must soon separate me. To what work do you allude? The support which I must make by teaching. In a few months I hope to be able to earn all I need, and then it will be quite time enough to determine what necessity demands. In the meanwhile, as long as you are in my house, you must allow me to judge what is proper for you. Clara Inge is my friend, and I cannot allow you to be rude to her. I have sent the carriage to town for Miss O'Reilly. My mantua maker and Hagar will make the skirt of your dress. Come into my room and let her take the measure. Thank you for your kind thoughtfulness, but indeed I do not want to go. Please let me stay at home. You can frame some polite excuse, and Mrs. Inge cares not whether I go or stay. I will write my regrets, and don't be childish, Edna. I care whether you go or stay, and that fact should weigh with you much more than Mrs. Inge's wishes, for you're quite right in supposing that it is a matter of indifference to her. Do not keep Hagar waiting. Mrs. Murray's brow clouded and her lips contracted, as was their habit when anything displeased her. Consequently, after a quick glance, Edna followed her to the room where Hagar was at work. It was the first time the orphan had been invited to a large party, and she shrank from meeting people whose standard of gentility was confined to high birth and handsome fortunes. Mrs. Inge came frequently to Le Bocage, but Edna's acquaintance with her was comparatively slight, and in addition to her repugnance to meeting strangers, she dreaded seeing Mr. Lee again so soon, for she felt that an undefinable barrier had suddenly risen between them. The frank, fearless freedom of the old friendship at the parsonage table had vanished. She began to wish that she had never studied Hebrew, that she had never heard of Basilides, and that the Sheikh's ring was back among the ruins of Chilmanar. Mrs. Murray saw her discomposure, but chose to take no notice of it, and superintended her toilet that night with almost as much interest as if she had been her own daughter. During the drive she talked on indifferent subjects, and as they went up to the dressing-room, had the satisfaction of seeing that her protégée manifested no trepidation. They arrived rather late. The company had assembled, and the rooms were quite full as Mrs. Murray entered, but Mrs. Inge met them at the threshold, and Mr. Lee, who seemed on the watch, came forward at the same instant and offered Edna his arm. "Ah, Mrs. Murray, I had almost abandoned the hope of seeing you. Miss Edna, the set is just forming, and we must celebrate our birthday by having the first dance together. Excuse you, indeed. You presume upon my well-known good nature and generosity, but this evening I am privileged to be selfish." As he drew her into the middle of the room, she noticed that he wore the flowers she had given him in the morning, and this, in conjunction with the curious scrutiny to which she was subjected, brought a sudden surge of colour to her cheeks. The dance commenced, and from one corner of the room Mr. Hammond looked eagerly at his two pupils, contrasting them with the gay groups that filled the brilliant apartment. Edna's slender, graceful figure was robed in white Swiss muslin with a bertha of rich lace, and rose-coloured ribbons formed the sash and floated from her shoulders. Her beautiful glossy hair was simply coiled in a large roll at the back of the head and fastened with an ivory comb. Scrutinizing the face lifted toward Mr. Lee's while he talked to her, the pastor thought he had never seen a countenance half so eloquent and lovely. Turning his gaze upon her partner, he was compelled to confess that though Gordon Lee was the handsomest man in the room, no acute observer could look at the two and fail to discover that the blacksmith's granddaughter was far superior to the petted brother of the aristocratic Mrs. Inge. He was so much interested in watching the couple that he did not observe Mrs. Murray's approach until she sat down beside him and whispered, "Are they not a handsome couple?" "Gordon and Edna? Yes, indeed they are. I think that child's face is the most attractive, the most fascinating I ever looked at. There is such a rare combination of intelligence, holiness, strength, and serenity in her countenance, such a calm, pure light shining in her splendid eyes, such a tender, loving look far down in their soft depths. Child, why, she is 17 to-day. No matter, Ellen, to me she will always seem a gentle, clinging, questioning child. I look at her often when she is intent on her studies and wonder how long her pure heart will reject the vanities and baubles that engross most women. How long mere abstract study will continue to charm her, and I tremble when I think of the future to which I know she is looking so eagerly. Now her emotional nature sleeps, her heart is at rest. Slumbering also, she is all intellect at present, giving her brain no relaxation. Ah, if it could always be so! But it will not. There will come a time, I fear, when her fine mind and pure, warm heart will be arrayed against each other, will battle desperately, and one or the other must be subordinated. Gordon seems to admire her very much, said Mrs. Murray. Mr. Hammond sighed, and a shadow crept over his placid features as he answered, "Do you wonder at it, Ellen? Can any one know the child well and fail to admire and love her? If he could only forget her obscure birth, if he could only consent to marry her, what a splendid match it would be for her! Ellen Murray, I'm surprised at you. Let me beg of you, for her sake, for yours, for all parties concerned, not to raise your little finger in this matter, not to utter one word to Edna that might arouse her suspicions, not to hint to Gordon that you dream such an alliance possible, for there is more at stake than you imagine." He was unable to conclude the sentence, for the dance had ended, and as Edna caught a glimpse of the beloved countenance of her teacher, she drew her fingers from Mr. Lee's arm and hastened to the pastor's side, taking his hand between both hers. "Oh, sir, I am glad to see you. I've looked around so often, hoping to catch sight of you. Mrs. Murray, I heard Mrs. Inge asking for you." When the lady walked away, Edna glided into the seat next the minister and continued, "I want to talk to you about a change in some of my studies. Wait till to-morrow, my dear. I came here to-night only for a few moments to gratify Gordon, and now I must slip away. But, sir, I only want to say that as you objected at the outset to my studying Hebrew, I will not waste any more time on it just now, but take it up again after a while, when I have plenty of leisure. Don't you think that would be the best plan?" "My child, are you tired of Hebrew?" "No, sir, on the contrary, it possesses a singular fascination for me, but I think, if you are willing, I shall discontinue it. At least for the present. I shall take care to forget nothing that I have already learned." "You have some special reason for this change, I presume?" She raised her eyes to his, and said frankly, "Yes, sir, I have." "Very well, my dear, do as you like. Good night." "I wish I could go now with you. Why, I thought you appeared to enjoy your dance very much. Edna, look at me." She hesitated, then obeyed him, and he saw tears glistening on her long lashes. Very quietly the old man drew her arm through his, and led her out on the dim veranda, where only an occasional couple promenaded. "Something troubles you, Edna. Will you confide in me? I feel as if I were occupying a false position here, and yet I do not see how I can extricate myself without displeasing Mrs. Murray, whom I cannot bear to offend. She is so very kind and generous." "Explain yourself, my dear." "You know that I have not a cent in the world except what Mrs. Murray gives me. I shall have to make my bread by my own work just as soon as you think me competent to teach. And notwithstanding, she thinks I ought to visit and associate as she does with these people, who tolerate me now, simply because they know that while I am under her roof she will exact it of them. Tonight, during the dance, I heard two of her fashionable friends criticizing and sneering at me, ridiculing her for attempting to smuggle that spoiled creature of unknown parentage and doubtless low origin into really first circles. Other things were said which I cannot repeat, that showed me plainly how I am regarded here, and I will not remain in a position which subjects me to such remarks. Mrs. Murray thought it best for me to come, but it was of mistaken kindness. I thought so before I came. Now I have irrefragable proof that I was right in my forebodings." "Can you not tell me all that was said?" "I shrink, sir, from repeating it even to you. Did Mr. Lee hear it? I hope not." "My dear child, I am very much pained to learn that you have been so cruelly wounded, but do not let your mind dwell upon it. These weak, heartless, giddy people are to be pitied, are beneath your notice. Try to fix your thoughts on nobler themes, and waste no reflection on the idle words of those poor gilded moths of fashion and folly, who are incapable of realizing their own degraded and deplorable condition. I do not care particularly what they think of me, but I am anxious to avoid hearing their comments upon me, and therefore I am determined to keep as much out of sight as possible. I shall try to do my duty in all things, and poverty is no stigma, thank God. My grandfather was very poor, but he was noble and honest, and as courteous as a nobleman, and I honor his dear, dear memory as tenderly as if he had been reared in a palace. I am not ashamed of my parentage, for my father was as honest and industrious as he was poor, and my mother was as gentle and good as she was beautiful." There was no faltering in the sweet voice, and no bitterness poisoning it. Mr. Hammond could not see the face, but the tone indexed all, and he was satisfied. "I am glad, my dear little Edna, that you look at the truth so bravely, and give no more importance to the gossip than your future peace of mind demands. If you have any difficulty in convincing Mrs. Murray of the correctness of your views, let me know, and I will speak to her on the subject. Good night. May God watch over and bless you." When the orphan re-entered the parlour, Mrs. Inge presented her to several gentlemen, who had requested an introduction, and though her heart was heavy and her cheeks burned painfully, she exerted herself and danced and talked constantly until Mrs. Murray announced herself ready to depart. Joyfully Edna ran upstairs for her wrappings, bade adieu to her hostess, who complimented her on the sensation her beauty had created, and felt relieved and comparatively happy when the carriage door closed and she found herself alone with her benefactress. "Well, Edna, notwithstanding your repugnance to going, you acquitted yourself admirably, and seemed to have a delightful time. I thank you, ma'am, for doing all in your power to make the evening agreeable to me. I think your kind desire to see me enjoy the party made me happier than everything else." Gratefully she drew Mrs. Murray's hand to her lips, and the latter little dreamed that at that instant tears were rolling over the flushed face, while the words of the conversation which she had overheard rang mockingly in her ears. "Mrs. Murray and even Mr. Hammond are scheming to make a match between her and Gordon Lee. Studying Hebrew, indeed, a likely story. She had better go back to her wash-tub and spinning-wheel. Much Hebrew she will learn. Her eyes are set on Gordon's fortune, and Mrs. Murray is silly enough to think he will step into the trap. She will have to bait it with something better than Hebrew and black eyes, or she will miss her game. Gordon will make a fool of her, I dare say, for, like all other young men, he can be flattered into paying her some little attention at first. I am surprised at Mrs. Inge to countenance the girl at all." Such was the orphan's initiation into the charmed circle of fashionable society, such her welcome to le beau monde. As she laid her head on her pillow, she could not avoid exclaiming, "Heaven save me from such aristocrats, and commit me rather to the horny but outstretched hands, the brawny arms, the untutored minds, the simple but kindly throbbing hearts of proletaires." End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of St. Elmo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. St. Elmo by Augusta Jane Evans. Chapter 10. When Mr. Hammond mentioned Edna's determination to discontinue Hebrew, Mr. Lee expressed no surprise, asked no explanation, but the minister noticed that he bit his lip and beat a hurried tattoo with the heel of his boot on the stony hearth, and as he studiously avoided all allusion to her, he felt assured that the conversation which he had overheard must have reached the ears of her partner also, and supplied him with a satisfactory solution of her change of purpose. For several weeks Edna saw nothing of her quondam schoolmate, and fixing her thoughts more firmly than ever on her studies, the painful recollection of the birthday fete was slowly fading from her mind, when, one morning, as she was returning from the parsonage, Mr. Lee joined her and asked permission to attend her home. The sound of his voice, the touch of his hand, brought back all the embarrassment and constraint, and called up the flush of confusion so often attributed to other sources than that from which it really springs. After a few commonplace remarks, he asked, "When is Mr. Murray coming home?" "I have no idea. Even his mother is ignorant of his plans." "How long has he been absent?" 4 years to-day." "Indeed, so long. Where is he?" "I believe his last letter was written at Edfu, and he said nothing about returning." "What do you think of his singular character?" "I know almost nothing about him, as I was too young when I saw him to form an estimate of him." "Do you not correspond?" Edna looked up with unfeigned astonishment, and could not avoid smiling at the inquiry. "Certainly not." A short silence followed, and then Mr. Lee said, "Do you not frequently ride on horseback?" "Yes, sir." "Will you permit me to accompany you to-morrow afternoon?" "I have promised to make a visit with Mr. Hammond." "To-morrow morning, then, before breakfast?" She hesitated. The blush deepened, and after a brief struggle she said hurriedly, "Please excuse me, Mr. Lee. I prefer to ride alone." He bowed and was silent for a minute, but she saw a smile lurking about the corners of his handsome mouth, threatening to run riot over his features. "By the by, Miss Edna, I am coming to-night to ask your assistance in a Chaldee quandary. For several days I have been engaged in a controversy with Mr. Hammond on the old battlefield of ethnology. and in order to establish my position of diversity of origin, have been comparing the Septuagint with some passages from the Talmud. I heard you say that there was a rabbinical Targum in the library at Le Bocage, and I must beg you to examine it for me and ascertain whether it contains any comments on the first chapter of Genesis. Somewhere in my most desultory reading I have seen it stated that in some of those early Targums was the declaration that God originally created men red, white, and black. Mr. Hammond is charitable enough to say that I must have smoked an extra cigar and dreamed the predicate I am so anxious to authenticate. Will you oblige me by searching for the passage? Certainly, Mr. Lee, with great pleasure, though perhaps you would prefer to take the book and look through it yourself. My knowledge of Chaldee is very limited. Pardon me, my mental vis inertiae vetoes the bare suggestion. I study by proxy, whether an opportunity offers, for laziness is the only hereditary taint in the Lee blood. As I am very much interested in this ethnological question, I shall enter into the search with great eagerness. Thank you. Do you take the unity or diversity side of the discussion? Her merry laugh rang out through the forest that bordered the road. Oh, Mr. Lee, what a ridiculous question! I do not presume to take any side, for I do not pretend to understand or appreciate all the arguments advanced. But I am anxious to acquaint myself with the bearings of the controversy. The idea of my taking sides on a subject which grey-haired savants have spent their laborious lives in striving to elucidate seems extremely ludicrous. Still, you are entitled to an idea, either pro or con, even at the outset. I have an idea that neither you nor I know anything about the matter, and the per saltum plan of taking sides will only add the prop of prejudice to my ignorance. If, with all his erudition, Mr. Hammond still abstains from dogmatizing on this subject, I can well afford to hold my crude opinions in abeyance. I must stop here, Mr. Lee, at Mrs. Carter's, on an errand for Mrs. Murray. Good morning, sir. I will hunt the passage you require. How have I offended you, Miss Edna? He took her hand and detained her. I am not offended, Mr. Lee, and she drew back. Why do you dismiss me in such a cold, unfriendly way? If I sometimes appear rude, pardon my unfortunate manner, and believe that it results from no unfriendliness. You will be at home this evening? Yes, sir, unless something very unusual occurs. They parted, and during the remainder of the walk Edna could think of nothing but the revelation written in Gordon Lee's eyes, the immemorial yet ever new and startling truth that opened a new vista in life, that told her she was no longer an isolated child, but a woman, regnant over the generous heart of one of the pets of society. She saw that he intended her to believe he loved her, and, suspicious as gossips had made her, with reference to his conduct, she could not suppose he was guilty of heartless and contemptible trifling. She trusted his honour, yet the discovery of his affection brought a sensation of regret, a vague self-reproach, and she felt that in future he would prove a source of endless disquiet. Hitherto she had enjoyed his society, henceforth she felt that she must shun it. She endeavoured to banish the recollection of that strange expression in his generally laughing eyes, and bent over the Targum, hoping to cheat her thoughts into other channels, but the face would not down at her bidding, and as the day drew near its close, she grew nervous and restless. The chandelier had been lighted, and Mrs. Murray was standing at the window of the sitting-room, watching for the return of a servant whom she had sent to the post-office, when Edna said, "I believe Mr. Lee is coming here to tea. He told me so this morning." "Where did you see him?" "He walked with me as far as Mrs. Carter's gate, and asked me to look out a reference which he thought I might find in one of Mr. Murray's books." Mrs. Murray smiled and said, "Do you intend to receive him in that calico dress?" "Why not? I am sure it is very neat. It is perfectly new, and fits me well, and is very suitable to wear to the parsonage, but not quite appropriate when Gordon Lee takes tea here. You will oblige me by changing your dress and rearranging your hair, which is twisted too loosely." When she re-entered the room a half hour later, Mrs. Murray leaned against the mantelpiece with an open letter in her hand and dreary disappointment printed on her face. "I hope you have no unpleasant tidings from Mr. Murray. May I ask why you seem so much depressed?" The mother's features twitched painfully as she restored the letter to its envelope and answered, "My son's letter is dated Philo, just 2 months ago, and he says he intended starting next day to the interior of Persia. He says, too, that he did not expect to remain away so long, but finds that he will probably be in Central Asia for another year. The only comforting thing in the letter is the assurance that he weighs more and is in better health than when he left home." The ringing of the door-bell announced Mr. Lee's arrival, and as she led the way to the parlour, Mrs. Murray hastily fastened a drooping spray of coral berries in Edna's hair. Before tea was ended, other visitors came in, and the orphan found relief from her confusion in the general conversation. While Dr. Rodney, the family physician, was talking to her about some discoveries of Ehrenberg, concerning which she was very curious, Mr. Lee engrossed Mrs. Murray's attention, and for some time their conversation was exceedingly earnest. Then the latter rose and approached the sofa where Edna sat, saying gravely, "Edna, give me this seat. I want to have a little chat with the doctor. And by the way, my dear, I believe Mr. Lee is waiting for you to show him some book you promised to find for him. Go into the library. There is a good fire there." The room was tempting indeed to students, and as the two sat down before the glowing grate, and Mr. Lee glanced at the warm, rich curtains sweeping from ceiling to carpet, the black walnut bookcases girding the walls on all sides, and the sentinel bronze busts keeping watch over the musty tombs within, he rubbed his fingers and exclaimed, "Certainly this is the most delightful library in the world, and offers a premium for recluse life and studious habits. How incomprehensible it is that Murray should prefer to pass his years roaming over deserts and wandering about neglected, comfortless khans, when he might spend them in such an Elysium as this. The man must be demented. How do you explain the mystery?" "Chacun a son goût. I consider it none of my business, and as I suppose he is the best judge of what contributes to his happiness, I do not meddle with the mystery. Poor Murray! His wretched disposition is a great curse. I pity him most sincerely. From what I remember of him, I am afraid he would not thank you for your pity, or admit that he needed or merited it. Here is the Targum, Mr. Lee, and here is the very passage you want." She opened an ancient Chaldee manuscript, and spreading it on the library table, they examined it together, spelling out the words and turning frequently to a dictionary which lay near. Neither knew much about the language. Now and then they differed in the interpretation, and more than once Edna referred to the rules of her grammar to establish the construction of the sentences. Engrossed in the translation, she forgot all her apprehensions of the morning, and the old ease of manner came back. Her eyes met his fearlessly, her smile greeted him cheerily, as in the early months of their acquaintance. And while she bent over the pages she was deciphering, his eyes dwelt on her beaming countenance with a fond, tender look that most girls of her age would have found it hard to resist and pleasant to recall in after days. Neither suspected that an hour had passed until Dr. Rodney peeped into the room and called them back to the parlour to make up a game of whist. It was quite late when Mr. Lee rose to say good night, and as he drew on his gloves he looked earnestly at Edna and said, "I'm coming again in a day or two to show you some plans for a new house which I intend to build before long. Clara differs with me about the arrangement of some columns and arches, and I shall claim you and Mrs. Murray for my allies in this architectural war." The orphan was silent, but the lady of the house replied promptly, "Yes, come as often as you can, Gordon, and cheer us up, for it is terribly dull here without St. Elmo. Suppose you repudiate that incorrigible vandal, and adopt me in his place. I would prove a model son. Very well, I shall acquaint him with your proposition, and threaten an immediate compliance with it, if he does not come home soon. Mrs. Murray rang the bell for the servant to lock up the house, and said sotto voce, what a noble fellow Gordon is. If I had a daughter, I would select him for her husband. Where are you going, Edna? I left a manuscript on the library table, and as it is very rare and valuable, I want to replace it in the glass box where it belongs before I go to sleep. Lighting a candle, she lifted the heavy targum and slowly approached the suite of rooms, which she was now in the habit of visiting almost daily. Earlier in the day she had bolted the door, but left the key in the lock, expecting to bring the targum back as soon as she had shown Mr. Lee the controverted passage. Now, as she crossed the rotunda, an unexpected sound, as of a chair sliding on the marble floor, seemed to issue from the inner room, and she paused to listen. Under the flare of the candle, the vindictive face of Shiva and the hooded viper, twined about his arm, looked more hideous than ever, warning her not to approach. Yet all was silent, save the tinkling of a bell far down in the park, where the sheep clustered under the cedars. Opening the door, which was ajar, she entered, held the light high over her head, and peered a little nervously around the room. But here, too, all was quiet as the grave, and quite as dreary, and the only moving thing seemed her shadow, that flitted slightly as the candlelight flickered over the cold, gleaming white tiles. The carpets and curtains, even the rich silk hangings of the arch, were all packed away, and Edna shivered as she looked through both rooms, satisfied herself that she had mistaken the source of the sound, and opened the box where the manuscripts were kept. At sight of them, her mind reverted to the theme she had been investigating, and happening to remember the importance attached by ethnologists to the early Coptic inscriptions, she took from the bookshelves a volume containing copies of many of these characters, and drawings of the triumphal processions carved on granite, and representing the captives of various nations torn from their homes to swell the pompous retinue of some barbaric Ramses or Sesostris. Drifting back over the grey, waveless, tideless sea of centuries, she stood in imagination upon the steps of the Serapeum at Memphis, and when the wild chant of the priests had died away under the huge propylaeum, she listened to the sighing of the tamarinds and acacias, and the low babble of the sacred Nile as it rocked the lotus leaves under the glowing purple sky, whence a full moon flooded the ancient city with light, and kindled like a beacon the vast placid face of the Sphinx, rising solemn and lonely and weird from its desert lair, and staring blankly, hopelessly, across arid yellow sands at the dim colossi of old Misraim. Following the sinuous stream of Coptic civilization to its inexplicable source in the date groves of Meroe, the girl's thoughts were borne away to the golden fountain of the sun, where Ammon's black doves fluttered and cooed over the shining altars, and amid the mystic symbols of the marvelous friezes. As Edna bent over the drawings in the book, oblivious for a time of everything else, she suddenly became aware of the presence of someone in the room, for though perfect stillness reigned, there was a consciousness of companionship, of the proximity of some human being, and with a start she looked up, expecting to meet a pair of eyes fastened upon her, but no living thing confronted her. The tall, bent figure of the Cimbri prophetess gleamed ghostly white upon the wall, and the bright blue augurous eyes seemed to count the dripping blood drops, and the unbroken solemn silence of night brooded over all things, hushing even the chime of sheep bells that had died away among the elm arches. Knowing that no superstitious terrors had ever seized her heretofore, the young student rose, took up the candle, and proceeded to search the two rooms, but as unsuccessfully as before. "There certainly is somebody here, but I cannot find out where." These words were uttered aloud, and the echo of her own voice seemed sepulchral. Then the chill silence again fell upon her. She smiled at her own folly, and thought her imagination had been unduly excited by the picture she had been examining, and that the nervous shiver that crept over her was the result of the cold. Just then the candlelight flashed over the black marble statuette, grinning horribly as it kept guard over the Taj Mahal. Edna walked up to it, placed the candle on the slab that supported the tomb, and stooping, scrutinized the lock. A spider had ensconced himself in the golden receptacle, and spun a fine web across the front of the temple, and Edna swept the airy drapery away, and tried to drive the little weaver from his den, but he shrank further and further, and finally she took the key from her pocket and put it far enough into the opening to eject the intruder, who slung himself down one of the silken threads and crawled sullenly out of sight. Withdrawing the key, she toyed with it and glanced curiously at the mausoleum. Taking her handkerchief, she carefully brushed off the cobwebs that festooned the minarets, and murmured that fragment of Persian poetry which she once heard the absent master repeat to his mother, and which she had found, only a few days before, quoted by an Eastern traveller: "The spider hath woven his web in the imperial palaces, and the one hath sung her watch song on the towers of Afrasiab." It's exactly 4 years to-night since Mr. Murray gave me this key, but he charged me not to open the Taj unless I'd reason to believe that he was dead. His letter states that he is alive and well. Consequently, the time has not come for me to unseal the mystery. It is strange that he trusted me with this secret. Strange that he, who doubts all of his race, could trust a child of whom he really knew so little. Certainly it must have been a singular freak which gave this affair into my keeping, but at least I will not betray the confidence he reposed in me. With the contents of that vault I can have no concern, and yet I wish the key was safely back in his hands. It annoys me to conceal it, and I feel all the while as if I were deceiving his mother. These words were uttered half unconsciously as she fingered the key, and for a few seconds she stood there, thinking of the master of the house, wondering what luckless influence had so early blackened and distorted his life, and whether he would probably return to Le Bocage before she left it to go out and carve her fortune in the world's noisy quarry. The light danced over her countenance and form, showing the rich folds of her crimson merino dress with the gossamer lace surrounding her white throat and dimpled wrists, and it seemed to linger caressingly on the shining mass of black hair, on the beautiful polished forehead, the firm delicate scarlet lips, and made the large eyes look elfish under their heavy jet lashes. Again the girl started and glanced over her shoulder, impressed with the same tantalizing conviction of a human presence, of some powerful influence which baffled analysis. Snatching the candle, she put the gold key in her pocket and turned to leave the room, but stopped, for this time an unmistakable sound like the shivering of a glass or the snapping of a musical string fell on her strained ears. She could trace it to no particular spot, and conjectured that perhaps a mouse had taken up his abode somewhere in the room, and, frightened by her presence, had run against some of the numerous glass and china ornaments on the étagère, jostling them until they jingled. Replacing the book which she had taken from the shelves, and fastening the box that contained the manuscripts, she examined the cabinets, found them securely closed, and then hurried out of the room, locked the door, took the key, and went to her own apartment, with nerves more unsettled than she felt disposed to confess. For some time after she laid her head on her pillow, she racked her brain for an explanation of the singular sensation she had experienced, and at last, annoyed by her restlessness and silly superstition, she was just sinking into dreams of Ammon and Serapis, when the fierce barking of Ali caused her to start up in terror. The dog seemed almost wild, running frantically to and fro, howling and whining, but finally the sounds receded. Gradually quiet was restored, and Edna fell asleep soon after. The scream of the locomotive and the rumble of the cars told her that the 4 o'clock train had just started to Chattanooga. Modern zoologic science explodes the popular fallacy that chameleons assume and reflect at will the color of the substance on which they rest or feed. But with a profound salaam to savants, it is respectfully submitted that the mental saurian, human thought, certainly takes its changing hues day by day from the books through which it crawls devouringly. Is there not ground for plausible doubt that if the work-bench of Mezzofanti had not stood just beneath the teacher's window, whence the ears of the young carpenter were regaled from morning till night with the rudiments of Latin and Greek, he would never have forsworn planing for parsing, mastered 40 dialects, proved a walking scarlet-capped polyglot, and attained the distinction of an honorary nomination for the office of Interpreter General at the Tower of Babel. The hoary associations and typical significance of the numerous relics that crowded Mr. Murray's rooms seized upon Edna's fancy, linked her sympathies with the huge pantheistic systems of the Orient, and filled her mind with waifs from the dusky realm of a mythology that seemed to antedate all the authentic chronological computations of man. To the east, the mighty alma mater of the human races, of letters, religions, arts, and politics, her thoughts wandered in wondering awe, and Belzoni, Burckhardt, Layard, and Champollion were hierophants of whose teaching she never wearied. As day by day she yielded more and more to this fascinating Nepenthe influence, and bent over the granite sarcophagus in one corner of Mr. Murray's museum, where lay a shrunken mummy, shrouded in gilded byssus, the wish strengthened to understand the symbols in which subtle Egyptian priests masked their theogony. While morning and afternoon hours were given to those branches of study in which Mr. Hammond guided her, she generally spent the evening in Mr. Murray's sitting room, and sometimes the clock in the rotunda struck midnight before she locked up the manuscripts and illuminated papyri. 2 nights after the examination of the Targum, she was seated near the bookcase, looking over the plates in that rare but very valuable volume, Spencer's Palametis, when the idea flashed across her mind that a rigid analysis and comparison of all the mythologies of the world would throw some light on the problem of ethnology, and in conjunction with philology settle the vexed question. Pushing the Palametis aside, she sprang up and paced the long room, and gradually her eyes kindled, her cheeks burned, as ambition pointed to a possible future, of which till this hour she had not dared to dream, and hope, or leaping all barriers, grasped a victory that would make her name imperishable. In her miscellaneous reading she had stumbled upon singular correspondences in the customs and religions of nations separated by surging oceans and by ages, nations whose aboriginal records appeared to prove them distinct, and certainly furnished no hint of an ethnological bridge, over which traditions travelled and symbolisms crept in satin sandals. During the past week several of these coincidences had attracted her attention. The Druidic rites and the festival of Beltane in Scotland and Ireland she found traced to their source in the worship of Phrygian Baal. The figure of the Scandinavian Disa at Upsal, enveloped in a net precisely like that which surrounds some statues of Isis in Egypt. The man of rush sails used by the Peruvians on Lake Titicaca, and their mode of handling them pronounced identical with that which is seen upon the sepulchre of Ramses III at Thebes. The head of a Mexican priestess ornamented with a veil, similar to that carved on Eastern sphinxes, while the robes resemble those of a Jewish high priest. A very quaint and puzzling pictorial chart of the chronology of the Aztecs contained an image of Coxcox in his ark, surrounded by rushes similar to those that overshadowed Moses, and also a likeness of a dove distributing tongues to those born after the deluge. Now the thought of carefully gathering up these vague mythologic links and establishing a chain of unity that would girdle the world seized and mastered her, as if veritably clothed with all the power of a bath coal. To firmly grasp the Bible for a talisman, as Ulysses did the sprig of moly, and to stand in the pantheon of the universe, examining every shattered idol and crumbling denied altar, where worshipping humanity had bowed, to tear the veil from oracles and sibyls, and show the world that the true, good, and beautiful of all theogonies and cosmogonies, of every system of religion that had waxed and waned since the grey dawn of time, could be traced to Moses and to Jesus, seemed to her a mission grander far than the conquest of empires, and infinitely more to be desired than the crown and heritage of Solomon. The night wore on as she planned the work of coming years, but she still walked up and down the floor with slow uncertain steps, like one who, peering at distant objects, sees nothing close at hand. Flush and tremor passed from her countenance, leaving the features pale and fixed, for the first gush of enthusiasm, like the jets of violet flame flickering over the simmering mass in alchemic crucibles, had vanished. The thought was a crystallized and consecrated purpose. At last, when the feeble light admonished her that she would soon be in darkness, she retreated to her own room, and the first glimmer of day struggled in at her window as she knelt at her bedside praying. Be pleased, O Lord, to make me a fit instrument for thy work. Sanctify my heart, quicken and enlighten my mind. Grant me patience and perseverance and unwavering faith. Guide me into paths that lead to truth. Enable me in all things to labor with an eye singly to thy glory, caring less for the applause of the world than for the advancement of the cause of Christ. O my Father and my God, bless the work on which I am about to enter. Crown it with success. Accept me as an humble tool for the benefit of my race. and when the days of my earthly pilgrimage are ended, receive my soul into that eternal rest which thou hast prepared from the foundations of the world for the sake of Jesus Christ. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of St. Elmo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. St. Elmo by AugustaJaneevans, Chapter 11. One afternoon, about a week after Mr. Lee's last visit, as Edna returned from the parsonage, where she had been detained beyond the usual time, Mrs. Murray placed in her hand a note from Mrs. Inge, inviting both to dine with her that day, and meet some distinguished friends from a distant state. Mrs. Murray had already completed an elaborate toilet, and desired Edna to lose no time in making the requisite changes in her own dress. The latter took off her hat, laid her books down on a table, and said, "Please offer my excuses to Mrs. Inge. I cannot accept the invitation, and hope you will not urge me." "Nonsense! Let me hear no more such childish stuff, and get ready at once. We shall be too late, I'm afraid." The orphan leaned against the mantelpiece and shook her head. Mrs. Murray coloured angrily, and drew herself up haughtily. "Edna Earle, did you hear what I said?" "Yes, madam, but this time I cannot obey you. Allow me to give you my reasons, and I am sure you will forgive what may now seem mere obstinacy. On the night of the party given by Mrs. Inge, I determined, under no circumstances, to accept any future invitations to her house, for I overheard a conversation between Mrs. Hill and Mrs. Montgomery, which I believe was intended to reach my ears, and consequently wounded and mortified me very much. I was ridiculed and denounced as a poor upstart and interloper, who was being smuggled into society far above my position in life, and pronounced an avaricious schemer, intent on thrusting myself upon Mr. Lee's notice, and ambitious of marrying him for his fortune. They sneered at the idea that we should study Hebrew with Mr. Hammond, and declared it a mere trap to catch Mr. Lee. Now, Mrs. Murray, you know that I never had such a thought, and the bare mention of a motive so sordid, contemptible, and unwomanly surprised and disgusted me. But I resolved to study Hebrew by myself, and to avoid meeting Mr. Lee at the parsonage, for if his sister's friends entertain such an opinion of me, I know not what other people, and even Mrs. Inge, may think. Those two ladies added some other things equally unpleasant and untrue, and as I see that they are also invited to dine today, it would be very disagreeable for me to meet them in Mr. Lee's presence. Mrs. Murray frowned, and her lips curled, and she clasped a diamond bracelet on her arm. I have long since ceased to be surprised by any manifestation of Mrs. Montgomery's insolence. She doubtless judges your motives by those of her snub-nosed and excruciatingly fashionable daughter Maud, who, rumour says, is paying most devoted attention to that same fortune of Gordon's. I shall avail myself of the first suitable occasion to suggest to her that it is rather unbecoming in persons whose fathers were convicted of forgery and hunted out of the state to lay such stress on the mere poverty of young aspirants for admission into society. I've always noticed that people, women especially, whose lineage is enveloped in a certain twilight haze, constitute themselves guardians of the inviolability of their pretentious cliques, and fly at the throats of those who they imagine desire to enter their fashionable set, their mutual admiration association. As for Mrs. Hill, whose parents were positively respectable, even genteel, I expected less nervousness from her on the subject of genealogy, and should have given her credit for more courtesy and less malice. But, poor thing, nature denied her any individuality, and she serves her circle in the same capacity as one of those tin reflectors fastened on locomotives. All that you heard was excessively ill-bred, and in really good society ill-breeding is more iniquitous than ill-nature. But, however annoying, it is beneath your notice, and unworthy of consideration. I would not gratify them by withdrawing from a position which you can so gracefully occupy. It is no privation to me to stay at home. On the contrary, I prefer it, for I would not exchange the companionship of the books in this house for all the dinners that ever were given. There is no necessity for you to make a recluse of yourself, simply because two rude, silly gossips disgrace themselves. You have time enough to read and study, and still go out with me when I consider it advisable. But, my dear Mrs. Murray, my position in your family, as an unknown dependent on your charity, subjects me to— It is a matter which does not concern Mesdames Hill and Montgomery, as I shall most unequivocally intimate to them. I insist upon the dismissal of the whole affair from your mind. How much longer do you intend to keep me waiting? I'm very sorry you cannot view the subject from my standpoint, but hereafter I cannot accompany you to dinners and parties. Whenever you desire me to see company in your own house, I should be glad to comply with your wishes and commands, but my self-respect will not permit me to go out to meet people who barely tolerate me through fear of offending you. It is exceedingly painful, dear Mrs. Murray, for me to have to appear disrespectful and stubborn toward you, but in this instance I cannot comply with your wishes." They looked at each other steadily. Mrs. Murray's brow cleared and her lip unbent. "What do you expect me to tell Mrs. Inge?" "That I return my thanks for her very kind remembrance, but am closely occupied in preparing myself to teach, and have no time for gaieties." Mrs. Murray smiled significantly. "Do you suppose that excuse will satisfy your friend Gordon? He will fly for consolation to the stereotyped smile and delicious flattery of simpering Miss Maude. I care not where he flies, provided I am left in peace." "Stop, my dear child. You do not mean what you say. You know very well that you earnestly hope Gordon will escape the tender mercies of silly Maude, and the machinations of her most amiable mamma. If you don't, I do. Understand that you are not to visit Susan Montgomery's sins on Gordon's head. I shall come home early, and make you go to bed at 9 o'clock to punish you for your obstinacy. By the by, Edna, Hagar tells me that you frequently sit up till 3 or 4 o'clock, poring over those heathenish documents in my son's cabinet. This is absurd, and will ruin your health, and beside, I doubt if what you learn is worth your trouble. You must not sit up longer than 10 o'clock. Give me my furs." Edna ate her dinner alone, and went into the library to practise a difficult music lesson. But the spell of her new project was stronger than the witchery of music, and closing the piano, she ran into the Egyptian Museum, as Mrs. Murray termed her son's sitting-room. The previous night she had been reading an account of the doctrines of Zoroaster, in which there was an attempt to trace all the chief features of the Zend-Avesta to the Old Testament and the Jews, and now she returned to the subject with unflagging interest. Pushing a cushioned chair close to the window, she wrapped her shawl around her, put her feet on the round of a neighbouring chair to keep them from the icy floor, and gave herself up to the perusal of the volume. The sun went down in a wintry sky. The solemn red light, burning on the funeral pyre of day, streamed through the undraped windows, flushed the fretted facade of the Taj Mahal, glowed on the marble floor, and warmed and brightened the serene, lovely face of the earnest young student. As the flame faded in the west, where 2 stars leaped from the pearly ashes, the fine print of Edna's book grew dim, and she turned the page to catch the mellow silvery radiance of the full moon, which, shining low in the east, threw a ghastly lustre on the awful form and floating white hair of the Cimbrian woman on the wall. But between the orphan and the light, close beside her chair, stood a tall, dark figure, with uncovered head and outstretched hands. She sprang to her feet, uttering a cry of mingled alarm and delight, for she knew that erect, stately form and regal head could belong to but one person. "Oh, Mr. Murray, can it be possible that you have indeed come home to your sad, desolate mother? Oh, for her sake, I am so glad." She had clasped her hands tightly in the first instant of surprise, and stood looking at him with fear and pleasure struggling for mastery in her eloquent countenance. "Edna, have you no word of welcome, no friendly hand to offer a man who has been wandering for 4 long years among strangers in distant lands?" It was not the harsh, bitter voice whose mocking echoes had haunted her ears during his absence, but a tone so low and deep and mournful, so inexplicably sweet, as she could not recognize it as his, and unable to utter a word, she put her hand in his outstretched palm. His fingers closed over it with a pressure that was painful, and her eyes fell beneath the steady, searching gaze he fixed on her face. For fully a minute they stood motionless. Then he took a match from his pocket, lighted a gas globe that hung over the Taj, and locked the door leading into the rotunda. "My mother is dining out, Hagar informed me. Tell me, is she well, and have you made her happy while I was far away?" He came back, leaned his elbow on the carved top of the cushioned chair, and partly shading his eyes with his hand, looked down into the girl's face. "Your mother is very well indeed, but anxious and unhappy on your account, and I think you will find her thinner and paler than when you saw her last. Then you have not done your duty as I requested. I could not take your place, sir, and your last letter led her to believe that you would be absent for another year. She thinks that at this instant you are in the heart of Persia. Last night, when the servant came from the post office without the letter which she confidently expected, her eyes filled with tears, and she said he has ceased to think of his home, and loves the excitement of travel better than his mother's peace of mind. Why did you deceive her? Why did you rob her of all the joy of anticipating your speedy return?" As she glanced at him, she saw the old scowl settling heavily between his eyes, and the harshness had crept back to the voice that answered, "I did not deceive her. It was a sudden and unexpected circumstance that determined my return. Moreover, she should long since have accustomed herself to find happiness from other sources than my society, for no one knows better my detestation of settling down in any fixed habitation. Edna felt all her childish repugnance sweeping over her as she saw the swift hardening of his features, and she turned toward the door. "Where are you going?" "To send a messenger to your mother, acquainting her with your arrival. She would not forgive me if I failed to give her such good tidings at the very earliest moment." "You will do no such thing. I forbid any message. She thinks me in the midst of Persian ruins, and can afford to wait an hour longer among her friends. How happened it that you also are not at Mrs. Inge's?" Either the suddenness of the question, or the intentness of his scrutiny, or the painful consciousness of the true cause of her failure to accept the invitation, brought back the blood which surprise had driven from her cheeks. "I preferred remaining at home." "Home, home!" he repeated, and continued vehemently. "Do you really expect me to believe that a girl of your age, with the choice of a dinner party among the élite, with lace, silk, and feathers, champagne, bon mot, and scandal, flattering speeches and soft looks from young gentlemen, biting words and hard looks from old ladies, or the alternative of a dull, lonely evening in this cold, dreary den of mine, shut up with mummies, manuscripts, and musty books, could deliberately decline the former and voluntarily select the latter? Such an anomaly in sociology, such a lusus naturae, must occur in Bacon's Bensalem, or in some undiscovered and unimagined realm where the men are all brave, honest, and true, and the women conscientious and constant. But here and now, pardon me, impossible." Edna felt his moment's suggestion to Vulcan, of a window in the human heart, whereby one's thoughts might be rendered visible, had been adopted, for under the impaling eye bent upon her, the secret motives of her conduct seemed spread out as on a scroll, which he read as well. "I was invited to Mrs. Inge's, yet you find me here because I preferred a quiet evening at home to a noisy one elsewhere. How do you explain the contradiction if you disbelieve my words?" "I'm not so inexperienced as to tax my ingenuity with any such burden. With the Penelope web of female motives may fates and furies forbid rash meddling. Unless human nature here in America has undergone a radical change, nay, a most complete transmogrification since I abjured it some years ago, unless this year is to be chronicled as an avatar of truth and unselfishness, I will stake all my possessions on the assertion that some very peculiar and cogent reason, something beyond the desire to prosecute archaeological researches, has driven you to decline the invitation." She made no reply, but opened the bookcase and replaced the volume which she had been reading, and he saw that she glanced uneasily toward the door, as if longing to escape. "Are you insulted at my presumption in thus catechizing you?" "I am sorry, sir, to find that you have lost none of your cynicism in your travels. Do you regard traveling as a panacea for minds diseased?" She looked up and smiled in his face, a smile so bright and arch and merry that even a stone might have caught the glow. "Certainly not, Mr. Murray, as you are the most incorrigible traveler I've ever known." But there was no answering gleam on his darkening countenance as he watched her, and the brief silence that ensued was annoying to his companion, who felt less at ease every moment, and convinced that with such antagonism of character existing between them, all her peaceful, happy days at Le Bocage were drawing to a close. "Mr. Murray, I'm cold, and I should like to go to the fire if you have no more questions to ask, and will be so kind as to unlock the door." She glanced round the room, and taking his grey travelling shawl from a chair where he had thrown it, laid it in a heap on the marble tiles, and said, "Yes, this floor is icy. Stand on the shawl, though I am well aware you are more tired of me than of the room." Another long pause followed, and then St. Elmo Murray came close to his companion, saying, "For 4 long years I have been making an experiment, one of those experiments which men frequently attempt, believing all the time that it is worse than child's play, and half hoping that it will prove so, and sanction the wisdom of their skepticism concerning the result. When I left home, I placed in your charge the key of my private desk or cabinet, exacting the promise that only upon certain conditions would you venture to open it. Those contingencies have not arisen. Consequently, there can be no justification for your having made yourself acquainted with the contents of the vault. I told you I trusted the key in your hands. I did not. I felt assured you would betray the confidence. It was not a trust, it was a temptation, which I believed no girl or woman would successfully resist. I'm here to receive an account of your stewardship, and I tell you now, I doubt you. Where is the key?" She took from her pocket a small ivory box, and opening it, drew out the little key, and handed it to him. "Mr. Murray, it was a confidence which I never solicited, which has caused me much pain, because it necessitated concealment from your mother, but which, God is my witness, I have not betrayed. There is the key, but of the contents of the tomb I know nothing. It was ungenerous in you to tempt a child as you did, to offer a premium, as it were, for a violation of secrecy, by whetting my curiosity, and then placing in my own hands the means of gratifying it. Of course I have wondered what the mystery was, and why you selected me for its custodian, and I have often wished to inspect the interior of that marble cabinet, but child though I was, I think I would have gone to the stake sooner than violate my promise." As he took the key, she observed that his hand trembled, and that a sudden pallor overspread his face. "Edna Earle, I give you one last chance to be truthful with me. If you yielded to the temptation, and what woman, what girl would not? It would be no more than I really expected, and you will scarcely have disappointed me. For, as I told you, I put no faith in you. But even if you succumb to a natural curiosity, be honest and confess it." She looked up steadily into his inquisitorial eyes, and answered, "I have nothing to confess." He laid his hand heavily on her shoulder, and his tone was eager, vehement, pleading, tremulous. "Can you look me in the eye, so, and say that you never put this key in yonder lock? Edna, more hangs on your words than you dream of. Be truthful, as if you were indeed in the presence of the God you worship. I can forgive you for prying into my affairs, but I cannot and will not pardon you for trifling with me now. I never unlocked the vault. I never had the key near it but once, about a week ago, when I found the tomb covered with cobwebs, and twisted the key partly into the hole to drive out the spider. I give you my most solemn assurance that I never unlocked it, never saw the interior. Your suspicions are ungenerous and unjust, derogatory to you and insulting to me. The proof is at hand, and if I have indeed unjustly suspected you, atonement full and ample shall be made." Clasping one of her hands so firmly that she could not extricate it, he drew her before the Taj Mahal, and stooping, fitted the key to the lock. There was a dull click as he turned it, but even then he paused and scrutinized her face. It was flushed, and wore a proud, defiant, grieved look. His own was colorless as the marble that reflected it, and she felt the heavy, rapid beating of his blood, and saw the cords thickening on his brow. "If you have faithfully kept your promise, there will be an explosion when I open the vault." Slowly he turned the key a second time, and as the arched door opened and swung back on its golden hinges, there was a flash and sharp report from a pistol within. Edna started involuntarily, notwithstanding the warning, and clung to his arm an instant, but he took no notice of her whatever. His fingers relaxed their iron grasp of hers, his hand dropped to his side, and leaning forward, he bowed his head on the marble dome of the little temple. How long he stood there she knew not, but the few moments seemed to her interminable as she silently watched his motionless figure. He was so still that finally she conjectured he might possibly have fainted from some cause unknown to her, and averse though she was to addressing him, she said timidly, "Mr. Murray, are you ill? Give me the key of the door, and I will bring you some wine." There was no answer, and in alarm she put her hand on his. Tightly he clasped it, and drawing her suddenly close to his side, said without raising his face, "Edna Earle, I have been ill for years, but I shall be better henceforth. Oh, child, child, your calm, pure, guileless soul cannot comprehend the blackness and dreariness of mine. Better that you should lie down now in death, with all the unfolded freshness of your life gathered in your grave, than live to know the world as I have proved it. For many years I have lived without hope or trust or faith in anything, in anybody. Tonight I stand here lacking sympathy with or respect for my race, and my confidence in human nature is dead. But, child, you have galvanized the corpse." Again the mournful music of his voice touched her heart, and she felt her tears rising as she answered in a low, hesitating tone, "It was not death, Mr. Murray. It was merely syncope, and this is a healthful reaction from disease. No, it will not last. It is but an ignis fatuus that will decoy to deeper gloom and darker morasses. I have swept and garnished, and the 7 other devils will dwell with me forever. My child, I have tempted you, and you stood firm. Forgive my suspicions. 20 years hence, if you are so luckless as to live that long, you will not wonder that I doubted you, but that my doubt proved unjust. This little vault contains no skeleton, no state secrets, only a picture and a few jewels, my will, and the history of a wrecked, worthless, utterly ruined life. Perhaps if you continue true and make my mother happy, I may put all in your hands some day when I die, and then you will not wonder at my aimless, hopeless, useless life. One thing I wish to say now, if at any time you need assistance of any kind, if you are troubled, come to me. I am not quite so selfish as the world paints me, and even if I seem rude and harsh, do not fear to come to me. You have conferred a favor on me, and I do not like to remain in anybody's debt. Make me repay you as soon as possible." "I'm afraid, sir, we never can be friends." "Why not?" "Because you have no confidence in me, and I would much sooner go for sympathy to one of your bronze monsters yonder on the doorsteps than to you. Neither of us likes the other, and consequently a sham cordiality would be intolerably irksome. I shall not be here much longer, but while we are in the same house I trust no bitter or unkind feelings will be entertained. I thank you, sir, for your polite offer of assistance, but hope I shall soon be able to maintain myself without burdening your mother any longer." "How long have you burdened her?" "Ever since that night when I was picked up lame and helpless and placed in her kind hands." "I should like to know whether you really love my mother." "Next to the memory of my grandfather, I love her and Mr. Hammond, and I feel that my gratitude is beyond expression. There, your mother is coming. I hear the carriage. Shall I tell her you are here?" Without raising his face, he took the key of the door from his pocket and held it toward her. "No, I will meet her in her own room." Edna hastened to the library, and throwing herself into a chair, tried to collect her thoughts and reflect upon what had passed in the Egyptian Museum. Very soon Mrs. Murray's cry of joyful surprise rang through the house, and tears of sympathy rose to Edna's eyes as fancy pictured the happy meeting in the neighbouring room. Notwithstanding the strong antipathy to Mr. Murray, which she had assiduously cultivated, and despite her conviction that he held in derision the religious faith to which she clung so tenaciously, she was now disquieted and pained to discover that his bronzed face possessed an attraction, an indescribable fascination, which she had found nowhere else. In striving to analyze the interest she was for the first time conscious of feeling, she soothed herself with the belief that it arose from curiosity concerning his past life, and sympathy for his evident misanthropy. It was in vain that she endeavoured to fix her thoughts on a book. His eyes met hers on every page, and when the bell summoned her to a late supper, she was glad to escape from her own confused reflections. Mrs. Murray and her son were standing on the rug before the grate, and as Edna entered, the former held out her hand. "Have you seen my son? Come and congratulate me." She kissed the girl's forehead and continued, "St. Elmo, has she not changed astonishingly? Would you have known her had you met her away from home?" "I should certainly have known her under all circumstances." He did not look at her, but resumed the conversation with his mother, which her entrance had interrupted, and during supper Edna could scarcely realize that the cold distant man, who took no more notice of her than of one of the salt cellars, was the same whom she had left leaning over the Taj. Not the faintest trace of emotion lingered on the dark stony features, over which occasionally flickered the light of a sarcastic smile, as he briefly outlined the course of his wanderings. And now that she could, without being observed, study his countenance, she saw that he looked much older, more worn and haggard and hopeless than when last at home, and that the thick curling hair that clung in glossy rings to his temples was turning grey. When they arose from the table, Mrs. Murray took an exquisite bouquet from the mantelpiece and said, "Edna, I was requested to place this in your hands as a token of the regard and remembrance of your friend and admirer, Gordon Lee, who charged me to assure you that your absence spoiled his enjoyment of the day. As he seemed quite inconsolable because of your non-attendance, I promised that you should ride with him tomorrow afternoon." As Edna glanced up to receive the flowers, she met the merciless gaze she so much dreaded, and in her confusion let the bouquet fall on the carpet. Mr. Murray picked it up, inhaled the fragrance, rearranged some of the geranium leaves that had been crushed, and smiling bitterly all the while, bowed and put it securely in her hand. "Edna, you have no other engagement for tomorrow?" "Yes, madam. I've promised to spend it with Mr. Hammond." "Then you must excuse yourself, or I will not have Gordon disappointed again." Too much annoyed to answer, Edna left the room, but paused in the hall and beckoned to Mrs. Murray, who instantly joined her. "Of course you will not have prayers to-night, as Mr. Murray has returned." "For that very reason I want to have them, to make a public acknowledgment of my gratitude that my son has been restored to me. Oh, if he would only consent to be present!" "It is late, and he will probably plead fatigue." "Leave that with me, and when I ring the bell, come to the library." The orphan went to her room, and diligently copied an essay which she intended to submit to Mr. Hammond for criticism on the following day, and as the comparative merits of the Solonian and Lycurgan codes constituted her theme, she soon became absorbed by Grecian politics, and was only reminded of the events of the evening when the muezzin bell sounded, calling the household to prayer. She laid down her pen and hurried to the library, whither Mrs. Murray had enticed her son, who was standing before one of the bookcases, looking over the table of contents of a new scientific work. The servants came in and ranged themselves near the door, and suddenly Mrs. Murray said, "You must take my place to-night, Edna. I cannot read aloud." The orphan looked up appealingly, but an imperative gesture silenced her, and she sat down before the table, bewildered and frightened. Mr. Murray glanced around the room, and with a look of wrath and scorn threw down the book and turned toward the door, but his mother's hand seized his. "My son, for my sake do not go. Out of respect for me, remain the first evening of your return. For my sake, St. Elmo." He frowned, shook off her hands, and strode to the door, then reconsidered the matter, came back, and stood at the fireplace, leaning his elbow on the mantel, looking gloomily at the coals. Although painfully embarrassed as she took her seat and prepared to conduct the services in his presence, Edna felt a great calm steal over her spirit when she opened the Bible and read her favorite chapter, the 14th of St. John. Her sweet, flexible voice, gradually losing its tremor, rolled soothingly through the room, and when she knelt and repeated the prayer selected for the occasion, a prayer of thanks for the safe return of a traveler to the haven of home, her tone was full of pathos and an earnestness that strangely stirred the proud heart of the wanderer as he stood there, looking through his fingers at her uplifted face and listening to the first prayer that had reached his ears for nearly 19 weary years of sin and scoffing. When Edna rose from her knees, he had left the room, and she heard his swift steps echoing drearily through the rotunda. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of St. Elmo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. St. Elmo by augustajaneevans. Chapter 12. I do not wish to interrupt you. There is certainly room enough in this library for both, and my entrance need not prove the signal for your departure. Mr. Murray closed the door as he came in, and walking up to the bookcases, stood carefully examining the titles of the numerous volumes. It was a cold, dismal morning, and sobbing wintry winds and the ceaseless pattering of rain made the outer world seem dreary in comparison with the genial atmosphere and the ruddy glow of the cozy, luxurious library, where choice exotics breathed their fragrance and early hyacinths exhaled their rich perfume. In the center of the morocco-covered table stood a tall glass bowl filled with white camellias, and from its scalloped edges drooped a fringe of scarlet fuchsias, while near the window was a china statuette in whose daily adornment Edna took unwearied interest. It was a lovely Flora, whose slender fingers held aloft small tulip-shaped vases, into which fresh blossoms were inserted every morning. The head was so arranged as to contain water, and thus preserve the wreath of natural flowers which crowned the goddess. To-day golden crocuses nestled down on the streaming hair, and purple pansies filled the fairy hands, while the tiny rosy feet sank deep in the cushion of fine green mosses studded with double violets. Edna had risen to leave the room when the master of the house entered, but at his request resumed her seat and continued reading. After searching the shelves unavailingly, he glanced over his shoulder and asked, "Have you seen my copy of de Guerin's Centaur anywhere about the house? I had it a week ago." "I beg your pardon, sir, for causing such a fruitless search. Here is the book. I picked it up on the front steps where you were reading a few afternoons since, and it opened at a passage that attracted my attention." She closed the volume and held it toward him, but he waved it back. "Keep it if it interests you. I've read it once, and merely wish to refer to a particular passage. Can you guess what sentence most frequently recurs to me? If so, read it to me." He drew a chair close to the hearth and lighted his cigar. Hesitatingly, Edna turned the leaves. "I'm afraid, sir, that my selection would displease you." "I will risk it, as, notwithstanding your flattering opinion to the contrary, I'm not altogether so unreasonable as to take offence at a compliance with my own request." Still she shrank from the task he imposed, and her fingers toyed with the scarlet fuchsias, but after eyeing her for a while, he leaned forward and pushed the glass bowl beyond her reach. "Edna, I am waiting." Well, then, Mr. Murray, I should think that these two passages would impress you with peculiar force. Raising the book, she read with much emphasis, Thou pursuest after wisdom, O Melampus, which is the science of the will of the gods, and thou roamest from people to people, like a mortal driven by the destinies. In the times when I kept my night watches before the caverns, I have sometimes believed that I was about to surprise the thoughts of the sleeping Cybele, and that the mother of the gods, betrayed by her dreams, would let fall some of her secrets. But I have never yet made out more than sounds which faded away in the murmur of night, of words inarticulate as the bubbling of the rivers. Seekest thou to know the gods, O Macarius, and from what source men, animals, and the elements of the universal fire have their origin? The aged ocean, the father of all things, keeps locked within his own breast these secrets, and the nymphs who stand around sing as they weave their eternal dance before him to cover any sound which might escape from his lips, half opened by slumber. Mortals dear to the gods for their virtue have received from their hands lyres to give delight to man, or the seeds of new plants to make him rich, but from their inexorable lips nothing. Mr. Murray, am I correct in my conjecture? Quite correct, he answered, smiling grimly. Taking the book from her hand, he threw it on the table and tossed his cigar into the grate, adding in a defiant, challenging tone, The mantle of Solomon did not fall at La Cala on the shoulders of Maurice de Guérin. After all, he was a wretched hypochondriac, and a tinge of le cahier vert doubtless crept into his eyes. Do you forget, sir, that he said, when one is a wanderer, one feels that one fulfills the true condition of humanity, and that among his last words are these, The stream of travel is full of delight. Oh, who will set me adrift on this Nile? Pardon me if I remind you, par parenthèse, of the preliminary and courteous en garde, which should be pronounced before a thrust. De Guérin felt starved in Languedoc, and no wonder. But had he penetrated every nook and cranny of the habitable globe, and traversed the vast zaras which science accords the universe, he would have died at last as hungry as Ugolino. I speak advisedly, for the true low gadfly ennui has stung me from hemisphere to hemisphere, across tempestuous oceans, scorching deserts, and icy mountain ranges. I have faced alike the Borans of the steppes and the Samieli of Chameau, and the result of my vandal life is best epitomized in those grand but grim words of Bossuet, On trouve au fond de tout le vide et le néant. 19 years ago, to satisfy my hunger, I set out to hunt the daintiest food this world could furnish, and like other fools, have learned finally that life is but a huge, mellow, golden asher, that mockingly sifts its bitter dust upon our eager lips. Ah, truly, on trouve au fond de tout le vide et le néant. Mr. Murray, if you insist upon your bitter asher smile, why, shut your eyes to the palpable analogy suggested. Naturalists assert that the solanum, or apple of Sodom, contains in its normal state neither dust nor ashes, unless it is punctured by an insect, the tenthredo, which converts the whole of the inside into dust, leaving nothing but the rind entire, without any loss of color. Human life is as fair and tempting as the fruit of un jeudi, till stung and poisoned by the tenthredo of sin. All conceivable suaviter in modo characterized his mocking countenance and tone as he inclined his haughty head, and asked, "Will you favour me by lifting on the point of your dissecting knife this stinging sin of mine to which you refer? The noxious brood swarm so teasingly about my ears that they deprive me of your cool, clear, philosophic discrimination. Which particular tenthredo of the buzzing swarm around my spoiled apple of life would you advise me to select for my anathema maranatha? Of your history, sir, I am entirely ignorant, and even if I were not, I should not presume to levy a tax upon it in discussions with you, for however vulnerable you may possibly be, I regard an argumentum ad hominem as the weakest weapon in the armory of dialectics, a weapon too often dipped in the venom of personal malevolence. I merely gave expression to my belief that miserable, useless lives are sinful lives, that when God framed the world and called the human race into it, he made most munificent provision for all healthful hunger, whether physical, intellectual, or moral, and that it is a morbid, diseased, distorted nature that wears out its allotted years on earth in bitter carping and blasphemous dissatisfaction. The Greeks recognized this immemorial truth, wrapped it in classic traditions, and the myth of Tantalus constituted its swaddling clothes. You are a scholar, Mr. Murray. Look back and analyze the derivation and significance of that fable. Tantalus, the son of Pluto, or Wealth, was, according to Pindar, a wanderer from happiness, and the name represents a man abounding in wealth, but whose appetite was so insatiable, even at the ambrosial feast of the gods, that it ultimately doomed him to eternal unsatisfied thirst and hunger in Tartarus. The same truth crops out in the legend of Midas, who found himself starving, while his touch converted all things to gold. Doubtless you have arrived at the charitable conclusion that, as I am endowed with all the amiable idiosyncrasies of ancient cynics, I shall inevitably join the snarling Dives Club in Hades, and swell the howling chorus. Probably I shall not disappoint your kind and eminently Christian expectations, nor will I deprive you of the gentle satisfaction of hissing across the gulf of perdition, which will then divide us, that summum bonum of feminine felicity. I told you so. The reckless mockery of his manner made Edna shiver, and a tremor crept across her beautiful lips as she answered sadly, "You torture my words into an interpretation of which I never dreamed, and look upon all things through the distorting lenses of your own moodiness. It is worse than useless for us to attempt an amicable discussion, for your bitterness never slumbers, your suspicions are ever on the qui vive." She rose, but he quickly laid his hand on her shoulder and pressed her back into the chair. "You will be so good as to sit still and hear me out. I have a right to all my charming, rose-colored views of this world. I've gone to and fro on the earth, and life has proved a Barmecide's banquet of just 38 years' duration. But, sir, you lack the patience and resolution of Schacabac, or like him you would have finally grasped the splendid realities. The world must be conquered, held in bondage to God's law and man's reason, before we can hope to levy tribute that will support our moral and mental natures. And it is only when humanity finds itself in the inverted order of serfdom to the world that it dwarfs its capacities, and even then dies of famine. The scornful gleam died out of his eyes, and mournful compassion stole in. Ah! How impetuously youth springs to the battlefield of life! Hope exorcises the gaunt spectre of defeat, and fancy fingers unwon trophies and fadeless bays. But slow-stepping experience, pallid, blood-stained, spent with toil, lays her icy hand on the rosy veil that floats before bright, brave young eyes, and lo, the hideous wreck, the bleaching bones, the grinning, ghastly horrors that strew the scene of combat. No burnished eagles, nor streaming banners, neither spoils of victory, nor paeans of triumph, only silence, and gloom, and death. Slow sailing vultures, and a voiceless desolation. O child, if you would find a suitable type of that torn and trampled battlefield, the human heart, when vice and virtue, love and hate, revenge and remorse have wrestled fiercely for the mastery, go back to your Tacitus, and study there the dismal picture of that lonely Teutoburgium, where Varus and his legions went down in the red burial of battle. You talk of conquering the world, holding it in bondage. What do you know of its perils, and subtle temptations, of the glistening quicksands whose smooth lips already gape to engulf you? The very vilest fiend in hell might afford to pause and pity your delusion ere turning to machinations destined to rouse you rudely from your silly dreams. Ah, you remind me of a little innocent, happy child, playing on some shining beach when the sky is quiet, the winds are hushed, and all things wrapped in rest, save the water lapping on the crag, and the long ripple washing in the reeds. A fair, fearless child, gathering polished pearly shells with which to build fairy palaces, and suddenly, as she catches the mournful murmur of the immemorial sea that echoes in the flushed and folded chambers of the stranded shells, her face pales with awe and wonder. The childish lips part, the childish eyes are strained to discover the mystery, and while the whispering monotone admonishes of howling storms and sinking argosies, she smiles and listens, sees only the glowing carmine of the fluted reels, hears only the magic music of the sea sirens. And the sky blackens, the winds leap to their track of ruin, the great deep rises wrathful and murderous, bellowing for victims, and cyclone reigns. Thundering waves sweep over and bear away the frail palaces that deck the strand, and even while the shell symphony still charms the ear, the child's rosy feet are washed from their sandy resting place. She is borne on howling billows far out to a lashed and maddening main, strewn with human drift, and numb with horror, she sinks swiftly to a long and final rest among purple algae. Even so, Edna, you stop your ears with shells, and my warning falls like snowflakes that melt and vanish on the bosom of a stream. No, sirs, I am willing to be advised. Against what would you warn me? The hollowness of life, the fatuity of your hopes, the treachery of that human nature of which you speak so tenderly and reverently. So surely as you put faith in the truth and nobility of humanity, you will find it as soft-lipped and vicious as Paolo Orsini, who folded his wife Isabella de' Medici most lovingly in his arms, and while he tenderly pressed her to his heart, slipped a cord around her neck and strangled her. I know, sir, that human nature is weak, selfish, sinful, that such treacherous monsters as Azzolino and the Visconti have stained the annals of our race with blood blotches, which the stream of time will never efface. But the law of compensation operates here as well as in other departments, and brings to light Aphytus Achates and Antoninus. I believe that human nature is a curious amalgam of meanness, malice, and magnanimity, and that an earnest, loving Christian charity is the only safe touchstone, and furnishes, if you will tolerate the simile, the only elective affinity in moral chemistry. Because ingots are not dug out of the earth, is it not equally unwise and ungrateful to ridicule and denounce the hopeful, patient, tireless laborers who handle the alloy, and ultimately disintegrate the precious metal? Even if the world were bankrupt in morality and religion, which, thank God, it is not. One grand shiny example, like Mr. Hammond, whose unswerving consistency, noble charity, and sublime unselfishness all concede and revere, ought to leaven the mass of sneering cynics, and win them to a belief in their capacity for rising to pure, holy, almost perfect lives. Spare me a repetition of the rhapsodies of Madame Guyon. I'm not surprised that such a novice as you prove yourself should, in the stereotyped style of orthodoxy, swear by the hoary Tartuffe, that hypocritical wolf, Alan Hammond. Stop, Mr. Murray. You must not, shall not use such language in my presence concerning one whom I love and revere above all other human beings. How dare you malign that noble Christian whose lips daily lift your name to God, praying for pardon and for peace? Oh, how ungrateful, how unworthy you are of his affection and his prayers. She had interrupted him with an imperious wave of her hand, and stood regarding him with an expression of indignation and detestation. I neither possess nor desire his affection or his prayers. Sir, you know that you do not deserve, but you most certainly have both. How did you obtain your information? Accidentally, when he was so surprised and grieved to hear that you had started on your long voyage to Oceanica. He availed himself of that occasion to acquaint you with all my heinous sins, my youthful crimes and follies, my— No, sir, he told me nothing, except that you no longer loved him, as in your boyhood, that you had become estranged from him, and then he wept, and added, I love him still. I shall pray for him as long as I live. Impossible! You cannot deceive me. In the depths of his heart he hates and curses me, even a brooding dove. Pshaw! Alan Hammond is but a man, and it would be unnatural, utterly impossible, that he could still think kindly of his old pupil. Impossible! Mr. Murray rose and stood before the grate with his face averted, and his companion seized the opportunity to say in a low, determined tone, Of the causes that induced your estrangement, I am absolutely ignorant. Nothing has been told me, and it is a matter about which I have conjectured little. But, sir, I have seen Mr. Hammond every day for 4 years, and I know what I say when I tell you that he loves you as well as if you were his own son. Moreover, he— Hush! You talk of what you do not understand. Believe in him if you will, but be careful not to chant his praises in my presence, not to parade your credulity before my eyes, if you do not desire that I shall disenchant you. Just now you are duped. So was I at your age. Your judgment slumbers, experience is in its swaddling clothes, but I shall bide my time, and the day will come ere long when these hymns of hero worship shall be hushed, and you stand clearer-eyed, darker-hearted, before the mouldering altar of your god of clay. From such an awakening may God preserve me. Even if our religion were not divine, I should clasp to my heart the system and the faith that make Mr. Hammond's life serene and sublime. Oh, that I may be duped into that perfection of character which makes his example beckon me ever onward and upward. If you have no gratitude, no reverence left, at least remember the veneration with which I regard him, and do not in my hearing couple his name with sneers and insults. Ephraim is joined to idols. Let him alone, muttered the master of the house, with one of those graceful, mocking bows that always disconcerted the orphan. She was nervously twisting Mr. Lee's ring around her finger, and as it was too large it slipped off, rang on the hearth, and rolled to Mr. Murray's feet. Picking it up, he examined the emerald, and repeating the inscription, asked, Do you understand these words? I only know that they have been translated, Peace be with thee, or upon thee. How came Gordon Lee's ring on your hand? Has Tartuffe's Hebrew scheme succeeded so soon and so thoroughly? I do not understand you, Mr. Murray. Madame ma mère proves an admirable ally in this clerical matchmaker's deft hands, and Gordon's pathway is widened and weeded. Happy Gordon, blessed with such able coadjutors. The cold, sarcastic glitter of his eyes wounded and humiliated the girl, and her tone was haughty and defiant. You deal in innuendos which I cannot condescend to notice. Mr. Lee is my friend, and gave me this ring as a birthday present. As your mother advised me to accept it, and indeed placed it on my finger, her sanction should certainly exempt me from your censure." "Censure? Pardon me. It is no part of my business, but I happen to know something of gem symbols, and must be allowed to suggest that this selection is scarcely comme il faut for a betrothal ring." Edna's face crimsoned, and the blood tingled to her fingers' ends. "As it was never intended as such, your carping criticism loses its point." He stood with the jewel between his thumb and forefinger, eyeing her fixedly, and on his handsome features shone a smile, treacherous and chilling as arctic snow-blink. Pliny's injunction to lapidaries to spare the smooth surface of emeralds seems to have been forgotten when this ring was fashioned. It was particularly unkind, nay, cruel, to put it on the hand of a woman who, of course, must and will follow the example of all her sex, and go out fishing most diligently in the matrimonial sea. For if you have chanced to look into gem history, you will remember what befell the fish on the coast of Cyprus, where the emerald eyes of the marble lion glared down so mercilessly through the nets that the fishermen could catch nothing until they removed the jewels that constituted the eyes of the lion. Do you recollect the account? No, sir, I never read it. Indeed, how deplorably your education has been neglected. I thought your adored Dominie Samson, down yonder at the parsonage, was teaching you a prodigious amount. Give me my ring, Mr. Murray, and I will leave you. Shall I not enlighten you on the subject of emeralds? Thank you, sir, I believe not, as what I have already heard does not tempt me to prosecute the subject. You think me insufferably presumptuous? That is a word which I should scarcely be justified in applying to you. You regard me as meddlesome and tyrannical. She shook her head. I generally prefer to receive answers to my questions. Pray, what do you consider me? She hesitated a moment, and said sadly and gently, Mr. Murray, is it generous in you to question me thus in your own house? I do not claim to be generous, and the world would indignantly defend me from such an imputation. Generous? On the contrary, I declare explicitly that, unlike some whited sepulchres of my acquaintance, I do not intend to stand labeled with patent virtues, neither do I parade mezuzah on my doors. I humbly beg you to recollect that I am not a carefully printed, perambulating advertisement of Christianity. Raising her face, Edna looked steadfastly at him, and pain, compassion, shuddering dread filled her soft, sad eyes. Well, you are reading me? What is the verdict? A long, heavily drawn sigh was the only response. Will you be good enough to reply to my questions? No, Mr. Murray. In lieu of perpetual strife and biting words, let there be silence between us. We cannot be friends, and it would be painful to wage war here under your roof. Consequently, I hope to disarm your hostility by assuring you that in future I shall not attempt to argue with you, shall not pick up the verbal gauntlets you seem disposed to throw down to me. Surely, sir, if not generous, you are at least sufficiently courteous to abstain from attacks which you have been notified will not be resisted. You wish me to understand that hereafter I, the owner and ruler of this establishment, shall on no account presume to address my remarks to Aaron Hunt's grandchild? My words were very clear, Mr. Murray, and I meant what I said, and said what I meant. But one thing I wish to add, while I remain here, if at any time I can aid or serve you, Aaron Hunt's grandchild will most gladly do so. I do not flatter myself that you will ever require or accept my assistance in anything. Nevertheless, I would cheerfully render it should occasion arise. He bowed and returned the emerald, and Edna turned to leave the library. Before you go, examine this bauble. He took from his vest pocket a velvet case containing a large ring, which he laid in the palm of her hand. It was composed of an oval jacinth, with a splendid scarlet fire leaping out as the light shone on it, and the diamonds that clustered around it were very costly and brilliant. There was no inscription, but upon the surface of the jacinth was engraved a female head, crowned with oak leaves, among which serpents writhed and hissed, and just beneath the face grinned a dog's head. The small but exquisitely carved human face was savage, sullen, sinister, and fiery rays seemed to dart from the relentless eyes. Is it a Medusa? No. It is certainly very beautiful, but I do not recognize the face. Interpret for me. It is Hecate, Brimo, Impusa, all phases of the same malignant power. And it remains a mere matter of taste, which of the titles you select. I call it Hecate. I have never seen you wear it. You never will. It is exceedingly beautiful. Edna held it toward the grate, flashed the flame, now on this side, now on that, and handed it back to the owner. Edna, I bought this ring in Naples, intending to ask your acceptance of it, in token of my appreciation of your care of that little golden key, provided I found you trustworthy. After your pronunciamento, uttered a few minutes since, I presume I may save myself the trouble of offering it to you. Beside, Gordon might object to having his emerald overshadowed by my matchless jacinth. Of course, your tender conscience will veto the thought of your wearing it. I thank you, Mr. Murray. The ring is by far the most beautiful I have ever seen, but I certainly cannot accept it. Bithus contra Bacchium, exclaimed Mr. Murray, with a short, mirthless laugh that made his companion shrink back a few steps. Holding the ring at arm's length above his head, he continued, to the infernal flames, your fit type, I devote you, my costly queen of Samothrace. Leaning over the grate, he dropped the jewel in the glowing coals. Oh, Mr. Murray, save it from destruction. She seized the tongs and sprang forward, but he put out his arm and held her back. Stand aside, if you please. Cleopatra quaffed liquid pearl in honor of Antony. Nero shivered his precious crystal goblets, and sugar pounded up sapphires to color the windows of old Saint Denis. Chacun a son goût. If I choose to indulge myself in a diamond cremation in honor of my tutelary goddess Brimo, who has the right to expostulate? True, such costly amusements have been rare since the days of the Cyranides and the 7 seals of Hermes Trismegistus. See what a tawny, angry glare leaps from my royal jacinth. Old Hecate holds high carnival down there in her congenial flames. He stood with one arm extended to bar Edna's approach. The other rested on the mantel, and a laughing, reckless demon looked out of his eyes, which were fastened on the fire. Before the orphan could recover from her sorrowful amazement, the library door opened, and Henry looked in. Mr. Lee is in the parlour, and asked for Miss Edna. Perplexed, irresolute, and annoyed, Edna stood still, watching the red coals, and after a brief silence Mr. Murray smiled and turned to look at her. Pray do not let me detain you, and rest assured that I understand your decree. You have entrenched yourself in impenetrable silence, and hung out your banner, Noli me tangere. Withdraw your pickets. I shall attempt neither siege nor escalade. Good morning. Leave my de Gerin on the table. It will be at your disposal after today. He stooped to light a cigar, and she walked away to her own room. As the door closed behind her, he laughed, and reiterated the favourite proverb that often crossed his lips, Bithus contra Bacchium. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Saint Elmo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Saint Elmo by AugustaJaneevans. Chapter 13. The darling scheme of authorship had seized upon Edna's mind with a tenacity that conquered and expelled all other purposes, and though timidity and a haunting dread of the failure of the experiment prompted her to conceal the matter even from her beloved pastor, She pondered it in secret and bent every faculty to its successful accomplishment. Her veneration for books, the great eleemosynary granaries of human knowledge to which the world resorts, extended to those who created them, and her imagination invested authors with peculiar sanctity as the real hierophants anointed with the chrism of truth. The glittering pinnacle of consecrated and successful authorship seemed to her longing gaze as sublime and well nigh as inaccessible as the everlasting and untrodden Himalayan solitudes appear to some curious child of Tibet or Nepal, who, gambolling among pheasants and rhododendrons, shades her dazzled eyes with her hand and looks up awe-stricken and wondering at the ice domes and snow minarets of lonely Deodunga, earth's loftiest and purest altar, nimbused with the dawning and the dying light of the day. There were times when the thought of presenting herself as a candidate for admission into the band of literary esoterics seemed to Edna unpardonably presumptuous, almost sacrilegious, and she shrank back humbled and abashed. For writers were teachers, interpreters, expounders, discoverers, or creators, and what could she, just stumbling through the alphabet of science and art, hope to donate to a race that would ennoble human motives or elevate aspirations? Was she, an unknown and inexperienced girl, worthy to be girded with the ephod that draped so royally the Levites of literature? Had God's own hand set the Urim and Thummim of genius in her soul? Above all, was she mitred with the plate of pure gold, holiness unto the Lord? Solemnly and prayerfully she weighed the subject, and having finally resolved to make one attempt, she looked trustingly to heaven for aid, and went vigorously to work. To write currente calamo for the mere pastime of author and readers, without aiming to inculcate some regenerative principle or to photograph some valuable phase of Protean truth, was in her estimation ignoble. For her high standard demanded that all books should be to a certain extent didactic, wandering like evangels among the people, and making some man, woman, or child happier, or wiser, or better, more patient, or more hopeful by their utterances. Believing that every earnest author's mind should prove a mint, where all valuable ores are collected from the rich veins of a universe, are cautiously coined, and thence munificently circulated, she applied herself diligently to the task of gathering from various sources the data required for her projected work, a vindication of the unity of mythologies. The vastness of the cosmic field she was now compelled to traverse, the innumerable ramifications of polytheistic and monotheistic creeds, necessitated unwearied research, as she rent asunder the superstitious veils which various nations and successive epochs had woven before the shining features of truth. Today, peering into the golden gardens of the sun at Cuzco, tomorrow clambering over Tibet glaciers to find the mystic lake of Yamuna, now delighted to recognize in Teoyamaki, the wife of the Aztec god of war, the unmistakable features of Scandinavian Valkyries, and now surprised to discover the Greek fates sitting under the Norse tree Yggdrasil, deciding the destinies of mortals and calling themselves Nornas. She spent her days in pilgrimages to mouldering shrines, and midnight often found her groping in the classic dust of extinct systems. Having once grappled with her theme, she wrestled as obstinately as Jacob for the blessing of a successful solution, and in order to popularize a subject bristling with recondite archaisms and philologic problems, she cast it in the mould of fiction. The information and pleasure which she had derived from the perusal of Vaughan's delightful hours with the mystics suggested the idea of adopting a similar plan for her own book, and investing it with the additional interest of a complicated plot and more numerous characters. To avoid anachronisms. She endeavored to treat the religions of the world in their chronologic sequence, and resorted to the expedient of introducing pagan personages. A fair young priestess of the temple of Neith, in the sacred city of Sais, where people of all climes collected to witness the festival of lamps, becoming skeptical of the miraculous attributes of the statues she had been trained to serve and worship, and impelled by an earnest love of truth to seek a faith that would satisfy her reason and purify her heart, is induced to question minutely the religious tenets of travellers who visited the temple, and thus familiarized herself with all existing creeds and hierarchies. The lore, so carefully garnered, is finally analyzed, classified, and inscribed on papyrus. The delineation of scenes and sanctuaries in different latitudes, from Lhasa to Köppen, gave full exercise to Edna's descriptive power, but imposed much labor in the departments of physical geography and architecture. Verily, an ambitious literary programme for a girl over whose head scarcely 18 years had hung their dripping drab wintry skies and pearly summer clouds. One March morning, as Edna entered the breakfast-room, she saw unusual gravity printed on Mrs. Murray's face, and observing an open letter on the table, conjectured the cause of her changed countenance. A moment after the master came in, and as he seated himself, his mother said, "St. Elmo, your cousin Estelle's letter contains bad news. Her father is dead, the estate is wretchedly insolvent, and she is coming to reside with us. Then I am off for Hammerfest and the Midnight Sun. Who the deuce invited her, I should like to know. Remember, she is my sister's child. She has no other home, and I am sure it is very natural that she should come to me, her nearest relative, for sympathy and protection. Write to her by return mail that you will gladly allow her 3,000 a year, provided she ensconces herself under some other roof than this." "Impossible. I could not wound her so deeply. You imagine that she entertains a most tender and profound regard for both of us?" "Certainly, my son. We have every reason to believe that she does." Leaning back in his chair, St. Elmo laughed. "I should really enjoy stumbling upon something that would overtax your most marvellous and indefinitely extensible credulity. When Estelle Harding becomes an inmate of this house, I shall pack my valise and start to Tromsø. She approaches like discord, uninvited, armed with an apple or a dagger. I am perfectly willing to share my fortune with her, but I'll swear I would rather prowl for a month through the plague-stricken district of Constantinople than see her domesticated here. You tried the experiment when she was a child, and we fought and scratched as indefatigably as those two amiable young Theban bullies who are so often cited as scarecrows for quarrelsome juveniles. Of course we shall renew the battle at sight. But, my dear son, there are claims urged by natural affection which it is impossible to ignore. Poor Estelle is very desolate, and has a right to our sympathy and love. Poor Estelle, horre dippeto, the frailties of old Rome survive her virtues and her ruins." Mr. Murray laughed again, beat a tattoo with his fork on the edge of his plate, and rising left the room. Mrs. Murray looked puzzled, and said, "Edna, do you know what he meant? He often amuses himself by mystifying me, and I will not gratify him by asking an explanation. Horre dippeto were legacy hunters in Rome, where their sycophantic devotion to people of wealth furnished a constant theme for satire." Mrs. Murray sighed heavily, and the orphan asked, "When do you expect your niece?" "Day after to-morrow. I have not seen her for some years, but report says she is very fascinating, and even St. Elmo, who met her in Europe, admits that she is handsome. As you heard him say just now, they formerly quarrelled most outrageously and shamefully, and he took an unaccountable aversion to her. But I trust all juvenile reminiscences will vanish when they know each other better. My dear, I have several engagements for to-day, and I must rely upon you to superintend the arrangement of Estelle's room. She will occupy the one next to yours. See that everything is in order. You know Hagar is sick, and the other servants are careless." Sympathy for Miss Harding's recent and severe affliction prepared Edna's heart to receive her cordially, and the fact that an irreconcilable feud existed between the stranger and St. Elmo induced the orphan to hope that she might find a congenial companion in the expected visitor. On the afternoon of her arrival, Edna leaned eagerly forward to catch a glimpse of her countenance, and as she threw back her long mourning veil and received her aunt's affectionate greeting, the first impression was, "How exceedingly handsome, how commanding she is!" But a few minutes later, when Mrs. Murray introduced them, and the stranger's keen, bright, restless eyes fell upon the orphan's face, the latter drew back, involuntarily repelled, and a slight shiver crept over her, for an unerring instinctive repulsion told her they could never be friends. Estelle Harding was no longer young. Years had hardened the outline of her features, and imparted a certain staidness or fixedness to her calm countenance, where strong feeling or passionate impulse was never permitted to slip the elegant mask of polished suavity. She was surprisingly like Mrs. Murray, but not one line of her face resembled her cousin's. Fixing her eyes on Edna with a cold, almost stern scrutiny, more searching than courteous, she said, "I was not aware, Aunt Ellen, that you had company in the house." "I have no company at present, my dear. Edna resides here. Do you not remember one of my letters in which I mentioned the child who was injured by the railroad accident? True, I expected to see a child, certainly not a woman. She seems merely a child to me, but come up to your room. You must be very much fatigued by your journey." When they left the sitting-room, Edna sat down in one corner of the sofa, disappointed and perplexed. "She does not like me, that is patent, and I certainly do not like her. She is handsome and very graceful, but quite heartless. There is no inner light from her soul shining in her eyes, nothing tender and loving and kind in their clear depths. They are cold, bright eyes, but not soft, winning, womanly eyes. They might, and doubtless would, hold an angry dog in check, but never draw a tired, fretful child to lean its drooping head on her lap. If she really has any feeling, her eyes should be indicted for slander. I'm sorry I don't like her, and I'm afraid we never shall be nearer each other than touching our finger-tips." Such was Edna's unsatisfactory conclusion, and dismissing the subject, she picked up a book and read until the ladies returned and seated themselves around the fire. To Mrs. Murray's great chagrin and mortification, her son had positively declined going to meet his cousin, had been absent since breakfast, and proved himself shamefully derelict in the courtesy demanded of him. It was almost dark when the quick gallop of his horse announced his return, and as he passed the window on his way to the stables, Edna noticed a sudden change in Estelle's countenance. During the next quarter of an hour her eyes never wandered from the door, though her head was turned to listen to Mrs. Murray's remarks. Soon after, Mr. Murray's rapid footsteps sounded in the hall, and as he entered she rose and advanced to meet him. He held out his hand, shook hers vigorously, and said, as he dropped it, "Mine ancient enemy, declare a truce, and quiet my apprehensions, for I dreamed last night that on sight we flew at each other's throats, and renewed the sanguinary scuffles of our juvenile acquaintance. Most appallingly vivid is my recollection of a certain scar here on my left arm, where you set your pearly teeth some years ago. My dear cousin, as I have had no provocation since I was separated from you, I believe I have grown harmless and amiable. How very well you look, St. Elmo! Thank you, I should like to return the compliment, but facts forbid. You are thinner than when we dined together in Paris. Are you really in love with that excruciating Brummel of a count who danced such indefatigable attendance upon you? To whom do you allude? That youth with languishing brown eyes, who parted his hyacinthine tresses in the middle of his head, whose moustache required Ehrenberg's strongest glasses, and who absolutely believed that Ristori singled him out of her vast audiences as the most appreciative of her listeners, who was eternally humming Ernani and raving about Traviata. Your memory is treacherous as your conscience. Well, then, that man who I once told you reminded me of what Guiargues is reported to have said about Pelisson, that he abused the permission men have to be ugly. Ah, you mean poor Victor. He spent the winter in Seville. I had a letter last week. When do you propose to make him my cousin? Not until I become an inmate of a lunatic asylum. Poor wretch! If he only had courage to sue you for breach of promise, I would, with pleasure, furnish sufficient testimony to convict you, and secure him heavy damages, for I will swear you played fiancé to perfection. Your lavish expenditure of affection seemed to me altogether uncalled for, considering the fact that the fish already floundered at your feet. The reminiscence evidently annoyed her, though her lips smiled, and Edna saw that. While his words were pointed with a sarcasm lost upon herself, it was fully appreciated by his cousin. St. Elmo, I am sorry to see that you have not improved one iota, that all your wickedness clings to you like Sinbad's burden. Standing at his side, she put her hand on his shoulder. As he looked down at her, his lips curled. Nevertheless, Estelle, I find a pale ghost of pity for you wandering up and down what was once my heart. After the glorious intoxication of Parisian life, how can you endure the tedium of this dullest of humdrum, this most moral and stupid of all country towns? Little gossip, few flirtations, neither beau esprit nor bon vivant. What will become of you? Now, whatever amusement, edification, or warning you may be able to extract from my society, I here beg permission to express the hope that you will appropriate unsparingly. I shall, with exemplary hospitality, dedicate myself to your service, shall try to make amends for votre cher Victor's absence, and solemnly promise to do everything in my power to assist you in strangling time, except parting my hair in the middle of my head and making love to you. With these stipulated reservations, command me ad libitum. Her face flushed slightly. She withdrew her hand and sat down. Taking his favorite position on the rug, with one hand thrust into his pocket and the other dallying with his watch chain, Mr. Murray continued, Entire honesty on my part, and a pardonable and amiable weakness for descanting on the charms of my native village, compel me to assure you that notwithstanding the deprivation of opera and theatre, bal masque, and the Bois de Boulogne, I believe you will be surprised to find that the tone of society here is quite up to the lofty standard of the Society of Aurier, or even the requirements of the Academy of Sciences. Our pastors are erudite as Abelard, and rigid as Trappist. Our young ladies are learned as that ancient blue-stocking daughter of Pythagoras, and as pious as Saint Salvia, who never washed her face. For instance, girls yet in their teens are much better acquainted with Hebrew than Miriam was, when she sung it on the shore of the Red Sea, where, by the by, Talmudic tradition says Pharaoh was not drowned. And they will vehemently contend for the superiority of the Targum of Onkelos over that on the Hagiographa, ascribed to one-eyed Joseph of Sora. You look incredulous, my fair cousin. Nay, permit me to complete the inventory of the acquirements of your future companions. They quote fluently from the Megilloth, and will entertain you by fighting over again the battle of the school of Hillel versus the school of Shammai. Their attainments in philology reflect discredit on the superficiality of Max Müller, and if an incidental allusion is made to archaeology, lo, they bombard you with a broadside of authorities and recondite terminology that would absolutely make the hair of Lepsius and Champignon stand on end. I assure you the savants of the old world would catch their breath with envious amazement if they could only enjoy the advantage of the conversation of these orthodox and erudite refugees from the nursery. The unfortunate men of this community are kept in pitiable terror, lest they commit an anachronism, and if, after a careful reconnaissance of the slippery ground, they tremblingly venture an anecdote of Selwyn or Hood or Beaumarchais, they are invariably driven back in confusion by the inquiry if they remember this or that bon mot uttered at the court of Aurangzebe, or of one of the early Incas. Ah, would I were Molière to repaint les précieuses ridicules! Although his eyes had never once wandered from his cousin's face toward the corner where Edna sat embroidering some mats, she felt the blood burning in her cheeks, and forced herself to look up. At that moment, as he stood in the soft glow of the firelight, he was handsomer than she had ever seen him, and when he glanced swiftly over his shoulder to mark the effect of his words, their eyes met, and she smiled involuntarily. For shame, St. Elmo, I will have you presented by the grand jury of this county for wholesome defamation of the inhabitants thereof, said his mother, shaking her finger at him. Estelle laughed and shrugged her shoulders. My poor cousin, how I pity you, and the remainder of the men here, surrounded by such a formidable coterie of blues. Believe me, if their shadows are as blue as those which I have seen thrown upon the snow of Eiríksjökull in Iceland, where I would have sworn that every shade cast on the mountain was a blot of indigo. Sometimes I seriously contemplate erecting an observatory and telescope in order to sweep our sky and render visible what I am convinced exists there undiscovered. Some of those deep blue nebulae which Sir John Herschel found in the southern hemisphere, if the astronomical conjectures be correct concerning the possibility of a galaxy of blue stars. A huge cluster hangs in this neighborhood and furnishes an explanation of the color of the women. Henceforth, St. Elmo, the sole study of my life shall be to forget my alphabet. Miss Earle, do you understand Hebrew? Oh, no, I've only begun to study it. Estelle, it is the popular and fashionable amusement here. Young ladies and young gentlemen form classes for mutual aid and mutual admiration, while they clasp hands over the Masorah. If Lord Brougham and other members of the Society for the Diffusion of Useful Knowledge could only have been induced to investigate the intellectual status of the rising generation of our village, there is little room to doubt that, as they are not deemed advocates for works of supererogation, they would long ago have appreciated the expediency of disbanding said society. I imagine Tennyson is a clairvoyant, and was looking at the young people of this vicinage when he wrote, "Knowledge comes, but wisdom lingers." Not even egoistic, infallible Braintown, that self-complacent and pretentious hub, can show a more ambitious covey of literary fledglings. Your random firing seems to produce no confusion on the part of your game, answered his cousin, withdrawing her gaze from Edna's tranquil features, on which a half-smile still lingered. He did not seem to hear her words, but his eyebrows thickened as he drew a couple of letters from his pocket and looked at the superscription. Giving one to his mother, who sat looking over a newspaper, he crossed the room and silently laid the other on Edna's lap. It was postmarked in a distant city, and directed in a gentleman's large, round, business handwriting. The girl's face flushed with pleasure as she broke the seal, glanced at the signature, and without pausing for a perusal, hastily put the letter into her pocket. "Who can be writing to you, Edna?" asked Mrs. Murray, when she had finished reading her own letter. "Oh, doubtless some Syrian scribe has indited a Chaldee billet doux, which she cannot spell out without the friendly aid of dictionary and grammar. Permit her to withdraw and decipher it. Meantime, here comes Henry to announce dinner, and a plate of soup will strengthen her for her task." Mr. Murray offered his arm to his cousin, and during dinner he talked constantly, rapidly, brilliantly of men and things abroad, now hurling a sarcasm at Estelle's head, now laughing at his mother's expostulations, and studiously avoiding any further notice of Edna, who was never so thoroughly at ease as when he seemed to forget her presence. Estelle sat at his right hand, and suddenly refilling his glass with bubbling champagne, he leaned over and whispered a few words in her ear that brought a look of surprise and pleasure into her eyes. Edna only saw the expression of his face, and the tenderness, the pleading written there, astonished and puzzled her. The next moment they rose from the table, and as Mr. Murray drew his cousin's hand under his arm, Edna hurried away to her own room. Among the numerous magazines to which St. Elmo subscribed was one renowned for the lofty tone of its articles and the asperity of its carping criticisms, and this periodical Edna always singled out and read with avidity. The name of the editor swung in terrorem in the imagination of all humble authorlings, and had become a synonym for merciless critical excoriation. To this literary Forquier Tinville the orphan had daringly written some weeks before, stating her determination to attempt a book, and asking permission to submit the first chapter to his searching inspection. She wrote that she expected him to find faults, he always did, and she preferred that her work should be roughly handled by him, rather than patted and smeared with faint praise by men of inferior critical astuteness. The anxiously expected reply had come at last, and as she locked her door and sat down to read it, she trembled from head to foot. In the centre of a handsome sheet of tinted paper she found these lines: "Madam, in reply to your very extraordinary request, I have the honour to inform you that my time is so entirely consumed by necessary and important claims that I find no leisure at my command for the examination of the embryonic chapter of a contemplated book. I am, Madam, very respectfully, Douglas G. Manning." Tears of disappointment filled her eyes, and for a moment she bit her lip with uncontrolled vexation. Then, refolding the letter, she put it in a drawer of her desk, and said sorrowfully, "I certainly had no right to expect anything more polite from him. He snubs even his popular contributors, and of course he would not be particularly courteous to an unknown scribbler. Perhaps some day I may make him regret that letter, and such a triumph will more than compensate for this mortification. One might think that all literary people, editors, authors, reviewers, would sympathize with each other, and stretch out their hands to aid one another, but it seems there is less freemasonry among literati than other guilds. They wage an internecine war among themselves, though it certainly cannot be termed civil strife, judging from Mr. Douglas Manning's letter." Chagrined and perplexed, she walked up and down the room, wondering what step would be most expedient in the present state of affairs, and trying to persuade herself that she ought to consult Mr. Hammond, but she wished to surprise him, to hear his impartial opinion of a printed article which he could not suspect that she had written, and finally she resolved to say nothing to any one, to work on in silence, relying upon herself. With this determination she sat down before her desk, opened the manuscript of her book, and very soon became absorbed in writing the second chapter. Before she had finished even the first sentence, a hasty rap summoned her to the door. She opened it, and found Mr. Murray standing in the hall with a candle in his hand. "Where is that volume of chess problems which you had last week?" "It is here, sir." She took it from the table, and as she approached him, Mr. Murray held the light close to her countenance, and gave her one of those keen looks which always reminded her of the descriptions of the scrutiny of the Council of Ten in the days when lions' mouths grinned at the street corners in Venice. Something in the curious expression of his face, and the evident satisfaction which he derived from his hasty investigation, told Edna that the book was a mere pretext. She drew back and asked, "Have I any other book that you need?" "No, I have all I came for." Smiling half mischievously, half maliciously, he turned and left her. I wonder what he saw in my face that amused him. She walked up to the bureau and examined her own image in the mirror, and there on her cheeks were the unmistakable traces of the tears of vexation and disappointment. At least he can have no idea of the cause, and that is some comfort, for he is too honourable to open my letters. But just here a doubt flashed into her mind. How do I know that he is honourable? Can any man be worthy of trust who holds nothing sacred, and sneers at all religions? No, he has no conscience, and yet— She sighed and went back to her manuscript, and though for a while St. Elmo Murray's mocking eyes seemed to glitter on the pages, her thoughts ere long were anchored once more with the olive-crowned priestess in the temple of Sais. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of St. Elmo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. St. Elmo by Augustajaneevans. Chapter 14. If the seers of geology are correct in assuming that the age of the human race is coincident with that of the alluvial stratum, from 80 to 100 centuries, are not domestic traditions and household customs the great arteries in which beat the social life of humanity, linking the race in homogeneity? Roman women suffered no first day of May pass without celebrating the festival of Bona Dea, and 2,000 years later girls who know as little of the manners and customs of ancient Italy as of the municipal regulations of fabulous Manoa lie down to sleep on the last day of April, and kissing the fond maternal face that bends above their pillows, eagerly repeat, "You must wake and call me early, mother dear. Tomorrow'll be the happiest time of all the glad new year. Of all the glad new year, mother, the maddest, merriest day, for I'm to be queen of the May, mother, I'm to be queen of the May." For a fortnight Edna had been busily engaged in writing colloquies and speeches for the Sabbath school children of the village, and in attending the rehearsals for the perfection of the various parts. Assisted by Mr. Hammond and the ladies of his congregation, she had prepared a varied program, and was almost as much interested in the success of the youthful orators as the superintendent of the school or the parents of the children. The day was propitious, clear, balmy, all that could be asked of the blue-eyed month, and as the festival was to be celebrated in a beautiful grove of elms and chestnuts, almost in sight of Le Bocage, Edna went over very early to aid in arranging the tables, decking the platforms with flowers, and training one juvenile Demosthenes, whose elocution was as unpromising as that of his Greek model. Despite her patient teaching, this boy's awkwardness threatened to spoil everything, and as she watched the nervous wringing of his hands and desperate shuffling of his feet, she was tempted to give him up in despair. The dew hung heavily on grass and foliage, and the matin carol of the birds still swelled through the leafy aisles of the grove, when she took the trembling boy to a secluded spot, directed him to stand on a mossy log, where 2 lizards lay blinking, and repeat his speech. He stammered most unsatisfactorily through it, and intent on his improvement, Edna climbed upon a stump and delivered his speech for him, gesticulating and emphasizing just as she wished him to do. As the last words of the peroration passed her lips, and while she stood on the stump, a sudden clapping of hands startled her, and Gordon Lee's cheerful voice exclaimed, "Encore, encore! Since the days of Hypatia you have not had your equal among female elocutionists. I would not have missed it for any consideration, so pray forgive me for eavesdropping." He came forward, held out his hand, and added, "Allow me to assist you in dismounting from your temporary rostrum, whence you bear your blushing honours thick upon you. Jamie, do you think you can do as well as Miss Edna when your time comes?" "Oh, no, sir, but I will try not to make her ashamed of me." He snatched his hat from the log and ran off, leaving his friends to walk back more leisurely to the spot selected for the tables. Edna had been too much disconcerted by his unexpected appearance to utter a word until now, and her tone expressed annoyance as she said, "I'm very sorry you interrupted me, for Jamie will make an ignominious failure. Have you nothing better to do than stray about the woods like a satyr?" "I am quite willing to be satirized, even by you, on this occasion. For what man, whose blood is not curdled by cynicism, can prefer to spend May Day among musty law books and red tape, when he has the alternative of listening to such declamation as you favoured me with just now, or of participating in the sports of 100 happy children? Besides, my good familiar, or rather my sortes pro Ernestino, told me that I should find you here, and I wanted to see you before the company assembled. Why have you so pertinaciously avoided me of late?" They stood close to each other in the shade of the elms, and Gordon thought that never before had she looked so beautiful, as the mild perfumed breeze stirred the folds of her dress and fluttered the blue ribbons that looped her hair and girdled her waist. Just at that instant, ere she could reply, a rustling of the undergrowth arrested further conversation, and Mr. Murray stepped out of the adjoining thicket, with his gun in his hand, and his grim pet Ali at his heels. Whatever surprise he may have felt, his countenance certainly betrayed none as he lifted his hat and said, "Good morning, Lee. I shall not intrude upon the Sanhedrim, on which I have happened to stumble, longer than is necessary to ask if you are so fortunate as to have a match with you. I find my case empty." Mr. Lee took a match from his pocket, and while Mr. Murray lighted his cigar, his eyes rested for an instant only on Edna's flushed face. "Are you not coming to the children's celebration?" asked Gordon. "No, indeed. I own that I am lazy as a Turk, but while I am constitutionally and habitually opposed to labour, I swear I should prefer to plough or break stones till sundown, sooner than listen to all the rant and fustian that spectators will be called on to endure this morning. I have not sufficient courage to remain and witness what would certainly recall the manner of Bombastes Furioso making love to D'Estefina. Will you have a cigar? Good morning." He lifted his hat, shouldered his gun, and calling to his dog, disappeared among the thick undergrowth. "What an incorrigible savage!" muttered Mr. Lee, replacing the match case in his pocket. His companion made no answer and was hurrying on, but he caught her dress and detained her. "Do not go until you hear what I have to say to you. More than once you have denied me an opportunity of expressing what you must long ago have suspected. Edna, you know very well that I love you better than everything else, that I have loved you from the first day of our acquaintance, and I have come to tell you that my happiness is in your dear little hands, that my future will be joyless unless you share it, that the one darling hope of my life is to call you my wife. Do not draw your hand from mine. Dear Edna, let me keep it always. Do I mistake your feelings when I hope that you return my affection?" "You entirely mistake them, Mr. Lee, in supposing that you can ever be more to me than a very dear and valued friend. It grieves me very much to be forced to give you pain or cause you disappointment, but I should wrong you even more than myself were I to leave you in doubt concerning my feeling toward you. I like your society, and you have my entire confidence and highest esteem, but it is impossible that I can ever be your wife." "Why impossible? Because I never could love you as I think I ought to love the man I marry?" "My dear Edna, answer one question candidly. Do you love any one else better than you love me?" "No, Mr. Lee." "Does Mr. Murray stand between your heart and mine?" "Oh, no, Mr. Lee." "Then I will not yield the hope of winning your love. If your heart is free, I will have it all my own one day. Oh, Edna, why cannot you love me? I would make you very happy. My darling's home should possess all that fortune and devoted affection could supply. Not one wish should remain ungratified." "I am able to earn a home. I do not intend to marry for one." "Ah, your pride is your only fault, and it will cause us both much suffering, I fear. Edna, I know how sensitive you are, and how deeply your delicacy has been wounded by the malicious meddling of ill-mannered gossips. I know why you abandoned your Hebrew recitations, and a wish to spare your feelings alone prevented me from punishing certain scandal-mongers as they deserved. But, dearest, do not visit their offences upon me. Because they dared ascribe their own ignoble motives to you, do not lock your heart against me and refuse me the privilege of making your life happy. Mr. Lee, you are not necessary to my happiness. While our tastes are in many respects congenial, and it is pleasant to be with you occasionally, it would not cause me any deep grief if I were never to see you again." "Oh, Edna, you are cruel, unlike yourself. Forgive me, sir, if I seem so, and believe me when I assure you that it pains me more to say it than you to hear it. No woman should marry a man whose affection and society are not absolutely essential to her peace of mind and heart. Applying this test to you, I find that mine is in no degree dependent on you, and though you may have no warmer friend, I must tell you it is utterly useless for you to hope that I shall ever love you as you wish, Mr. Lee. I regret that I cannot, and if my heart were only puppet of my will, I would try to reciprocate your affection, because I appreciate so fully and so gratefully all that you generously offer me. Today you stretch out your hand to a poor girl of unknown parentage, reared by charity, a girl considered by your family and friends an obscure interloper in aristocratic circles, and with a noble magnanimity for which I shall thank you always, you say, 'Come, take my name, share my fortune, wrap yourself in my love, and be happy.' I will give you a lofty position in society, whence you can look down on those who sneer at your poverty and lineage. Oh, Mr. Lee, God knows I wish I loved you as you deserve. Ambition and gratitude alike plead for you, but it is impossible that I could ever consent to be your wife." Her eyes were full of tears as she looked in his handsome face, hitherto so bright and genial, now clouded and saddened by a bitter disappointment, and suddenly catching both hands in hers, she stooped and pressed her lips to them. Although you refuse to encourage, you cannot crush the hope that my affection will after a while win yours in return. You are very young, and as yet scarcely know your own heart, and unshaken constancy on my part will plead for me in coming years. I will be patient, and as long as you are Edna Earle, as long as you remain mistress of your own heart, I shall cling fondly to the only hope that gladdens my future. Over my feelings you have no control. You may refuse me your hand. That is your right, but while I shall abstain from demonstrations of affection, I shall certainly cherish the hope of possessing it. Meantime, permit me to ask whether you still contemplate leaving Mrs. Murray's house. Miss Harding told my sister yesterday that in a few months you would obtain a situation as governess or teacher in a school. Such is certainly my intention, but I am at a loss to conjecture how Miss Harding obtained her information, as the matter has not been alluded to since her arrival. I trust you will pardon me the liberty I take in warning you to be exceedingly circumspect in your intercourse with her, for I have reason to believe that her sentiments toward you are not so friendly as might be desired. Thank you, Mr. Lee. I am aware of her antipathy, though of its cause I am ignorant, and our intercourse is limited to the salutations of the day and the courtesies of the table. Drawing from her finger the emerald which had occasioned so many disquieting reflections, Edna continued, You must allow me to return the ring, which I have hitherto worn as a token of friendship, and which I cannot consent to retain any longer. Peace be with you, dear friend, is the earnest prayer of my heart. Our paths in life will soon diverge so widely that we shall probably see each other rarely, but none of your friends will rejoice more sincerely than I to hear of your happiness and prosperity, for no one else has such cause to hold you in grateful remembrance. Goodbye, Mr. Lee. Think of me hereafter only as a friend. She gave him both hands for a minute, left the ring in his palm, and with tears in her eyes went back to the tables and platforms. Very rapidly, chattering groups of happy children collected in the grove, red-cheeked boys clad in white linen suits, with new straw hats belted with black, and fair-browed girls robed in spotless muslin, garlanded with flowers, and bright with rosy badges, sparkling eyes, laughing lips, sweet, mirthful, eager voices, and shadowless hearts. Ah, that May Day could stretch from the fairy tropic land of childhood to the Arctic zone of age, where snows fall chilling and desolate, drifting over the dead but unburied hopes which the great stream of time bears and buffets on its broad, swift surface. The celebration was a complete success. Even awkward Jamie acquitted himself with more ease and grace than his friends had dared to hope. Speeches and songs were warmly applauded. Proud parents watched their merry darlings with eyes that brimmed with tenderness, and the heart of Semiramis never throbbed more triumphantly than that of the delighted young Queen of May, who would not have exchanged her floral crown for all the jewels that glittered in the diadem of the Assyrian sovereign. Late in the evening of that festal day, Mr. Hammond sat alone on the portico of the old-fashioned parsonage. The full moon, rising over the arched windows of the neighbouring church, shone on the marble monuments that marked the rows of graves, and the golden beams, stealing through the thick vines which clustered around the wooden columns, broidered in glittering arabesque the polished floor at the old man's feet. That solemn, mysterious silence, which nature reverently folds like a velvet pall over the bier of the pale, dead day, when the sky is filling more and more with crystal light, as pensive evening deepens into night, was now hushing the hum and stir of the village, and only the occasional far-off bark of a dog, and the clear, sweet vesper song of a mocking-bird singing in the myrtle-tree, broke the repose so soothing after the bustle of the day. To labour and to pray from dawn till dusk is the sole legacy which sin-stained man brought through the flaming gate of Eden, and in the grey gloaming Mother Earth stretches her vast hands tenderly over her drooping, toil-spent children, and mercifully murmurs, Nunc Dimittis. Close to the minister's armchair stood a small table covered with a snowy cloth, on which was placed the evening meal, consisting of strawberries, honey, bread, butter, and milk. At his feet lay the white cat, bathed in moonshine, and playing with a fragrant spray of honeysuckle, which trailed within reach of her paws, and swung to and fro like a spicy censer as the soft breeze stole up from the starry south. The supper was untasted. The old man's silvered head leaned wearily on his shrunken hand, and through a tearful mist his mild eyes looked toward the churchyard, where gleamed the monumental shafts that guarded his mouldering household idols, his white-robed darling dead. His past was a wide, fair, fruitful field of hallowed labour, bounteous with promise for that prophetic harvest whereof God's angels are reapers, and his future, whose near horizon was already rimmed with the light of eternity, was full of that blessed peace which passeth all understanding. Yet tonight precious reminiscences laid their soft mesmeric fingers on his heart, and before him, all unbidden, floated visions of other May days long, long ago, when the queen of his boyish affections had worn her crown of flowers, and many, many years later, when, as the queen of his home and the proud mother of his children, she had stood with her quivering hand nestled in his, listening breathlessly to the May-day speech of their golden-haired daughter. Why does the sea of thought thus backward roll? Memory's the breeze that through the cordage raves, and ever drives us on some homeward shoal, as if she loved the melancholy waves that murmuring shoreward break o'er a reef of graves. The song of the mocking-bird still rang from the downy cradle of myrtle blossoms, and a whippoorwill answered from a cedar in the churchyard, when the slamming of the parsonage gate startled the shy thrush that slept in the vines that overarched it, and Mr. Lee came slowly up the walk, which was lined with purple and white lilies, whose loveliness, undiminished by the wear of centuries, still rivaled the glory of Solomon. As he ascended the steps and removed his hat, the pastor rose and placed a chair for him near his own. "Good evening, Gordon. Where did you immure yourself all day? I expected to find you taking part in the children's festival, and hunted for you in the crowd." "I expected to attend, but this morning something occurred which unfitted me for enjoyment of any kind. Consequently, I thought it best to keep myself and my moodiness out of sight." "I trust nothing serious has happened?" "Yes, something that threatens to blast all my hopes and make my life one great disappointment. Has not Edna told you?" "She has told me nothing relative to yourself, but I noticed that she was depressed and grieved about something. She was abstracted and restless, and went home very early, pleading fatigue and headache." "I wish I had a shadow of hope that her heart ached also. Mr. Hammond, I am very wretched, and have come to you for sympathy and counsel. Of course you have seen for a long time that I loved her very devotedly, that I intended, if possible, to make her my wife. Although she was very shy and guarded, and never gave me any reason to believe she returned my affection, I thought, I hoped she would not reject me, and I admired her even more because of her reticence, for I could not value a love which I knew was mine unasked. To-day I mentioned the subject to her, told her how entirely my heart was hers, offered her my hand and fortune, and was refused most decidedly. Her manner, more than her words, distressed and discouraged me. She showed so plainly that she felt only friendship for me, and entertained only regret for the pain she gave me. She was kind and delicate, but oh, so crushingly positive. I saw that I had no more place in her heart than that whippoorwill in the cedars yonder, and yet I shall not give her up. While I live, I will cling to the hope that I may finally win her. Thousands of women have rejected a man again and again, and at last yielded and accepted him, and I do not believe Edna can withstand the devotion of a lifetime. Do not deceive yourself, Gordon. It is true, many women are flattered by a man's perseverance. Their vanity is gratified. They first reproach themselves for suffering they inflict. Then gratitude for constancy comes to plead for the inconsolable suitor, and at last they persuade themselves that such devotion cannot fail to make them happy. Such a woman Edna is not, and if I have correctly understood her character, never can be. I sympathize with you, Gordon, and it is because I love you so sincerely that I warn you against a hope destined to cheat you." "But she admitted that she loved no one else, and I can see no reason why, after a while, she may not give me her heart. I've watched her for years. I think I know her nature better than any other human being, and I tell you, Edna Earle will never coax and persuade herself to marry any man, no matter what his position and endowments may be. She is not a dependent woman. The circumstances of her life have forced her to dispense with companionship. She is sufficient for herself, and while she loves her friends warmly and tenderly, she feels the need of no one. If she ever marries, it will not be from gratitude or devotion, but because she learned to love, almost against her will, some strong, vigorous thinker, some man whose will and intellect masters hers, who compels her heart's homage, and without whose society she cannot persuade herself to live. And why may I not hope that such will one day be my good fortune?" For a few minutes Mr. Hammond was silent, walking up and down the wide portico, and when he resumed his seat he laid his hand affectionately on the young man's shoulder, saying, "My dear Gordon, your happiness as well as hers is very dear to me. I love you both, and you must forgive me if what I am about to say should wound or mortify you. Knowing you both as I do, and wishing to save you future disappointment, I should, even were you my own son, certainly tell you, Gordon, you will never be Edna's husband, because intellectually she is your superior. She feels this, and will not marry one to whose mind her own does not bow in reverence. To rule the man she married would make her miserable, and she could only find happiness in being ruled by an intellect to which she looked up admiringly. I know that many very gifted women have married their inferiors, but Edna is peculiar, and in some respects totally unlike any other woman whose character I have carefully studied. Gordon, you are not offended with me?" Mr. Lee put out his hand, grasped that of his companion, and his voice was marked by unwonted tremor as he answered, "You pain and humiliate me beyond expression, but I could never be offended at words which I am obliged to feel are dictated by genuine affection. Mr. Hammond, might not years of thought and study remove the obstacle to which you allude? Can I not acquire all that you deem requisite? I would dedicate my life to the attainment of knowledge, to the improvement of my faculties. Erudition would not satisfy her. Do you suppose she could wed a mere walking encyclopedia? She is naturally more gifted than you are, and unfortunately for you, she discovered the fact when you were studying together." "But, sir, women listen to the promptings of heart much oftener than to the cold, stern dictates of reason." "Very true, Gordon, but her heart declares against you. Do you know any one whom you regard as fully worthy of her, any one who will probably win her?" "I know no man whose noble, generous heart renders him so worthy of her as yourself, and if she could only love you as you deserve, I should be rejoiced, but that I believe to be impossible." "Do you know how soon she expects to leave Le Bocage?" "Probably about the close of the year. I cannot bear to think of her as going among strangers, being buffeted by the world while she toils to earn a maintenance. It is inexpressibly bitter for me to reflect that the girl whom I love above everything upon earth, who would preside so gracefully, so elegantly over my home, and make my life so proud and happy, should prefer to shut herself up in a school room and wear out her life in teaching fretful, spoiled, trying children. Oh, Mr. Hammond, can you not prevail upon her to abandon this scheme? Think what a complete sacrifice it will be." "If she feels that the hand of duty points out this destiny as hers, I shall not attempt to dissuade her, for peace of mind and heart is found nowhere save in accordance with the dictates of conscience and judgment. Since Miss Harding's arrival at Le Bocage, I fear Edna will realize rapidly that she is no longer needed as a companion by Mrs. Murray, and her proud spirit will rebel against the surveillance to which I apprehend she is already subjected. She has always expressed a desire to maintain herself by teaching, but I suspect that she will do so by her pen. When she prepares to quit Mrs. Murray's house, I shall offer her a home in mine, but I have little hope that she will accept it, much as she loves me, for she wants to see something of that strange mass called life by the world. She wishes to go to some large city where she can command advantages beyond her reach in this quiet little place, and where her own exertions will pay for the roof that covers her. However we may deplore this decision, certainly we can not blame her for the feeling that prompts it. I have racked my brain for some plan by which I could share my fortune with her without her suspecting the donor, for if she rejects my hand, I know she would not accept 1 cent from me. Can you suggest any feasible scheme?" Mr. Hammond shook his head, and after some reflection answered, "We can do nothing but wait and watch for an opportunity of aiding her. I confess, Gordon, her future fills me with serious apprehension. She is so proud, so sensitive, so scrupulous, and yet so boundlessly ambitious. Should her high hopes, her fond dreams be destined to the sharp and summary defeat which frequently overtakes ambitious men and women in early in life, I shudder for her closing years and the almost unendurable bitterness of her disappointed soul. Why do you suppose that she aspires to authorship? She has never intimated such a purpose to me, but she cannot be ignorant of the fact that she possesses great talent, and she is too conscientious to bury it. Mr. Hammond, you may be correct in your predictions, but I trust you are wrong, and I cannot believe that any woman whose heart is as warm and noble as Edna's will continue to reject such love as I shall always offer her. Of one thing I feel assured, no man will ever love her as well or better than I do, and to this knowledge she will awake some day. God bless her, she is the only woman I shall ever want to call my wife. I sympathize most keenly with your severe disappointment, my dear young friend, and shall earnestly pray that in this matter God will overrule all things for your happiness as well as hers. He who notes the death of sparrows and numbers even the hairs of our heads will not doom your noble, tender heart to lifelong loneliness and hunger. With a long, close clasp of hands they parted. Gordon Lee walked sadly between the royal lily rows, hoping that the future would redeem the past. And the old man sat alone in the serene, silent night, watching the shimmer of the moon on the marble that covered his dead. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of St. Elmo This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. St. Elmo by Augusta Jane Evans, Chapter 15. It is impossible, Estelle. The girl is not a fool, and nothing less than idiocy can explain such conduct. Flushed and angry, Mrs. Murray walked up and down the floor of the sitting-room, and playing with the jet bracelet on her rounded arm, Miss Harding replied, "As Mrs. Inge happens to be his sister, I presume she speaks ex cathedra, and she certainly expressed very great delight at the failure of Gordon Lee's suit. She told me that he was much depressed in consequence of Edna's rejection, and manifested more feeling than she had deemed possible under the circumstances. Of course she is much gratified that her family is safe from the disgrace of such a mésalliance. You will oblige me by being more choice in the selection of your words, Estelle, as it is a poor compliment to me to remark that any man would be disgraced by marrying a girl whom I have raised and educated, and trained as carefully as if she were my own daughter. Barring her obscure birth, Edna is as worthy of Gordon as any dainty pet of fashion who lounges in Clara Inge's parlours, and I shall take occasion to tell her so if ever she hints at mésalliance in my presence. In that event she will doubtless retort by asking you in her bland and thoroughly well-bred style whether you intend to give your consent to Edna's marriage with my cousin St. Elmo." Mrs. Murray stopped suddenly, and confronting her niece, said sternly, "What do you mean, Estelle Harding?" "My dear aunt, the goodness of your heart has strangely blinded you to the character of the girl you have taken into your house and honoured with your confidence and affection. Be patient with me while I unmask this shrewd little intrigante. She is poor and unknown, and if she leaves your roof, as she pretends is her purpose, she must work for her own maintenance, which no one will do from choice, when an alternative of luxurious ease is within reach. Mr. Lee is very handsome, very agreeable, wealthy, and intelligent, and is considered a fine match for any girl, yet your protégée discards him most positively, alleging as a reason that she does not love him, and prefers hard labour as a teacher to securing an elegant home by becoming his wife. That she can decline so brilliant an offer seems to you incredible, but I knew from the beginning that she would not accept it. My dear Aunt Ellen, she aspires to the honour of becoming your daughter-in-law, and can well afford to refuse Mr. Lee's hand when she hopes to be mistress of Le Bocage. She is pretty, and she knows it, and her cunning handling of her cards would really amuse and interest me if I were not grieved at the deception she is practising upon you. It has, I confess, greatly surprised me that, with your extraordinary astuteness in other matters, you should prove so obtuse concerning the machinations which the girl carries on in your own house. Can you not see how adroitly she natters St. Elmo by poring over his stupid manuscripts and professing devotion to his pet authors? Your own penetration will show you how unnatural it is that any pretty young girl like Edna should sympathize so intensely with my cousin's outre studies and tastes. Before I had been in this house 24 hours, I saw the game she plays so skilfully, and only wonder that you, my dear aunt, should be victimized by the cunning of one on whom you have lavished so much kindness. Look at the facts. She certainly has refused to marry Mr. Lee, and situated as she is, how can you explain the mystery by any other solution than that which I have given, and which I assure you is patent to every one save yourself?" Painful surprise kept Mrs. Murray silent for some moments, and at last, shaking her head, she exclaimed, "I do not believe a word of it. I know her much better than you possibly can, and so far from wishing to marry my son, she fears and dislikes him exceedingly. Her evident aversion to him has ever caused me regret, and at times they scarcely treat each other with ordinary courtesy. She systematically avoids him, and occasionally, when I request her to take a message to him, I have been amused at the expression of her face, and her manoeuvres to find a substitute. No, no, she is too conscientious to wear a mask. You must tax your ingenuity for some better solution. She is shrewd enough to see that St. Elmo is satiated with flattery and homage. She suspects that pique alone can force an entrance into the citadel of his heart, and her demonstrations of aversion are only a ruse de guerre. My poor aunt, I pity the disappointment and mortification to which you are destined when you discover how complete is the imposture she practices. I tell you, Estelle, I am neither blind nor exactly in my dotage, and that girl has no more intention of— The door opened, and Mr. Murray came in, glancing round the room, and observing the sudden silence, his mother's flushed cheeks and angry eyes, his cousin's lurking smile, he threw himself on the sofa, saying, Tanto en animis celestibus. Pray, what dire calamity has raised a feud between you two? Has the French count grown importunate, and does my mother refuse her consent to your tardy decision to follow the dictates of your long outraged conscience, and bestow speedily upon him that pretty hand of yours, which has so often been surrendered to his tender clasp? If my intercession in behalf of said Victor is considered worthy of acceptance, pray command me, Estelle, for I swear I never keep runic faith with an ally. My son, did it ever occur to you that your eloquence might be more successfully and agreeably exercised in your own behalf? Mrs. Murray looked keenly at her niece as she spoke. My profound and proverbial humility never permitted the ghost of such a suggestion to affright my soul. Judging from the confusion which greeted my entrance, I am forced to conclude that it was mal apropos, but prudent regard for the reputation of the household urged me to venture near enough to the line of battle to inform you that the noise of the conflict proclaims it to the servants, and the unmistakable tones arrested my attention even in the yard. Family feuds become really respectable if only waged sotto voce. He rose as if to leave the room, but his mother motioned him to remain. I'm very much annoyed at a matter which surprises me beyond expression. Do you know that Gordon Lee has made Edna an offer of marriage, and she has been insane enough to refuse him? Was ever a girl so stupidly blind to her true interest? She cannot hope to make half so brilliant a match, for he is certainly one of the most promising young men in the state, and would give her a position in the world that otherwise she can never attain. Refused him, refused affluence, fashionable social stains, diamonds, laces, rose-curtained boudoir and hothouses, refused the glorious privilege of calling Mrs. Inge sister, and the opportunity of snubbing le beau monde, who persistently snub her. Impossible! You are growing old and oblivious of the strategy you indulged in when throwing your toils around your devoted admirer, whom I ultimately had the honor of calling my father. Your pet vagrant, Edna, is no simpleton. She can take care of her own interests, and, accept my word for it, intends to do so. She is only practising a little harmless coquetry, toying with her victim as fish circle round and round the bait, which they fully intend to swallow. Were she a Fia herself, I should say Gordon's success is as fixed as any other decree in the chamber of fate, where, through tremulous hands, hum the threads from an old-fashioned distaff uncurled, and those three blind old women sit spinning the world. Be not cast down, O my mother. Your protégée is a true daughter of Eve, and she eyes Lee's fortune as hungrily as the aforesaid venerable mother of mankind did the tempting apple. St. Elmo, it is neither respectful nor courteous to be eternally sneering at women in the presence of your own mother. As for Edna, I am intensely provoked at her deplorable decision, for I know that when she once decides on a course of conduct, neither persuasion nor argument will move her one iota. She is incapable of the contemptible coquetry you imputed to her, and Gordon may as well look elsewhere for a bride. You are quite right, Aunt Ellen. Her refusal was most positive. Did she inform you of the fact? Asked Mr. Murray. No, but Mr. Lee told his sister that she gave him no hope whatever. Then for the first time in my life I have succeeded in slandering human nature, which hitherto I deemed quite impossible. Picawi, oh my race! And she absolutely positively declines to sell herself. I am unpleasantly startled in my pet theories concerning the cunning lynx selfishness of women by this feminine phenomenon. Why, I would have bet half my estate on Gordon's chances for his handsome face, aided by such incomparable coadjutors as my mother here and the infallible sage and oracle of the parsonage constituted a triple alliance, more formidable, more invincible than those that threatened Louis XIV or Alberoni. I imagined the girl was clay in the experienced hands of matrimonial potters, and that Hebrew strategy would prove triumphant. Accept, my dear mother, my most heartfelt sympathy in your ignominious defeat. You will not doubt the sincerity of my condolence when I confess that it springs from the mortifying consciousness of having found that all women are not so entirely unscrupulous as I prefer to believe them. Permit me to comfort you with the assurance that the campaign has been conducted with distinguished ability on your part. You have displayed topographical accuracy, wariness, and an insight into the character of your antagonist, which entitle you to an exalted place among modern tacticians. And you have the consolation of knowing that you have been defeated most unscientifically and in direct opposition to every well-established maxim and rule of strategy by this rash, incomprehensible, feminine Napoleon. Believe me— Hush, St. Elmo, I don't wish to hear anything more about the miserable affair. Edna is very obstinate and exceedingly ungrateful after all the interest I have manifested in her welfare, and henceforth I shall not concern myself about her future. If she prefers to drudge through life as a teacher, I shall certainly advise her to commence as soon as possible, for if she can so entirely dispense with my counsel, she no longer needs my protection. Have you reasoned with her concerning the singular obliquity of her mental vision? No, she knows my wishes, and since she defies them, I certainly shall not condescend to open my lips to her on this subject. Women arrogate such marvellous astuteness in reading each other's motives, that I should imagine Estelle's ingenuity would furnish an open sesame to the locked chamber of this girl's heart, and supply some satisfactory explanation of her incomprehensible course. Mr. Murray took his cousin's hand and drew her to a seat beside him on the sofa. The solution is very easy, my dear cynic. Edna can well afford to decline Gordon Lee's offer when she expects in manoeuvres to sell herself for a much higher sum than he can command. As Miss Harding uttered these words, Mrs. Murray turned quickly to observe their effect. The cousins looked steadily at each other, and St. Elmo laughed bitterly and patted Estelle's cheek, saying, "Bravo! Set a thief to catch a thief. I knew you would hit the nail on the head. But who the devil is this fellow who is writing to her from New York? This is the second letter I've taken out of the office, and there is no telling how often they come, for on both occasions, when I troubled myself to ride to the post office, I found letters directed to her in this same handwriting." He drew a letter from his pocket and laid it on his knee, and as Estelle looked at it, and then glanced with a puzzled expression toward her aunt's equally curious face, Mr. Murray passed his hand across his eyes to hide their malicious twinkle. "Give me the letter, St. Elmo. It is my duty to examine it. For as long as she is under my protection, she has no right to carry on a clandestine correspondence with strangers. Pardon me if I presume to dispute your prerogative to open her letters. It is neither your business nor mine to dictate with whom she shall or shall not correspond, now that she is no longer a child. Doubtless you remember that I warned you against her from the first day I ever set my eyes upon her, and predicted that you would repent in sackcloth and ashes your charitable credulity. I swore then she would prove a thief. You vowed she was a saint. But nevertheless I have no intention of turning spy at this late date, and assisting you in the eminently honourable work of waylaying letters from her distant swain." Very coolly he put the letter back in his pocket. Mrs. Murray bit her lip and held out her hand, saying peremptorily, "I insist upon having the letter. Since you are so spasmodically and exceedingly scrupulous, I will carry it immediately to her and demand a perusal of the contents. St. Elmo, I'm in no mood for jesting." He only shook his head and laughed. "The dictates of filial respect forbid that I should subject my mother's curiosity to so severe an ordeal. Moreover, were the letter once in your hands, your conscience would persuade you that it is your imperative duty to a poor, inexperienced, motherless girl to inspect it ere her eager fingers have seized it. Besides, she is coming, and will save you the trouble of seeking her. I heard her run up the steps a moment ago." Before Mrs. Murray could frame her indignation in suitable words, Edna entered, holding in one hand her straw hat, in the other basket lined with grape leaves, and filled with remarkably large and fine strawberries. Exercise had deepened the colour in her fair, sweet face, which had never looked more lovely than now, as she approached her benefactress, holding up the fragrant, tempting fruit. "Mrs. Murray, here's a present from Mr. Hammond, who desired me to tell you that these berries are the first he has gathered from the new bed, next to the row of lilacs. It is the variety he ordered from New York last fall, and some roots of which he says he sent to you. Are they not the most perfect specimens you ever saw? We measured them at the parsonage, and 6 filled a saucer." She was selecting a cluster to hold up for inspection, and had not remarked the cloud on Mrs. Murray's brow. The strawberries are very fine. I am much obliged to Mr. Hammond." The severity of the tone astonished Edna, who looked up quickly, saw the stern displeasure written on her face, and glanced inquiringly at the cousins. There was an awkward silence, and feeling the eyes of all fixed upon her, the orphan picked up her hat, which had fallen on the floor, and asked, "Shall I carry the basket to the dining-room, or leave it here?" "You need not trouble yourself to carry it anywhere." Mrs. Murray laid her hand on the bell cord and rang sharply. Edna placed the fruit on the centre table, and, suspecting that she must be de trop, moved toward the door, but Mr. Murray rose and stood before her. "Here is a letter which arrived yesterday." He put it in her hand, and as she recognized the peculiar superscription, a look of delight flashed over her features, and raising her beaming eyes to his, she murmured, "Thank you, sir," and retreated to her own room. Mr. Murray turned to his mother and said carelessly, "I neglected to tell you that I heard from Clinton to-day. He has invited himself to spend some days here, and wrote to say that he might be expected next week. At least his visit will be welcome to you, Estelle, and I congratulate you on the prospect of adding to your list of admirers the most fastidious exquisite it has ever been my misfortune to encounter. St. Elmo, you ought to be ashamed to mention your father's nephew in such terms. You certainly have less respect and affection for your relatives than any man I ever saw, which fact is entirely attributable to my thorough knowledge of their characters. I've generally found that high appreciation and intimate acquaintance are in inverse ratios. As for Clinton Alston, were he my father's son instead of his nephew, I imagine my flattering estimate of him would be substantially the same. Estelle, do you know him?" "I have not that pleasure, but report prepares me to find him extremely agreeable. I am rejoiced at the prospect of meeting him. Some time ago, just before I left Paris, I received a message from him, challenging me to a flirtation at sight so soon as an opportunity presented itself. For your sake, Estelle, I am glad Clinton is coming, for St. Elmo is so shamefully selfish and oblivious of his duties as host, that I know time often hangs very heavily on your hands." Mrs. Murray was too thoroughly out of humour to heed the dangerous sparkle in her son's eyes. "Very true, mother. His amiable and accommodating disposition commends him strongly to your affection, and knowing what is expected of him, he will politely declare himself her most devoted lover before he has been 36 hours in her society. Now, if she can accept him for a husband, and you will only consent to receive him as your son, I swear I will reserve a mere scanty annuity for my travelling expenses. I will gladly divide the estate between them, and transport myself permanently and joyfully beyond the animadversion on my inherited sweetness of temper. If you, my dear coz, can only coax Clinton into this arrangement for your own and my mother's happiness, you will render me eternally grateful, and smooth the way for a trip to Tibet and Siberia, which I have long contemplated. Bear this proposition in mind, will you, especially when the charms of leur bocage most favourably impress you. Remember, you will become its mistress the day that you marry Clinton. Make my mother adopt him, and release me. If my terms are not sufficiently liberal, confer with Clinton as soon as maidenly propriety will permit, and acquaint me with your ultimatum, for I am so thoroughly weary and disgusted with this place that I am anxious to get away on almost any terms. Here come the autocrats of the neighbourhood, the nouveaux enrichis, your friends the Montgomerys and Hills, than whom I would sooner shake hands with the Asiatic plague. I hear Madame Montgomery asking if I am not at home, as well as the ladies. Tell her I am in Spitzbergen or Manchuria, where I certainly intend to be ere long." As the visitors approached the sitting-room, he sprang through the window opening on the terrace and disappeared. The contents of the unexpected letter surprised and delighted Edna much more than she would willingly have confessed. Mr. Manning wrote that upon the eve of leaving home for a tour of some weeks' travel, he chanced to stumble upon her letter, and in a second perusal some peculiarity of style induced him to reconsider the offer it contained, and he determined to permit her to send the manuscript, as far as written, for his examination. If promptly forwarded, it would reach him before he left home, and expedite an answer. Drawing all happy auguries from this second letter, and trembling with pleasure, Edna hastened to prepare her manuscript for immediate transmission. Carefully enveloping it in a thick paper, she sealed and directed it, then fell on her knees, and with clasped hands resting on the package, prayed earnestly, vehemently, that God's blessing would accompany it, would crown her efforts with success. Afraid to trust it to the hand of a servant, she put on her hat and walked back to town. The express agent gave her a receipt for the parcel, assured her that it would be forwarded by the evening train, and with a sigh of relief she turned her steps homeward. Ah, it was a frail paper bark, freighted with the noblest, purest aspirations that ever possessed a woman's soul, launched upon the tempestuous sea of popular favour, with ambition at the helm, hope for a compass, and the gaunt spectre of failure grinning in the shrouds. Would it successfully weather the gales of malice, envy, and detraction? Would it battle valiantly and triumphantly with the piratical hordes of critics who prowl hungrily along the track over which it must sail? Would it become a melancholy wreck on the mighty ocean of literature? Or would it proudly ride at anchor in the harbour of immortality, with her name floating for ever at the masthead? It was an experiment such as had stranded the hopes of hundreds and thousands, and the pinched, starved features of Chatterton, and the white, pleading face of Keats, stabbed to death by reviewers' poisoned pens, rose like friendly phantoms and whispered sepulchral warnings. But to-day the world wore only rosy garments, unspotted by shadows, and the silvery voice of youthful enthusiasm sung only of victory and spoils, as hope gaily struck the cymbals and fingered the timbrels. When Edna returned to her room, she sat down before a desk to reperuse the letter which had given her so much gratification, and as she refolded it, Mrs. Murray came in and closed the door after her. Her face was stern and pale. She walked up to the orphan, looked at her suspiciously, and when she spoke her voice was hard and cold. "I wish to see that letter which you received to-day, as it is very improper that you should, without my knowledge, carry on a correspondence with a stranger. I would not have believed that you could be guilty of such conduct. I am very much pained, Mrs. Murray, that you should even for a moment have supposed that I had forfeited your confidence. The nature of the correspondence certainly sanctions my engaging in it, even without consulting you. This letter is the second I have received from Mr. Manning, the editor of Magazine, and was written in answer to a request of mine, with reference to a literary matter which concerns nobody but myself. I will show you the signature. There it is, Douglas G. Manning. You know his literary reputation and his high position. If you demand it, of course I can not refuse to allow you to read it. But, dear Mrs. Murray, I hope you will not insist upon it, as I prefer that no one should see the contents, at least at present. As I have never deceived you, I think you might trust me when I assure you that the correspondence is entirely restricted to literary subjects. Why then should you object to my reading it? For a reason which I will explain at some future day, if you will only have confidence in me. Still, if you are determined to examine the letter, of course I must submit, though it would distress me exceedingly to know that you cannot or will not trust me in so small a matter." She laid the open letter on the desk and covered her face with her hands. Mrs. Murray took up the sheet, glanced at the signature, and said, "Look at me. Don't hide your face. That argues something wrong." Edna raised her head and lifted her eyes, full of tears, to meet the scrutiny from which there was no escape. "Mr. Manning's signature somewhat reassures me. And beside, I never knew you to prevaricate or attempt to deceive me. Your habitual truthfulness encourages me to believe you, and I will not insist on reading this letter, though I cannot imagine why you should object to it. But, Edna, I am disappointed in you, and in return for the confidence I have always reposed in you, I want you to answer candidly the question I am about to ask. Why did you refuse to marry Gordon Lee?" "Because I do not love him." "Oh, pooh, that seems incredible, for he is handsome and very attractive, and some ladies show very plainly that they love him, though they have never been requested to do so. There is only one way in which I can account for your refusal, and I wish you to tell me the truth. You are unwilling to marry Gordon because you love somebody else better. Child, whom do you love?" "No, indeed, no. I like Mr. Lee as well as any gentleman I know, but I love no one except you and Mr. Hammond." Mrs. Murray put her hand under the girl's chin, looked at her for some seconds, and sighed heavily. "Child, I find it difficult to believe you." "Why? Whom do you suppose I could love? Mr. Lee is certainly more agreeable than anybody else I know." "But girls sometimes take strange whims in these matters. Do you ever expect to receive a better offer than Mr. Lee's?" "As far as fortune is concerned, I presume I never shall have so good an opportunity again. But, Mrs. Murray, I would rather marry a poor man whom I really loved, and who had to earn his daily bread, than to be Mr. Lee's wife and own that beautiful house he is building. I know you wish me to accept him, and that you think me very unwise, very short-sighted, but it is a question which I have settled after consulting my conscience and my heart." "And you give me your word of honour that you love no other gentleman better than Gordon?" "Yes, Mrs. Murray, I assure you that I do not." As the mistress of the house looked down into the girl's beautiful face, and passed her hand tenderly over the thick, glossy folds of hair that crowned the pure brow, she wondered if it were possible that her son could ever regard the orphan with affection, and she asked her own heart why she could not willingly receive her as a daughter. Mrs. Murray believed that she entertained a sincere friendship for Mrs. Inge, and yet she had earnestly endeavoured to marry her brother to a girl whom she could not consent to see the wife of her own son. Verily, when human friendships are analysed, it seems a mere poetic fiction that love took up the harp of life, and smote on all the chords with might, smote the chord of self, that trembling passed in music out of sight. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of St. Elmo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. St. Elmo by Augustajaneevans, Chapter 16. One afternoon, about 10 days after the receipt of Mr. Manning's letter, when Edna returned from the parsonage, she found the family assembled on the front veranda, and saw that the expected visitor had arrived. As Mrs. Murray introduced her to Mr. Alston, the latter rose, advanced a few steps, and held out his hand. Edna was in the act of giving him hers when the heart-shaped diamond cluster on his finger flashed, and one swift glance at his face and figure made her snatch away her hand ere it touched his, and draw back with a half-smothered exclamation. He bit his lip, looked inquiringly around the circle, smiled, and returning to his seat beside Estelle, resumed the gay conversation in which he had been engaged. Mrs. Murray was leaning over the iron balustrade, twining a wreath of multiflora around one of the fluted columns, and did not witness the brief pantomime, but when she looked around she could not avoid remarking the unwonted pallor and troubled expression of the girl's face. "What is the matter, child? You look as if you were either ill or dreadfully fatigued." "I'm tired, thank you," was the rather abstracted reply, and she walked into the house and sat down before the open window in the library. The sun had just gone down behind a fleecy cloud mountain and kindled a volcano, from whose silver-rimmed crater fiery rays of scarlet shot up almost to the clear blue zenith, while here and there, through clefts and vapory gorges, the lurid lava light streamed down toward the horizon. Vacantly her eyes rested on this sky Hecla, and its splendor passed away unheeded, for she was looking far beyond the western gates of day, and saw a pool of blood, a ghastly face turned up to the sky, a coffined corpse strewn with white poppies and rosemary, a wan dying woman whose waving hair braided the pillow with gold, a wide deep grave under the rustling chestnuts, from whose green arches rang the despairing wail of a broken heart. "Oh, Harry, my husband!" Imagination, travelling into the past, painted two sunny-haired, prattling babes, suddenly smitten with orphanage and robed in mourning garments for parents whose fond, watchful eyes were closed forever under wild clover and trailing brambles. Absorbed in retrospection of that June day when she stood by the spring and watched God make himself an awful rose of dawn, she sat with her head resting against the window facing, and was not aware of Mr. Murray's entrance until his harsh, querulous voice startled her. "Edna Earle, what apology have you to offer for insulting a relative and guest of mine under my roof?" "None, sir." "What! How dare you treat with unparalleled rudeness a visitor whose claim upon the courtesy and hospitality of this household is certainly more legitimate and easily recognized than that of—" He stopped and kicked out of his way a stool upon which Edna's feet had been resting. She had risen, and they stood face to face. "I'm waiting to hear the remainder of your sentence, Mr. Murray." He uttered an oath and hurled his cigar through the window. "Why the devil did you refuse to shake hands with Alston? I intend to know the truth, and it may prove an economy of trouble for you to speak it at once. If you demand my reasons, you must not be offended at the plainness of my language. Your cousin is a murderer, and ought to be hung. I could not force myself to touch a hand all smeared with blood." Mr. Murray leaned down and looked into her eyes. "You are either delirious or utterly mistaken with reference to the identity of the man. Clinton is no more guilty of murder than you are, and I have been led to suppose that you are rather too pious to attempt the rôle of Marguerite de Brinvilliers. or Joanna of Hainault. Kufic lore has turned your brain. Too much learning hath made thee mad. No, sir, it is no hallucination. There can be no mistake. It is a horrible, awful fact which I witnessed, which is burned on my memory, and which will haunt my brain as long as I live. I saw him shoot Mr. Dent, and heard all that passed on that dreadful morning. He is doubly criminal, is as much the murderer of Mrs. Dent as of her husband, for the shock killed her. Oh, that I could forget her look and scream of agony as she fainted over her husband's coffin. A puzzled expression crossed Mr. Murray's face. Then he muttered, Dent? Dent? Ah, yes, that was the name of the man whom Clinton killed in a duel. Pshaw, you have whipped up a syllabub storm in a teacup. Alston only took satisfaction for an insult offered publicly by Dent. His tone was sneering, and his lip curled, but a strange pallor crept from chin to temples, and a savage glare in his eyes, and a thickening scowl that bent his brows till they met, told of the brewing of no slight tempest of passion. I know, sir, that custom, public opinion, sanctions, at least tolerates that relic of barbarous ages, that blot upon Christian civilization, which under the name of duelling I recognize as a crime, a heinous crime which I abhor and detest above all other crimes. Sir, I call things by their proper names, stripped of the glozing drapery of conventional usage. You say honorable satisfaction. I say murder, aggravated, unpardonable murder, murder without even the poor palliation of the sudden heat of anger, cool, deliberate, willful murder that stabs the happiness of wives and children, and for which it would seem that even the infinite mercy of Almighty God could scarcely accord forgiveness. Oh, save me from the presence of that man who can derive satisfaction from the reflection that he has laid Henry and Helen Dent in one grave under the quiet shadow of Lookout, and brought desolation and orphanage to their two innocent, tender darlings. Shake hands with Clinton Alston. I would sooner stretch out my fingers to clasp those of Gardiner, reeking with the blood of his victims, or those of Ravaillac. Ah, well might Dante shudder in painting the chilling horrors of Cama. The room was dusky with the shadow of coming night, but the fading flush low in the west showed St. Elmo's face, colourless, rigid, repulsive in its wrathful defiance. He bent forward, seized her hands, folded them together, and grasping them in both his, crushed them against his breast. Ah, I knew that hell and heaven were leagued to poison your mind, that your childish conscience was frightened by tales of horror, and your imagination harrowed up, your heart lacerated by the cunning devices of that arch, maudlin old hypocrite. The seeds of clerical hate fell in good ground, and I see a bountiful harvest nodding for my sickle. Oh, you are more pliable than I had fancied. You have been thoroughly trained down yonder at the parsonage. But I will be— There was a trembling pant in his voice, like that of some wild creature driven from its jungle, hopeless of escape, holding its hunters temporarily at bay, waiting for death. The girl's hand ached in his unyielding grasp, and after two ineffectual efforts to free them, a sigh of pain passed her lips, and she said proudly, No, sir, my detestation of that form of legalized murder, politely called duelling, was not taught me at the parsonage. I learned it in my early childhood before I ever saw Mr. Hammond, and though I doubt not he agrees with me in my abhorrence of the custom, I've never heard him mention the subject. Hypocrite, hypocrite, meek little wolf in lamb's wool, do you dream that you can deceive me? Do you think me an idiot to be cajoled by your low-spoken denials of a fact which I know, a fact to the truth of which I will swear till every star falls? Mr. Murray, I never deceived you, and I know that however incensed you may be, however harsh and unjust, I know that in your heart you do not doubt my truthfulness. Why you invariably denounce Mr. Hammond when you happen to be displeased with me, I cannot conjecture, but I tell you solemnly that he has never, even indirectly, alluded to the question of duelling since I have known him. Mr. Murray, I know you do entirely believe me when I utter these words. A tinge of red leaped into his cheek. Something that would have been called hope in any other man's eyes looked out shyly under his heavy black lashes, and a tremor shook off the sneering curl of his bloodless lips. Drawing her so close to him that his hair touched her forehead, he whispered, If I believe in you, it is in defiance of judgment, will, and experience, and some day you will make me pay a most humiliating penalty for my momentary weakness. Tonight I trust you as implicitly as Samson did the smooth-lipped Delilah. Tomorrow I shall realize that, like him, I richly deserve to be shorn for my silly credulity. He threw her hands rudely from him, turned hastily, and left the library. Edna sat down and covered her face with her bruised and benumbed fingers, but she could not shut out the sight of something that astonished and frightened her, of something that made her shudder from head to foot and crouch down in her chair, cowed and humiliated. Hitherto she had fancied that she thoroughly understood and sternly governed her heart, that conscience and reason ruled it, but within the past hour it had suddenly risen in dangerous rebellion, thrown off its allegiance to all things else, and insolently proclaimed St. Elmo Murray its king. She could not analyze her new feelings. They would not obey the summons to the tribunal of her outraged self-respect, and with bitter shame and reproach and abject contrition she realized that she had begun to love the sinful, blasphemous man who had insulted her revered grandfather and who barely tolerated her presence in his house. This danger had never once occurred to her, for she had always believed that love could only exist where high esteem and unbounded reverence prepared the soil, and she was well aware that this man's character had from the first hour of their acquaintance excited her aversion and dread. 10 days before she had positively disliked and feared him. Now, to her amazement, she found him throned in her heart, defying ejection. The sudden revulsion bewildered and mortified her, and she resolved to crush out the feeling at once, cost what it might. When Mr. Murray had asked if she loved any one else better than Mr. Lee, she thought, nay, she knew she answered truly in the negative. But now, when she attempted to compare the two men, such a strange yearning tenderness pleaded for St. Elmo and palliated his grave faults that the girl's self-accusing severity wrung a groan from the very depths of her soul. When the sad discovery was first made, conscience lifted its hands in horror because of the man's reckless wickedness, but after a little while a still louder clamor was raised by womanly pride, which bled at the thought of tolerating a love unsought, unvalued, and with this fierce rush of reinforcements to aid conscience, the insurgent heart seemed destined to summary subjugation. Until this hour, although conscious of many faults, she had not supposed that there was anything especially contemptible in her character, but now the feeling of self-abasement was unutterably galling. She despised herself most cordially, and the consistent dignity of life which she had striven to attain appeared hopelessly shattered. While the battle of reason versus love was at its height, Mrs. Murray put her head in the room and asked, "Edna, where are you, Edna?" "Here I am." "Why are you sitting in the dark? I have searched the house for you." She groped her way across the room, lighted the gas, and came to the window. "What is the matter, child? Are you sick?" "I think something must be the matter, for I do not feel at all like myself," stammered the orphan as she hid her face on the window sill. "Does your head ache?" "No, ma'am." She might have said very truly that her heart did. "Give me your hand. Let me feel your pulse. It is very quick, but shows nervous excitement rather than fever. Child, let me see your tongue. I hear there are some typhoid cases in the neighborhood. Why, how hot your cheeks are!" "Yes, I shall go up and bathe them, and perhaps I may feel better." "I wish you would come into the parlor as soon as you can, for Estelle says Clinton thought you were very rude to him, and though I apologized on the score of indisposition, I prefer that you should make your appearance this evening. Stop, you have dropped your handkerchief." Edna stooped to pick it up, saw Mr. Murray's name printed in one corner, and her first impulse was to thrust it into her pocket, but instantly she held it towards his mother. "It is not mine, but your son's. He was here about an hour ago and must have dropped it. I thought he had gone out over the grounds with Clinton. What brought him here?" "He came to scold me for not shaking hands with his cousin." "Indeed, you must have been singularly rude if he noticed any want of courtesy. Change your dress and come down." It was in vain that Edna bathed her hot face and pressed her cold hands to her cheeks. She felt as if all curious eyes read her troubled heart. She was ashamed to meet the family, above all things to see Mr. Murray. Heretofore she had shunned him from dislike. Now she wished to avoid him because she began to feel that she loved him, and because she dreaded that his inquisitorial eyes would discover the contemptible and, in her estimation, unwomanly weakness. Taking the basket which contained her sewing utensils and a piece of light needlework, she went into the parlor and seated herself near the centre table over which hung the chandelier. Mr. Murray and his mother were sitting on a sofa, the former engaged in cutting the leaves of a new book, and Estelle Harding was describing in glowing terms a scene in Phèdre, which owed its charm to Rachel's marvellous acting, as she repeated the soliloquy beginning, "Ô toi qui vois la honte, je suis descendu, implacable venu, suis j'assez confondu." Edna felt as if her own great weakness were known to the world, and she bent her face close to her basket and tumbled the contents into inextricable confusion. Tonight Estelle seemed in unusually fine spirits, and talked on rapidly till St. Elmo suddenly appeared to become aware of the import of her words, and in a few trenchant sentences he refuted the criticism on Phèdre, advising his cousin to confine her comments to dramas with which she was better acquainted. His tone and manner surprised Mr. Alston, who remarked, "Were I Czar, I would issue a ukase." chaining you to the steepest rock on the crest of the Ural, till you learn the courtesy due to lady disputants. Upon my word, St. Elmo, you assault Miss Estelle with as much élan as if you were carrying a redoubt. One would suppose that you had been in good society long enough to discover that the fortité en vrai style is not allowable in discussions with ladies. When women put on boxing gloves and show their faces in the ring, they challenge rough handling and are rarely disappointed. I am sick of stylism, especially that phase where it crops out in shallow criticism, and every day something recalls the reprimand of Apelles to the shoemaker. If a worthy and able literary tribunal and critical code could be established, it would be well to revive an ancient Locrian custom which required that the originators of new laws or propositions should be brought before the assembled wisdom with halters around their necks, ready for speedy execution if the innovation proved on examination to be utterly unsound or puerile. Ah, what a wholesome hanging of socialists would gladden my eyes! Mr. Murray bowed to his cousin as he spoke, and rising took his favourite position on the rug. Really, Aunt Ellen, I would advise you to have him rechristened under the name of Timon, said Mr. Alston. No, I decidedly object to any such gratification of his would-be classic freaks, and as he is evidently aping Timon, though, unfortunately, nature denied him the added salt requisite to flavour the character, I would suggest as a more suitable sobriquet that bestowed on Louis X, Le Hutin, freely translated, the quarrelsome. What say you, St. Elmo? Estelle walked up to her cousin and stood at his side. That is very bad policy to borrow one's boxing gloves, and I happened to overhear Edna Earle when she made that same suggestion to Gordon Lee, with reference to my amiable temperament. However, there is a maxim which will cover your retreat, and which you can conscientiously utter with much emphasis, if your memory is only good in repeating all the things you may have heard. Periant qui ante nos nostra dixerat. Shall I translate? She laughed lightly and answered, so much for eavesdropping. Of all the gentlemen of my acquaintance, I should fancy you were the very last who could afford to indulge in that amusement. Miss Estelle, is this your first, second, or third Punic war? You and St. Elmo, or rather my cousin, the quarrelsome, seem to wage it in genuine Carthaginian style. I never signed a treaty, sir, and consequently keep no records. Clinton, there is a chronic casus belli between us, the original spring of which antedates my memory, but at present Estelle is directing all her genius and energy to effect for my individual benefit a practical reenactment of the old Poppaea, which Augustus hurled at the heads of all peaceful, happy bachelordom. For the first time during the conversation, Edna glanced up at Estelle, for much as she disliked her, she regretted this thrust, but her pity was utterly wasted, and she was surprised to find her countenance calm and smiling. Mr. Alston shrugged his shoulders, and Mrs. Murray exclaimed, I sound a truce, for heaven's sake, St. Elmo, lock up your learning with your mummies, and when you will say barbarous things, use language that will enable us to understand that we are being snubbed. Now, who do you suppose comprehend Poppaea Poposa? You are insufferably pedantic. My dear mother, do you remember ever to have read or heard the celebrated reply of a certain urbane lexicographer to the rashly ambitious individual who attempted to find fault with his dictionary? Permit me most respectfully to offer it for your consideration. I am bound to furnish good definitions, but not brains to comprehend them. I think that it is a very great misfortune for those who have to associate with you now that you were not raised in Sparta, where it was everybody's privilege to whip their neighbors' vicious, spoiled children. Such a regimen would doubtless have converted you into an amiable or at least endurable member of society. Miss Harding tapped his hand with her fan. That is problematical, my fair cousin, for if my provocative playmate had accompanied me, I'll be sworn, but I think the supply of Spartan birch would have utterly failed to sweeten my temper. I should have shared the fate of those unfortunate boys who were whipped to death in Lacedaemon in honor of Diana, said whipping festival. I here remark parenthetically for my mother's enjoyment, being known in classic parlance as diamastigosis. Her mother answered laughingly, Estelle is quite right. You contrived to grow up without the necessary healthful quota of sound whipping which you richly deserved. Mr. Murray did not seem to hear her words. He was looking down intently, smiling into his cousin's handsome face, and passing his arm around her waist, drew her close to his side. He murmured something that made her throw her head quickly back against his shoulder and look up at him. If such is the end of all your quarrels, it offers a premium for unamiability, said Mr. Alston, who had been studying Edna's face, and now turned again to his cousin. Curling the end of his moustache, he continued, St. Elmo, you have travelled more extensively than any one I know, and under peculiarly favourable circumstances. Of all the spots you have visited, which would you pronounce the most desirable for a permanent residence? Have you an idea of expatriating yourself, or quitting your country for your country's good? One never knows what contingencies may arise, and I should like to avail myself of your knowledge, for I feel assured only very charming places would have detained you long. Then, were I at liberty to select a home, tranquil, blessed beyond all expression, I should certainly lose no time in domesticating myself in the peninsula of Mount Athos. Ah, yes, the scenery all along that coast is described as surprisingly beautiful and picturesque. Oh, bah, the scenery is quite as grand in 50 other places. Its peculiar attraction consists in something far more precious. To what do you refer? Its marvelous and bewildering charm is to be found entirely in the fact that since the days of Constantine, no woman has set foot on its peaceful soil, and the happy dwellers in that sole remaining earthly Eden are so vigilant, dreading the entrance of another Eve, that no female animal is permitted to intrude upon the sacred precincts. The embargo extends even to cats, cows, dogs, lest the innate female proclivity to make mischief should be found dangerous in the brute creation. Constantine lived in the latter part of the 3rd and the beginning of the 4th century. Think of the divine repose, the unapproachable beatification of residing in a land where no woman has ever peeped for 1,500 years. May all good angels help me to steer as far as possible from such a nest of cynics. I would sooner confront an army of Amazons headed by Penthesilea herself than trust myself among a people unhumanized and uncivilized by the refining influence and companionship of women. St. Elmo, you are the most abominable misogynist I ever met, and you deserve to fall into the clutches of those 8 mighty daughters of the plough, to which Tennyson's princess consigned the prince. Most heartily I pity you. For shame, St. Elmo. A stranger listening to your gallant diatribe would inevitably conclude that your mother was as unnatural and unamiable as Lord Byron's, and that I, your most devoted, meek, and loving cousin, was quite as angelic as Miss Edgeworth's modern Griselda. Affecting great indignation, Estelle attempted to quit his side, but tightening his arm, Mr. Murray bowed and resumed. Had your imaginary stranger ever heard of the science of logic, or even dreamed of Whately or Mill, the conclusion would, as you say, be inevitable. More fortunate than Rasselas, I found a happy spot where the names of women are never called, where the myths of Ate and Pandora are forgotten, and where the only females that have successfully run the rigid blockade are the tormenting fleas that wage a ceaseless war with the unoffending men, and justify their nervous horror lest any other creature of the same sex should smuggle herself into their blissful retreat. I have seen crowned heads, statesmen, great military chieftains, and geniuses, whose names are destined to immortality, but standing here reviewing my certainly extended acquaintance, I swear I envy above all others that handsome monk whom Curzon found at Samopatra, who had never seen a woman. He was transplanted to the holy mountain while a mere infant, and though assured he had had a mother, he accepted the statement with the same blind faith which was required for some of the religious dogma he was called on to swallow. I frequently wondered whether the ghost of poor Socrates would not be allowed, in consideration of his past sufferings and trials, to wander forever in that peaceful realm where even female ghosts are tabooed. There is some terrible retribution in store for your libels on our sex. How I do long to meet some woman brave and wily enough to marry and tame you, my chivalric cousin, to revenge the insults you have heaped upon her sisterhood, by fully establishing the correctness of my estimate of their amiability. That were dire punishment indeed for what you deem my heresies. If I could realize the possibility of such a calamity, I should certainly bewail my fate in the mournful words of that most astute of female wits, who is reported to have exclaimed, in considering the angelic idiosyncrasies of her gentle sisterhood, the only thought which can reconcile me to being a woman is that I shall not have to marry one. The expression with which Mr. Murray regarded Estelle reminded Edna of the account given by a traveller of the playful mood of a lion, who, having devoured one gazelle, kept his paw on another, and amid occasional growls teased and toyed with his victim. As the orphan sat bending over her work, listening to the conversation, she asked herself scornfully, "What hallucination has seized me? The man is a mocking devil, unworthy the respect or toleration of any Christian woman. What redeeming trait can even my partial eyes discover in his distorted, sinful nature? Not one. No, not one." She was rejoiced when he uttered a sarcasm or an opinion that shocked her, for she hoped that his irony would cauterize what she considered a cancerous spot in her heart. "Edna, as you are not well, I advise you to put aside that embroidery, which must try your eyes very severely," said Mrs. Murray. So she folded up the piece of cambric and was putting it in her basket when Mr. Alston asked, with more effrontery than the orphan was prepared for, "Miss Earle, have I not seen you before to-day?" "Yes, sir." "May I ask where?" in a chestnut grove, where you shot Mr. Dent? Indeed, did you witness that affair? It happened many years ago." There was not a shadow of pain or sorrow in his countenance or tone, and rising, Edna said with unmistakable emphasis, "I saw all that occurred, and may God preserve me from ever witnessing another murder so revolting." In the silence that ensued she turned toward Mrs. Murray, bowed, and said as she quitted the parlour, "Mrs. Murray, as I am not very well, you will please excuse my retiring early." "Just what you deserve for bringing the subject on tapis. I warned you not to allude to it." As St. Elmo muttered these words, he pushed Estelle from him, and nodded to Mr. Alston, who seemed as nearly nonplussed as his habitual impudence rendered possible. Thoroughly dissatisfied with herself, and too restless to sleep, the orphan passed the weary hours of the night in endeavoring to complete a chapter on Buddhism, which she had commenced some days before, and the birds were chirping their reveille, and the sky blanched and reddened ere she laid down her pen and locked up her manuscript. Throwing open the blinds of the eastern window, she stood for some time looking out, gathering strength from the holy calm of the dewy morning, resolving to watch her own heart ceaselessly, to crush promptly the feelings she had found there, and to devote herself unreservedly to her studies. At that moment the sound of horses' hoofs on the stony walk attracted her attention, and she saw Mr. Murray riding from the stables. As he passed her window he glanced up, their eyes met, and he lifted his hat and rode on. Were those the same sinister, sneering features she had looked at the evening before? His face was paler, sterner, and sadder than she had ever seen it, and covering her own with her hands, she murmured, "God help me to resist that man's wicked magnetism. Oh, Grandpa, are you looking down on your poor little Pearl? Will you forgive me for allowing myself ever to have thought kindly and tenderly of this strange temptation, which Satan has sent to draw my heart away from my God and my duty? Ah, Grandpa, I will crush it, I will conquer it, I will not yield." End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of St. Elmo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. St. Elmo by Augusta Jane Evans, Chapter 17. Avoiding as much as possible the society of Mrs. Murray's guests, as well as that of her son, Edna turned to her books with increased energy and steadfastness, while her manner was marked by a studied reticence hitherto unnoticed. The house was thronged with visitors, and families residing in the neighborhood were frequently invited to dinner, but the orphan generally contrived on these occasions to have an engagement at the parsonage, and as Mrs. Murray no longer required or seemed to desire her presence, she spent much of her time alone and rarely saw the members of the household except at breakfast. She noticed that Mr. Alston either felt or feigned unbounded admiration for Estelle, who graciously received his devoted attentions, while Mr. Murray now and then sneered openly at both, and appeared daily more impatient to quit the home of which he spoke with undisguised disgust. As day after day and week after week slipped by without bringing tidings of Edna's manuscript, her heart became oppressed with anxious forebodings, and she found it difficult to wait patiently for the verdict upon which hung all her hopes. One Thursday afternoon, when a number of persons had been invited to dine at Le Bocage, and Mrs. Murray was engrossed by preparations for their entertainment, Edna took her Greek books and stole away unobserved to the parsonage, where she spent a quiet evening in reading aloud from the Organon of Aristotle. It was quite late when Mr. Hammond took her home in his buggy and bade her good night at the doorstep. As she entered the house she saw several couples promenading on the veranda, and heard Estelle and Clinton Alston singing a duet from Il Trovatore. Passing the parlour door, one quick glance showed her Mr. Murray and Mr. Lee standing together under the chandelier, the latter gentleman talking earnestly, the former with his gaze fastened on the carpet and a chilling smile fixed on his lip. The faces of the two presented a painful contrast, one fair, hopeful, bright, with noble aims and youthful yet manly beauty, the other swarthy, cold, repulsive as some bronze image of Abaddon. For more than 3 weeks Edna had not spoken to Mr. Murray except to say good morning as she entered the dining-room or passed him in the hall, and now, with a sigh which she did not possess the courage to analyze, she went up to her room and sat down to read. Among the books on her desk was Machiavelli's Prince and History of Florence, and the copy, which was an exceedingly handsome one, contained a portrait of the author. Between the regular features of the Florentine satirist and those of the master of the house, Edna had so frequently found a startling resemblance that she one day mentioned the subject to Mrs. Murray, who, after a careful examination of the picture, was forced to admit rather ungraciously that they certainly looked somewhat alike. Tonight, as the orphan lifted the volume from its resting place, it opened at the portrait, and she looked long at the handsome face which, had the lips been thinner and the hair thicker and more curling at the temples, might have been daguerreotyped from that one downstairs under the chandelier. One maxim of the prince had certainly been adopted by Mr. Murray: it is safer to be feared than to be loved. And while the orphan detested the crafty and unscrupulous policy of Niccolo Machiavelli, her reason told her that the character of St. Elmo Murray was scarcely more worthy of respect. She heard the guests take their departure, heard Mrs. Murray ask Hagar whether Edna had returned from the parsonage, and then doors were closed and the house grew silent. Vain were the girl's efforts to concentrate her thoughts on her books or upon her manuscript. They wandered toward the portrait, and finally, remembering that she needed a book of reference, she lighted a candle, took the copy of Machiavelli, which she determined to put out of sight, and went down to the library. The smell of a cigar aroused her suspicions as she entered, and glancing nervously around the room, she saw Mr. Murray seated before the window. His face was turned from her, and hoping to escape unnoticed, she was retracing her steps when he rose. "Come in, Edna. I am waiting for you, for I knew you would be here some time before day." Taking the candle from her hand, he held it close to her face and compressed his lips tightly for an instant. "How long do you suppose your constitution will endure the tax you impose upon it? Midnight toil has already robbed you of your color and converted a rosy, robust child into a pale, weary, hollow-eyed woman. What do you want here? The Edda. What business have you with Norse myths, with runes and skalds and sagas? You can't have the book. I carried it to my room yesterday, and I'm in no mood tonight to play errand-boy for anyone." Edna turned to place the copy of Machiavelli on the shelves, and he continued, "It is a marvel that the Index Expurgatorius of your saintly tutor does not taboo the infamous doctrines of the greatest statesman of Italy. I'm told that you do me the honour to discover a marked likeness between his countenance and mine. May I flatter myself so highly as to believe the statement? Even your mother admits the resemblance. Think you the analogy extends further than the mere physique, or do you trace it only in the corporeal development? I believe, sir, that your character is as much a counterpart of his as your features, that your coat is quite as lax as his." She had abstained from looking at him, but now her eyes met his fearlessly, and in their beautiful depths he read an expression of helpless repulsion, such as a bird might evince for the serpent whose glittering eyes enchained it. "Ah, at least your honesty is refreshing in these accursed days of hypocritical sycophancy. I wonder how much more training it will require before your lips learn fashionable lying tricks. But you understand me as little as the world understood poor Machiavelli, of whom Burke justly remarked, he is obliged to bear the iniquities of those whose maxims and rules of government he published. His speculation is more abhorred than their practice. We are both painted blacker than. I came here, sir, to discuss neither his character nor yours. It is a topic for which I have as little leisure as inclination. Good night, Mr. Murray." He bowed low and spoke through set teeth. "I regret the necessity of detaining you a moment longer, but I believe you have been anxiously expecting a letter for some time, as I hear that you every day anticipate my inquiries at the post office. This afternoon the express agent gave me this package." He handed her a parcel and smiled as he watched the startled look, the expression of dismay, of keen disappointment that came into her face. The frail bark had struck the reefs. She felt that her hopes were going down to ruin, and her lips quivered with pain as she recognized Mr. Manning's bold chirography on the paper wrapping. "What is the matter, child?" "Something that concerns only myself. Are you unwilling to trust me with your secret, whatever it may be? I would sooner find betrayal from the grinning skeletons in monastic crypts than from my lips." Smothering a sigh, she shook her head impatiently. "That means that red-hot steel could not pinch it out of you, and that despite your boasted charity and love of humanity, you really entertain as little confidence in your race as it is my pleasure to indulge. I applaud your wisdom, but certainly did not credit you with so much craftiness. My reason for not delivering the parcel more promptly was simply the wish to screen you from the Argus scrutiny with which we are both favoured by some now resident at Bocage. As your letters subjected you to suspicion, I presumed it would be more agreeable to you to receive them without witnesses." He took a letter from his pocket and gave it to her. "Thank you, Mr. Murray. You are very kind." "Pardon me, that is indeed a novel accusation." "Kind? I never profess to be. I'm simply not quite a brute, not altogether a devil of the most malicious and vindictive variety, as you doubtless consider it your religious duty to believe. However, having hopelessly lost my character, I shall not trespass on your precious time by wasting words and pronouncing a eulogy upon it, as Antony did over the stabbed corpse of Caesar. I stand in much the same relation to society that King John did to Christendom when Innocent III excommunicated him. Only I snap my fingers in the face of my pontiff, the world, and jingle my Peter pence in my pocket, whereas poor John's knees quaked until he found himself at the feet of Innocent, meekly receiving Langton and paying tribute. Child, you are in trouble, and your truthful countenance reveals it as unmistakably as did the Phrygian reeds that babbled of the personal beauties of Midas. Of course, it does not concern me. It is not my business. And you certainly have as good a right as any other child of Adam to fret and cry and pout over your girlish griefs, to sit up all night, ruin your eyes, and grow rapidly and prematurely old and ugly. But whenever I chance to stumble over a wounded creature trying to drag itself out of sight, I generally either wring its neck or set my heel on it to end its torment, or else, if there is a fair prospect of the injury healing by first intention, I take it gently on the tip of my boot and help it out of my way. Something has hurt you, and I suspect I can aid you. Your anxiety about those letters proves that you doubt your idol. You and your lover have quarrelled. Be frank with me. Tell me his name, and I swear upon the honour of a gentleman I will rectify the trouble, will bring him in contrition to your feet." Whether he dealt in irony, as was his habit, or really meant what he said, she was unable to determine, and her quick glance at his countenance showed her only a dangerous sparkle in his eyes. "Mr. Murray, you are wrong in your conjecture. I have no lover." "Oh, call him what you please. I shall not presume to dictate your terms of endearment. I merely wish to say that if poverty stands forbiddingly between you and happiness, why command me to the extent of half my fortune. I will give you a dowry that shall equal the expectations of any ambitious suitor in the land. Trust me, child, with your sorrow, and I will prove a faithful friend. Who has your heart?" The unexpected question alarmed and astonished her, and a shivering dread took possession of her, that he suspected her real feelings and was laughing at her folly. Treacherous blood began to paint confusion in her face, and vehement and rapid were her words. "God and my conscience own my heart. I know no man to whom I would willingly give it, and the correspondence to which you allude contains not a syllable of love. My time is rather too valuable to be frittered away in such trifling. Edna, would you prefer to have me a sworn ally or an avowed enemy?" "I should certainly prefer to consider you as neither. Did you ever know me fail in any matter which I had determined to accomplish?" "Yes, sir. Your entire life is a huge, hideous, woeful failure, which mocks and maddens you." "What the devil do you know of my life? It is not ended yet, and it remains to be seen whether a grand success is not destined to crown it. Mark you, the grapple is not quite over, and I may yet throttle the furies whose cursed fingers clutched me in my boyhood. If I am conquered finally, take my oath for it, I shall die so hard that the howling hags will be welcome to their prey. Single-handed I am fighting the world, the flesh, and the devil, and I want neither inspection nor sympathy nor assistance. Do you understand me?" "Yes, sir, and as I certainly desire to thrust neither upon you, I will bid you good night." "One moment. What does that package contain?" "The contents belong exclusively to me, could not possibly interest you, would only challenge your sarcasm, and furnish food for derision. Consequently, Mr. Murray, you must excuse me if I decline your question. I'll wager my title to Le Bocage that I can guess so accurately that you will regret that you did not make a grace of necessity and tell me." A vague terror overshadowed her features as she examined the seals on the package and replied, "That, sir, is impossible. If you are the honourable gentleman I've always tried to force myself to believe." "Silly child, do you imagine I would condescend to soil my fingers with the wax that secures that trash? That I could stoop to an inspection of the correspondence of a village blacksmith's granddaughter? I will give you one more chance to close the breach between us by proving your trust, Edna. Have you no confidence in me?" "None, Mr. Murray." "Will you oblige me by looking me full in the face and repeating your flattering words?" She raised her head, and though her heart throbbed fiercely as she met his eyes, her voice was cold, steady, and resolute. "None, Mr. Murray." "Thank you. Some day those same red lips will humbly, tremblingly crave my pardon for what they utter now. And then, Edna Earle, I shall take my revenge, and you will look back to this night and realize the full force of my parting words. Woe victis." He stooped and picked up a bow of rose-coloured ribbon which had fallen from her throat, handed it to her, smiled, and with one of those low, graceful, haughty bows, so indicative of his imperious nature, he left the library. A moment after she heard his peculiar laugh, mirthless and bitter, ring through the rotunda. Then the door was slammed violently, and quiet reigned once more through the mansion. Taking the candle from the table where Mr. Murray had placed it, Edna went back to her own room and sat down before the window. On her lap lay the package and letter, which she no longer felt any desire to open, and her hands drooped listlessly at her side. The fact that her manuscript was returned rung a knell for all her sanguine hopes, for such was her confidence in the critical acumen of Mr. Manning that she deemed it utterly useless to appeal to any other tribunal. A higher one she knew not, a lower she scorned to consult. She felt like Alice Liesel on that day of doom, when Jeffreys pronounced the fatal sentence. And after a time, when she summoned courage to open the letter, her cheeks were wan and her lips compressed so firmly that their curves of beauty were no longer traceable. Miss Earle, I return your manuscript, not because it is devoid of merit, but from the conviction that were I to accept it, the day would inevitably come when you would regret its premature publication. While it contains irrefragable evidence of extraordinary ability and abounds in descriptions of great beauty, your style is characterized by more strength than polish, and is marred by crudities which a dainty public would never tolerate. The subject you have undertaken is beyond your capacity. No woman could successfully handle it, and the sooner you realize your overestimate of your powers, the sooner your aspirations find their proper level, the sooner you will succeed in your treatment of some theme better suited to your feminine ability. Burn the enclosed manuscript, the erudition and archaisms of which would fatally nauseate the intellectual dyspeptics who read my maga, and write sketches of home life, descriptions of places and things that you understand better than recondite analogies of ethical creeds and mythologic systems, or the subtle lore of Coptic priests. Remember that women never write histories or epics, never compose oratorios that go sounding down the centuries, never paint Last Suppers and Judgment Days, though now and then one gives the world a pretty ballad that sounds sweet and soothing when sung over a cradle, or another paints a pleasant little genre sketch which will hang appropriately in some quiet corner and rest and refresh eyes that are weary with gazing at the sublime spiritualism of Fra Bartolomeo, or the gloomy grandeur of Salvator Rosa. If you have any short articles that you desire to see in print, you may forward them, and I will select any for publication which I think you will not blush to acknowledge in future years. Very respectfully, your obedient servant, Douglas G. Manning. Unwrapping the manuscript, she laid it with its death warrant in a drawer, then sat down, crossed her arms on the top of her desk, and rested her head upon them. The face was not concealed, and as the light shone on it, an experienced physiognomist would have read there profound disappointment, a patient weariness, but unbending resolution, and no vestige of bitterness. The large, thoughtful eyes were sad but dry, and none who looked into them could have imagined for an instant that she would follow the advice she had so eagerly sought. During her long reverie, she wondered whether all women were browbeaten for aspiring to literary honours, whether the poignant pain and mortification gnawing at her heart was the inexorable initiation fee for entrance upon the arena, where fame adjudges laurel crowns, and reluctantly and sullenly drops one now and then on female brows. To possess herself of the golden apple of immortality was a purpose from which she had never swerved, but how to baffle the dragon critics who jealously guarded it was a problem whose solution puzzled her. To abandon her right to erudition formed no part of the programme which she was mentally arranging as she sat there watching a moth singe its filmy, spotted wings in the gas flame, for she was obstinately wedded to the unpardonable heresy that in the 19th century it was a woman's privilege to be as learned as Cuvier or Sir William Hamilton or Humboldt, provided the learning was accurate and gave out no hollow counterfeit ring under the merciless hammering of the dragons. If women chose to blister their fair, tender hands in turning the windlass of that fabled well where truth is hidden, and bruised their pretty white feet in groping finally on the rocky bottom, was the treasure which they ultimately discovered and dragged to light any the less truth because stentorian, manly voices were not the first to shout Eureka? She could not understand why in the vineyard of letters the labourer was not equally worthy of hire, whether the work was successfully accomplished in the toga virilis or the gay kirtle of contadina. Gradually the expression of pain passed from the girl's countenance, and lifting her head, she took from her desk several small manuscripts that she had carefully written from time to time as her reading suggested the ideas embodied in the articles. Among the number were two upon which she had bestowed much thought, which she determined to send to Mr. Manning. One was an elaborate description of that huge iconoclasm attributed to Alcibiades, and considered by some philosophic students of history the chief cause of the ruin of Athens. In order to reflect all possible light on this curious occurrence, she had most assiduously gleaned the pages of history and massed the grains of truth, had studied maps of the city and descriptions of travellers, that she might thoroughly understand the topography of the scene of the great desecration. So fearful was she of committing some anachronism, or of soaring on the wings of fancy beyond the realm of well-authenticated facts, that she searched the ancient records to ascertain whether on that night in May 415 B.C. a full or a new moon looked down on the bronze helmet of Minerva Promachus and the fretted frieze of the Parthenon. The other manuscript upon which she had expended much labour was entitled Keeping the Vigil of St. Martin under the Pines of Grotley, and while her vivid imagination revelled in the weird and solemn surroundings of the lonely place of rendezvous, the sketch contained a glowing and eloquent tribute to the liberators of Helvetia, the confederates of Schwyz, Uri, and Underwalden. Whether Mr. Manning would consider either of these articles worthy of preservation in the pages of his magazine, she thought exceedingly doubtful, but she had resolved to make one more appeal to his fastidious judgment, and accordingly sealed and directed the roll of paper. Weary but sleepless, she pushed back the heavy folds of hair that had fallen on her forehead, brightened the gaslight, and turned to the completion of a chapter in that manuscript which the editor had recommended her to commit to the flames. So entirely was she absorbed in her work that the hours passed unheeded. Now and then, when her thoughts failed to flow smoothly into graceful sentence molds, she laid aside her pen, walked up and down the floor, turning the idea over and over, fitting it first to one phrase, then to another, until the verbal drapery fully suited her. The whistle of the locomotive at the station told her that it was 4 o'clock before her task was accomplished, and praying that God's blessing would rest upon it, she left it unfinished and threw herself down to sleep. But slumber brought no relaxation to the busy brain that toiled on in fitful, grotesque dreams, and when sunshine streamed through the open window at the foot of her bed, it showed no warm flush of healthful sleep on the beautiful face, but weariness and pallor. Incoherent words stirred the lips, troubled thought knitted the delicately arched brows, and the white, dimpled arms were tossed restlessly above her head. Was the tired midnight worker worthy of her hire? The world would one day pay her wages in the currency of gibes and denunciation and envious censoriousness, but the praise of men had not tempted her to the vineyard, and she looked in faith to Him who seeth in secret, and whose rewards are at variance with those of the taskmasters of earth. Wherefore, O lonely but conscientious student, be ye steadfast, unmovable, always abounding in the work of the Lord, forasmuch as ye know that your labour is not in vain. Literary women whose avocation is selected simply because they fancy it easier to write than to sew for bread, or because they covet the applause and adulation heaped upon successful genius, or desire mere notoriety, generally barter their birthright of quiet, lifelong happiness in the peaceful seclusion of home for a nauseous mess of poisoned pottage that will not appease their hunger, and they go down to untimely graves disappointed, embittered, hating the public for whose praises they toiled, cheated out of the price for which they bargained away fireside joys and domestic serenity. The fondest hope of Edna's heart was to be useful in her day and generation, to be an instrument of some good to her race, and while she hoped for popularity as an avenue to the accomplishment of her object, the fear of ridicule and censure had no power to deter her from the line of labour upon which she constantly invoked the guidance and blessing of God. The noble words of Kepler rang a ceaseless silvery chime in her soul, and while they sustained and strengthened her, she sought to mould her life in harmony with their sublime teachings. Lo, I have done the work of my life with that power of intellect which thou hast given. If I, a worm before thine eyes, and born in the bonds of sin, have brought forth anything that is unworthy of thy counsels, inspire me with thy spirit that I may correct it. If by the wonderful beauty of thy works I have been led into boldness, if I have sought my own honour among men as I advanced in the work which was destined to thine honour, pardon me in kindness and charity, and by thy grace grant that my teaching may be to thy glory and the welfare of all men. Praise ye the Lord, ye heavenly harmonies, and ye that understand the new harmonies, praise ye the Lord. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of St. Elmo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. St. Elmo by Augusta Jane Evans. Chapter 18. Mr. Hammond, are you ill? What can be the matter?" Edna threw down her books and put her hand on the old man's shoulder. His face was concealed in his arms, and his half-stifled groan told that some fierce trial had overtaken him. "Oh, child, I am troubled, perplexed, and my heart is heavy with a sorrow which I thought I had crushed." He raised his head for a moment, looked sadly into the girl's face, and dropped his furrowed cheek on his hand. "Has anything happened since I saw you yesterday?" "Yes, I've been surprised by the arrival of some of my relatives, whose presence in my house revives very painful associations connected with earlier years. My niece, Mrs. Powell, and her daughter Gertrude came very unexpectedly last night to make me a visit of some length, and to you, my child, I can frankly say the surprise is a painful one. Many years have elapsed since I received any tidings of Agnes Powell, and I knew not, until she suddenly appeared before me last night, that she was a widow and bereft of a handsome fortune. She claims a temporary home under my roof, and though she has caused me much suffering, I feel that I must endeavour to be patient and kind to her and her child. I have endured many trials, but this is one of the severest I have yet been called to pass through." Distressed by the look of anguish on his pale face, Edna took his hand between both hers, and stroking it caressingly, said, "My dear sir, if it is your duty, God will strengthen and sustain you. Cheer up. I can't bear to see you looking so troubled. A cloud on your face, my dear Mr. Hammond, is to me like an eclipse of the sun. Pray do not keep me in shadow." "If I could know that no mischief would result from Agnes's presence, I would not regard it so earnestly. I do not wish to be uncharitable or suspicious, but I fear that her motives are not such as I could— May I intrude, Uncle Allen?" The stranger's voice was very sweet and winning, and as she entered the room, Edna could scarcely repress an exclamation of admiration, for the world sees but rarely such perfect beauty as was the portion of Agnes Powell. She was one of those few women who seem the pets of time, whose form and features catch some new grace and charm from every passing year, and but for the tall, lovely girl who clung to her hand and called her mother, a stranger would have believed her only 26 or 8. Fair, rosy, with a complexion fresh as a child's, and a face faultless in contour as that of a Greek goddess, it was impossible to resist the fascination which she exerted over all who looked upon her. Her waving yellow hair flashed in the morning sunshine, and as she raised one hand to shade her large, clear blue eyes, her open sleeve fell back, disclosing an arm dazzlingly white and exquisitely moulded. As Mr. Hammond introduced his pupil to his guests, Mrs. Powell smiled pleasantly and pressed the offered hand, but the eyes, blue and cold as the stalactites of Capri, scanned the orphan's countenance, and when Edna had seen fully into their depths, she could not avoid recalling Heine's poem of Lorelei. "My daughter Gertrude promises herself much pleasure in your society, Miss Earle. For uncle's praises prepare her to expect a most charming companion. She is about your age, but I fear you will find great disparity in her attainments, as she has not been so fortunate as to receive her education from Uncle Allen. You are, I believe, an adopted daughter of Mrs. Murray." "No, madam, only a resident in her house until my education is pronounced sufficiently advanced to justify my teaching." "I have a friend, Miss Harding, who has recently removed to Le Bocage, and intends making it her home. How is she?" "Quite well, I believe." Mr. Hammond left the study for a moment, and Mrs. Powell added, "Her friends at the North tell me that she is to marry her cousin, Mr. Murray, very soon." "I had not heard the report." "Then you think there are no grounds for the rumour?" "Indeed, madam, I know nothing whatever concerning the matter." "Estelle is handsome and brilliant." Edna made no reply. and after waiting a few seconds, Mrs. Powell asked, "Does Mr. Murray go much into society now?" "I believe not." "Is he as handsome as ever?" "I do not know when you saw him last, but the ladies here seem rather to dread than admire him. Mrs. Powell, you are dipping your sleeve in your uncle's inkstand." She by no means relished this catechism, and resolved to end it. Picking up her books, she said to Mr. Hammond, who now stood in the door, "I presume I need not wait, as you will be too much occupied to-day to attend to my lessons." "Yes, I must give you holiday until Monday. Miss Earle, may I trouble you to hand this letter to Miss Harding? It was entrusted to my care by one of her friends in New York. Pray be so good as to deliver it with my kindest regards." As Edna left the house, the pastor took his hat from the rack in the hall, and walked silently beside her until she reached the gate. "Mr. Hammond, your niece is the most beautiful woman I have ever seen." He sighed heavily, and answered hesitatingly, "Yes, yes, she is more beautiful now than when she first grew up." "How long has she been a widow?" "Not quite a year." The troubled expression settled once more over his placid face, and when Edna bade him good morning, and had walked some distance, she happened to look back and saw him still leaning on the little gate under the drooping honeysuckle tendrils, with his grey head bent down on his hand. That Mrs. Powell was in some way connected with Mr. Murray's estrangement from the minister, Edna felt sure, and the curiosity which the inquiries of the former had betrayed told her that she must be guarded in her intercourse with a woman who was an object of distrust even to her own uncle. Very often she had been tempted to ask Mr. Hammond why Mr. Murray so sedulously shunned him, but the shadow which fell upon his countenance whenever St. Elmo's name was accidentally mentioned made her shrink from alluding to the subject which he evidently avoided discussing. Before she had walked beyond the outskirts of the village, Mr. Lee joined her, and she felt the colour rise in her cheeks as his fine eyes rested on her face, and his hand pressed hers. "You must forgive me for telling you how bitterly I was disappointed in not seeing you 2 days ago. Why did you absent yourself from the table?" "Because I had no desire to meet Mrs. Murray's guests, and preferred to spend my time with Mr. Hammond." "If he were not old enough to be your grandfather, I believe I should be jealous of him. Edna, do not be offended. I am so anxious about you, so pained at the change in your appearance. Last Sunday, as you sat in church, I noticed how very pale and worn you looked, and with what weariness you leaned your head upon your hand. Mrs. Murray says you are very well, but I know better. You are either sick in body or mind. Which is it?" "Neither, Mr. Lee. I am quite well, I assure you. You are grieved about something which you are unwilling to confide to me. Edna, it is keen pain that sometimes brings that quiver to your lips, and if you would only tell me, Edna, I know that you conjure up a spectre. I have nothing to confide, and there is no trouble which you can relieve." They walked on silently for a while, and then Gordon said, "I'm going away day after tomorrow, to be absent at least for several months. And I have come to ask a favour, which you are too generous to deny. I want your ambrotype or photograph, and I hope you will give it to me without hesitation. I have never had a likeness of any kind taken. There is a good artist here. Will you not go to-day and have one taken for me?" "No, Mr. Lee." "Oh, Edna, why not?" "Because I do not wish you to think of remembering me. The sooner you forget me entirely, save as a mere friend, the happier we both shall be." "But that is impossible. If you withhold your picture, it will do no good, for I have your face here in my heart, and you cannot take that image from me. At least I will not encourage feelings which can bring only pain to me and disappointment to yourself. I consider it unprincipled and contemptible in a woman to foster or promote in any degree an affection which she knows she can never reciprocate. If I had 50 photographs, I would not give you one. My dear friend, let the past be forgotten. It saddens me whenever I think of it, and is a barrier to all pleasant friendly intercourse. Good-bye, Mr. Lee. You have my best wishes on your journey. Will you not allow me to see you home? I think it is best. I prefer that you should not. Mr. Lee, promise me that you will struggle against this feeling, which distresses me beyond expression." She turned and put out her hand. He shook his head mournfully, and said as he left her, "God bless you. It will be a dreary, dreary season with me, till I return and see your face again. God preserve you till then." Walking rapidly homeward, Edna wondered why she could not return Gordon Lee's affection, why his noble face never haunted her dreams instead of another's, of which she dreaded to think. Looking rigorously into the past few weeks, she felt that long before she was aware of the fact, an image to which she refused homage must have stood between her heart and Gordon's. When she reached home, she inquired for Miss Harding, and was informed that she and Mrs. Murray had gone visiting with Mr. Alston, had taken lunch, and would not return until late in the afternoon. Hagar told her that Mr. Murray had started at daylight to one of his plantations about 12 miles distant, and would not be back in time for dinner, and rejoiced at the prospect of a quiet day. She determined to complete the chapter which she had left unfinished 2 nights previous. Needing a reference in the book which Mr. Murray had taken from the library, she went up to copy it, and as she sat down and opened the volume to find the passage she required, a letter slipped out and fell at her feet. She glanced at the envelope as she picked it up, and her heart bounded painfully as she saw Mr. Murray's name written in Mr. Manning's peculiar and unmistakable chirography. The postmark and date corresponded exactly with the one that she had received the night Mr. Murray gave her the roll of manuscript, and the strongest temptation of her life here assailed her. She would almost have given her right hand to know the contents of that letter, and Mr. Murray's confident assertion concerning the package was now fully explained. He had recognized the handwriting on her letters, and suspected her ambitious scheme. He was not a stranger to Mr. Manning, and must have known the nature of their correspondence. Consequently, his taunt about a lover was entirely ironical. She turned the unsealed envelope over and over, longing to know what it contained. The house was deserted. There was, she knew, no human being nearer than the kitchen, and no eye but God's upon her. She looked once more at the superscription of the letter, sighed, and put it back into the book without opening the envelope. She copied into her notebook the reference she was seeking, and replacing the volume on the window sill where she had found it, went back to her own room and tried to banish the subject of the letter from her mind. After all, it was not probable that Mr. Murray had ever mentioned her name to his correspondent, and as she had not alluded to Le Bocage or its inmates in writing to Mr. Manning, St. Elmo's hints concerning her manuscript were merely based on conjecture. She felt as if she would rather face any other disaster sooner than have him scoffing at her daring project, and more annoyed and puzzled than she chose to confess, she resolutely bent her thoughts upon her work. It was almost dusk before Mrs. Murray and her guests returned, and when it grew so dark that Edna could not see the lines of her paper, she smoothed her hair, changed her dress, and went down to the parlour. Mrs. Murray was resting in a corner of the sofa, fanning herself vigorously, and Mr. Alston smoked on the veranda and talked to her through the open window. "Well, Edna, where have you been all day?" "With my books. I am tired almost to death. This country visiting is an intolerable bore. I am worn out with small talk and backbiting. Society nowadays is composed of cannibals, infinitely more to be dreaded than the Fijians, who only devour the body and leave the character of an individual intact. Child, let us have some music by way of variety. Play the symphony of Beethoven that I heard you practising last week." She laid her head on the arm of the sofa and shut her eyes, and Edna opened the piano and played the piece designated. The delicacy of her touch enabled her to render it with peculiar pathos and power, and she played on, unmindful of Miss Harding's entrance, oblivious of everything but the sublime strains of the great master. The light streamed over her face and showed a gladness, an exaltation of expression there, as if her soul had broken from its earthly moorings and was making its way joyfully into the infinite sea of eternal love and blessedness. At last her fingers fell from the keys, and as she rose she saw Mr. Murray standing outside of the parlour door with his fingers shading his eyes. He came in soon after, and his mother held out her hand, saying, "Here is a seat, my son. Have you just returned?" "No, I've been here some time." "How are affairs at the plantation?" "I really have no idea." "Why, I thought you went there to-day." "I started, but found my horse so lame that I went no further than town." "Indeed, Hagar told me you had not returned when I came in from visiting. Like some other people of my acquaintance, Hagar reckons without her host. I have been at home ever since 12 o'clock, and saw the carriage as you drove off. And pray, how have you employed yourself, you incorrigible Ignis Fatuus? Oh, my cousin, you are well named. Aunt Ellen must have had an intuitive insight into your character when she had you christened St. Elmo, only she should have added the fire. How have you spent the day, sir? Most serenely and charmingly, my fair cousin, in the solitude of my den. If my mother could give me satisfactory security that all my days would prove as quiet and happy as this has been, I would enter into bonds never to quit the confines of Le Bocage again. Ah, the indescribable relief of feeling that nothing was expected of me, that the galling gyves of hospitality and etiquette were snapped, and that I was entirely free from all danger of intrusion. This day shall be marked with a white stone, for I entered my rooms at 12 o'clock and remained there in uninterrupted peace till 5 minutes ago, when I put on my social shackles once more and hobbled down to entertain my fair guest. Edna was arranging some sheets of music that were scattered on the piano, but as he mentioned the hour of his return, she remembered that the clock struck 1 just as she went into the sitting-room where he kept his books and cabinets, and she knew now that he was at that very time in the inner room beyond the arch. She put her hand to her forehead and endeavoured to recollect the appearance of the apartment. The silk curtains, she was sure, were hanging over the arch, for she remembered distinctly having noticed a large and very beautiful golden butterfly which had fluttered in from the terrace, and was flitting over the glowing folds that fell from the carved entrados to the marble floor. But though screened from her view, he must have heard and seen her, as she sat before his bookcase, turning his letter curiously between her fingers. She dared not look up, and bent down to examine the music, so absorbed in her own emotions of chagrin and astonishment that she heard not one word of what Miss Harding was saying. She felt well assured that if Mr. Murray were cognizant of her visit to the Egyptian Museum, he intended her to know it, and she knew that his countenance would solve her painful doubt. Gathering up her courage, she raised her eyes quickly in the direction of the sofa where he had thrown himself, and met just what she most dreaded, his keen gaze riveted on her face. Evidently he had been waiting for this eager, startling, questioning glance, for instantly he smiled, inclined his head slightly, and arched his eyebrows as if much amused. Never before had she seen his face so bright and happy, so free from bitterness. If he had said, "Yes, I saw you. Are you not thoroughly discomfited, and ashamed of your idle curiosity? What interest can you possibly have in carefully studying the outside of my letters? How do you propose to mend matters?" He could not have more fully conveyed his meaning. Edna's face crimsoned, and she put up her hand to shield it, but Mr. Murray turned toward the window and coolly discussed the merits of a popular racehorse upon which Clinton Alston lavished extravagant praise. Estelle leaned against the window, listening to the controversy, and after a time, when the subject seemed very effectually settled by an oath from the master of the house, Edna availed herself of the lull in the conversation to deliver the letter. "Miss Harding, I was requested to hand you this." Estelle broke the seal, glanced rapidly over the letter, and exclaimed, "Is it possible? Can she be here? Who gave you this letter?" "Mrs. Powell, Mr. Hammond's niece." "Agnes Powell?" "Yes, Agnes Powell." During the next 3 minutes one might have distinctly heard a pin fall, for the ticking of 2 watches was very audible. Estelle glanced first at her cousin, then at her aunt, then back at her cousin. Mrs. Murray involuntarily laid her hand on her son's knee, and watched his face with an expression of breathless anxiety. And Edna saw that, though his lips blanched, not a muscle moved, not a nerve twitched, and only the deadly hate that appeared to leap into his large, shadowy eyes told that the name stirred some bitter memory. The silence was growing intolerable, when Mr. Murray turned his gaze full on Estelle, and said in his usual sarcastic tone, "Have you seen a ghost? Your letter must contain tidings of Victor's untimely demise. For if there is such a thing as retribution, such a personage as Nemesis, I swear that poor devil of a count has crept into her garments and come to haunt you. Did he cut his white womanish throat with a penknife, or smother himself with charcoal fumes, or light a poisoned candle and let his poor homeopathic soul drift out dreamily into eternity? If so, Gabriel will require a powerful microscope to find him. Notwithstanding the fact that you destined him for my cousin, the little curly creature always impressed me as being a stray specimen of an otherwise extinct type of intellectual lachrymatoria. Is he really dead? Peace to his infusorial soul, who had the courage to write and break the melancholy tidings to you. Or perhaps, after all, it is only the ghost of your own conscience that has brought that scared look into your face." She laughed and shrugged her shoulders. "How insanely jealous you are of Victor. He's neither dead nor dreaming of suicide, but enjoying himself vastly in Baden-Baden." "Edna, did Mrs. Powell bring Gertrude with her?" "Yes." "Do you know how long she intends remaining at the parsonage?" "I think her visit is of indefinite duration." "Edna, will you oblige me by inquiring whether Henry intends to give us any supper to-night? He forgets we have had no dinner. St. Elmo, do turn down that gas. The wind makes it flare dreadfully." Edna left the room to obey Mrs. Murray's command, and did not return immediately. But after the party seated themselves at the table, she noticed that the master seemed in unusually high spirits, and when the meal was concluded he challenged his cousins to a game of billiards. They repaired to the rotunda, and Mrs. Murray beckoned to Edna to follow her. As they entered her apartment, she carefully closed the door. "Edna, when did Mrs. Powell arrive?" "Last night." "Did you see her?" "Yes, ma'am." "Is she very pretty?" "She is the most beautiful woman I ever met." "How did Mr. Hammond receive her?" "Her visit evidently annoys him, but he gave me no explanation of the matter, which I confess puzzles me. I should suppose her society would cheer and interest him." "Oh, pooh, talk of what you understand. She surely has not come here to live." "I think he fears she has. She is very poor." Mrs. Murray set her teeth together and muttered something which her companion did not understand. "Edna, is she handsomer than Estelle?" "Infinitely handsomer, I think. Indeed, they are so totally unlike it would be impossible to compare them. Your niece is very fine looking, very commanding. Mrs. Powell is beautiful." "But she is no longer young. She has a grown daughter." "True, but in looking at her you do not realize it. Did you never see her?" "No, and I trust I never may. I am astonished that Mr. Hammond can endure the sight of her. You say he has told you nothing about her?" "Nothing which explains the chagrin her presence seems to cause." "He is very wise. But, Edna, avoid her society as much as possible. She is doubtless very fascinating, but I do not like what I have heard of her, and prefer that you should have little conversation or intercourse with her. On the whole, you might as well stay at home now. It is very warm, and you can study without Mr. Hammond's assistance." "You do not mean that my visits must cease altogether?" "Oh, no. Go occasionally, once or twice a week, but certainly not every day, as formerly. And, Edna, be careful not to mention that woman's name again. I dislike her exceedingly." The orphan longed to ask for an explanation, but was too proud to solicit confidence so studiously withheld. Mrs. Murray leaned back in her large rocking chair and fell into a reverie. Edna waited patiently for some time, and finally rose. "Mrs. Murray, have you anything more to say to me to-night? You look very much fatigued." "Nothing, I believe. Good night, child. Send Hagar to me." Edna went back to her desk and resolutely turned to her work, for it was one of the peculiar traits of her character that she could at will fasten her thoughts upon whatever subject she desired to master. All irrelevant ideas were sternly banished until such season as she chose to give them audience, and to-night she tore her mind from the events of the day and diligently toiled among the fragments of Scandinavian lore for the missing links in her mythologic chain. Now and then peals of laughter from the billiard-room startled her, and more than once Mr. Murray's clear, cold voice rose above the subdued chatter of Estelle and Clinton. After a while the game ended, good nights were exchanged, the party dispersed, doors were closed, and all grew silent. While Edna wrote on, an unexpected sound arrested her pen. She listened and heard the slow walk of a horse beneath her window. As it passed, she rose and looked out. The moon was up, and Mr. Murray was riding down the avenue. The girl returned to her manuscript and worked on without intermission for another hour. Then the last paragraph was carefully punctuated. The long and difficult chapter was finished. She laid aside her pen and locked her desk. Shaking down the mass of hair that had been tightly coiled at the back of her head, she extinguished the light, and drawing a chair to the window, seated herself. Silence and peace brooded over the world. Not a sound broke the solemn repose of nature. The summer breeze had rocked itself to rest in the elm boughs, and only the waning moon seemed alive and toiling as it climbed slowly up a cloudless sky, passing starry sentinels whose mighty challenge was lost in vast vortices of blue as they paced their ceaseless round in the mighty camp of constellations. With her eyes fixed on the gloomy groined archway of elms, where an occasional slip of moonshine silvered the ground, Edna watched and waited. The blood beat heavily in her temples and throbbed sullenly at her heart, but she sat mute and motionless as the summer night, reviewing all that had occurred during the day. Presently the distant sound of hoofs on the rocky road leading to town fell upon her strained ear. The hard, quick gallop ceased at the gate, and very slowly Mr. Murray walked his horse up the dusky avenue and on toward the stable. From the shadow of her muslin curtain Edna looked down on the walk beneath, and after a few moments saw him coming to the house. He paused on the terrace, took off his hat, swept back the thick hair from his forehead, and stood looking out over the quiet lawn. Then a heavy, heavy sigh, almost a moan, seemed to burst from the depths of his heart, and he turned and went into the house. The night was far spent, and the moon had cradled herself on the tree-tops, when Edna raised her face, all blistered with tears. Stretching out her arms, she fell on her knees, while a passionate, sobbing prayer struggled brokenly across her trembling lips. "O my God, have mercy upon him. Save his wretched soul from eternal death. Help me so to live and govern myself that I bring no shame on the cause of Christ. And if it be thy will, O my God, grant that I may be instrumental in winning this precious but wandering sinful soul back to the faith as it is in Jesus." Ah, verily, more things are wrought by prayer than this world dreams of. Wherefore let thy voice rise like a fountain for him night and day. For what are men better than sheep or goats, that nourish a blind life within the brain, if, knowing God, they lift not hands of prayer, both for themselves and those who call them friend. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of St. Elmo. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. St. Elmo by AugustaJaneevans. Chapter 19. Where are you going, St. Elmo? I know it is one of your amiable decrees that your movements are not to be questioned, but I dare to brave your ire. I'm going to that blessed retreat familiarly known as Murray's Den, where, secure from feminine intrusion, as if in the cool cloisters of Coutlemoussy, I surrender my happy soul to science and cigars, and revel in complete forgetfulness of that awful curse which Jove hurled against all mankind because of Prometheus's robbery. There are asylums for lunatics and inebriates, and I wonder it has never occurred to some benevolent millionaire to found one for such abominable cynics as you, my most angelic cousin, where the snarling brutes can only snap at and worry one another. An admirable idea, Estelle, which I fondly imagined I had successfully carried out when I built those rooms of mine. You are as hateful as Momus, minus his wit. He was kicked out of heaven for grumbling, and you richly deserve his fate. I have a vague recollection that the goddess Discord shared the fate of the celestial growler. I certainly plead guilty to an earnest sympathy with Momus's dissatisfaction with the house that Minerva built, and only wish that mine was movable, as he recommended, in order to escape bad neighborhoods and tiresome companions. Hospitable, upon my word, you spin some spiteful idea out of every sentence I utter, and are not even entitled to the compliment which Chesterfield paid to old Samuel Johnson. The utmost I can do for him is to consider him a respectable Hottentot. If I did not know that instead of proving a punishment, it would gratify you beyond measure, I would take a vow not to speak to you again for a month. But the consciousness of the happiness I should thereby bestow upon you vetoes the resolution. Do you know that even a Comanche chief or a Bechuana of the desert shames your inhospitality? I assure you I am the victim of hopeless ennui, am driven to the verge of desperation, for Mr. Alston will probably not return until tomorrow, and it is raining so hard that I cannot wander out of doors. Here I am, shut up in this dreary house, which reminds me of the descriptions of that doleful retreat for sinners in Normandy, where the inmates pray 11 hours a day, dig their own graves every evening, and if they chance to meet one another, salute each other with memento mori. Ugh! If there remains one latent spark of chivalry in your soul, I beseech you be merciful. Do not go off to your den. but stay here and entertain me. It is said that you read bewitchingly, and with unrivalled effect. Pray favour me this morning. I will promise to lay my hand on my lips. It is not white enough for a flag of truce. I will be meek, amiable, docile, absolutely silent." Estelle swept aside a mass of papers from the corner of the sofa, and taking Mr. Murray's hand, drew him to a seat beside her. "Your amiable silence, my fair cousin, is but a cunningly fashioned wooden horse. Timco Danaos et dona ferentis. I am to understand that you actually offer me your hand as a flag of truce? It is wonderfully white and pretty, but excuse me, c'est une main de fer, gantie de velours. Your countenance, so serenely radiant, reminds me of what Madame Noblet said of Monsieur de Vitry. His face looked just like a stratagem. Reading aloud is a practice in which I never indulge, simply because I cordially detest it, and knowing this fact, it is a truly feminine refinement of cruelty on your part to select this mode of penance. Nevertheless, your appeal to my chivalry, which always springs up, armed cap à pie, to do or die, and since read I must, I only stipulate that I may be allowed to select my book. Just now I am profoundly interested in a French work on infusoria by Dujardin, and as you have probably not studied it, I will select those portions which treat of the animalcula that inhabit grains of sugar and salt and drops of water, so that by the time lunch is ready your appetite will be whetted by a knowledge of the nature of your repast. According to Leeuwenhoek, Müller, Gleichen, and others, the campaigns of Zenzis Khan, Alexander, Attila were not half so murderous as a single fashionable dinner, and the Battle of Marengo was a farce in comparison with the swallowing of a cup of tea, which contains— For shame, you tormentor, when you know that I love tea as well as did your model of politeness, Dr. Johnson. Not one line of all that nauseating scientific stuff shall you read to me. Here is a volume of poems of the female poets. Do be agreeable for once in your life, and select me some sweet little rhythmic gem of Mrs. Browning, or Mrs. Norton, or L.E.L. Estelle, did you ever hear of the Peishwa of the Mahrattas? I most assuredly never had even a hint of a syllable on the subject. What of him, or her, or it? Enough that though you are evidently ambitious of playing his despotic role at Le Bocage, you will never succeed in reducing me to that condition of abject subjugation necessary to make me endure the perusal of female poetry. I have always desired an opportunity of voting my cordial thanks to the wit who expressed so felicitously my own thorough conviction that Pegasus had an unconquerable repugnance, hatred to side saddles. You vow you will not listen to science, and I swear I won't read poetry. Suppose we compromise on this new number of the Magazine? It is the ablest periodical published in this country. Let me see the contents of this number. It was a dark, rainy morning in July. Mrs. Murray was winding a quantity of zephyr wool of various bright colors, which she had requested Edna to hold on her wrists, and at the mention of the Magazine, the latter looked up suddenly at the master of the house, holding his cigar between his thumb and third finger. His eye ran over the table of contents. Who smote the marble gods of Greece? Rather a difficult question to answer after the lapse of 22 centuries. But doubtless our archaeologists are so much wiser than the Athenian Senate of 500, who investigated the affair the day after it happened, that a perusal will be exceedingly edifying. Now then for a solution of this classic mystery of the nocturnal iconoclasm, which, in my humble opinion, only the brazen lips of Minerva Promachus could satisfactorily explain. Turning to the article, he read it aloud, without pausing to comment, while Edna's heart bounded so rapidly that she could scarcely conceal her agitation. It was indeed a treat to listen to him, and as his musical voice filled the room, she thought of Jean Paul Richter's description of Goethe's reading. There is nothing comparable to it. It is like deep-toned thunder blended with whispering rain-drops. But the orphan's pleasure was of short duration, and as Mr. Murray concluded the perusal, he tossed the magazine contemptuously across the room, and exclaimed, "Pretentious and shallow, a tissue of pedantry and error from beginning to end, written, I will wager my head, by some scribbler who never saw Athens." Moreover, the whole article is based upon a glaring blunder, for according to Plutarch and Diodorus, on the memorable night in question there was a new moon. Pshaw! It is a tasteless, insipid plagiarism from Grote. And if I am to be bored with such insufferable twaddle, I will stop my subscription. For some time I have noticed symptoms of deterioration, but this is altogether intolerable, and I shall write to Manning that if he cannot do better, it would be advisable for him to suspend at once before his magazine loses its reputation. If I were not aware that his low estimate of female intellect coincides fully with my own, I should be tempted to suppose that some silly but ambitious woman wrote that stuff, which sounds learned and is simply stupid. He did not even glance toward Edna, but the peculiar emphasis of his words left no doubt in her mind that he suspected, nay, felt assured, that she was the luckless author. Raising her head, which had been drooped over the woolen skeins, she said firmly, yet very quietly, "If you will permit me to differ with you, Mr. Murray, I will say that it seems to me all the testimony is in favor of the full moon theory. Beside, Grote is the latest and best authority. He has carefully collected and sifted the evidence, and certainly sanctions the position taken by the author of the article which you condemn." "Ah! How long since you investigated the matter? The affair is so essentially paganish that I should imagine that it possessed no charm for so orthodox a Christian as yourself. Estelle, what say you concerning this historic sphinx?" "That I am blissfully ignorant of the whole question, and have a vague impression that it is not worth the paper it is written on, much less a quarrel with you, Monsieur le Hutin; that it is the merest matter of moonshine, new moon versus full moon, and must have been written by a lunatic. But, my Chevalier Bayard, one thing I do intend to say most decidedly, and that is that your lunge at female intellect was as unnecessary and ill-timed and ill-bred as it was ill-natured. The mental quality of the sexes is now as unquestioned, as universally admitted, as any other well-established fact in science or history, and the sooner you men gracefully concede us our rights, the sooner we shall cease wrangling and settle back into our traditional amiability. The universality of the admission I should certainly deny, were the subject of sufficient importance to justify a discussion. However, I have been absent so long from America that I confess my ignorance of the last social advance in the striding enlightenment of this most progressive people. According to Moleschot's celebrated dictum, without phosphorus no thought, and if there be any truth in physiology and phrenology, you women have been stinted by nature in the supply of phosphorus. Peacock's measurements prove that in the average weight of male and female brains you fall below our standard by not less than 6 ounces. I should conjecture that in the scales of equality 6 ounces of ideas would turn the balance in favor of our superiority. If you reduce it to a mere question of avoirdupois, please be so good as to remember that even greater differences exist among men. For instance, your brain, which is certainly not considered over average, weighs from 3 to 3½ pounds, while Cuvier's brain weighed over 4 pounds, giving him the advantage of more than 8 ounces over our household oracle. Accidental difference in brain weight proves nothing, for you will not admit your mental inferiority to any man, simply because his head requires a larger hat than yours. Pardon me, I always bow before facts, no matter how unflattering, and I consider one of Cuvier's ideas worthy of just exactly 8 degrees more of reverence than any phosphorescent sparkle which I might choose to hold up for public acceptance and guidance. Without doubt the most thoroughly ludicrous scene I ever witnessed was furnished by a woman's rights meeting, which I looked in upon one night in New York as I returned from Europe. The speaker was a raw-boned, wiry, angular, short-haired, lemon-visaged female of very certain age, with a hand like a bronze gauntlet, and a voice as distracting as the shrill shriek of a cracked cornet à piston. Over the wrongs and grievances of her downtrodden, writhing sisterhood, she ranted and raved and howled, gesticulating the while with a marvellous grace which I can compare only to the antics of those inspired goats who strayed too near the Pythian cave, and were thrown into convulsions. Though I pulled my hat over my eyes, and clapped both hands to my ears, as I rushed out of the hall after a stay of 5 minutes, the vision of horror followed me, and for the first and only time in my life, I had such a hideous nightmare that night, that the man who slept in the next room broke open my door to ascertain who was strangling me. Of all my pet aversions, my most extreme abhorrence is of what are denominated gifted women, strong-minded, that is, weak-brained but loud-tongued, would-be literary females, who, puffed up with insufferable conceit, imagine they rise to the dignity and height of man's intellect, proclaim that their mission is to write or lecture, and set themselves up as shining female lights, each aspiring to the rank of proto-martyr of reform. Heaven grant us a Bellerophon to relieve the age of these noisy Amazons. I should really enjoy seeing them tied down to their spinning wheels and gagged with their own books, magazines, and lectures. When I was abroad and contrasted the land of my birth with those I visited, the only thing for which as an American I felt myself called on to blush was my country women. An insolent young count, who had travelled through the eastern and northern states of America, asked me one day in Berlin if it were really true that the male editors, lawyers, doctors, and lecturers in the United States were contemplating a Hegira in consequence of the rough elbowing by the women, and if I could inform him at what age the New England girls generally commenced writing learned articles, and affixing LL.D., FES, FSA, and MMSS to their signature. Lay on, Macduff. I wish you distinctly to understand that my toes are not bruised in the slightest degree, for I am entirely innocent of any attempt at erudition or authorship, and the sole literary dream of my life is to improve the present popular recipe for biscuit glacé. But, mark you, Sir Oracle, I must ope my lips and bark a little under my breath at your inconsistencies. Now, if there are 2 living men whom, above all others, you swear by, they are John Stuart Mill and John Ruskin. Well do I recollect your eulogy of both on that ever memorable day in Paris, when we dined with that French encyclopedia Count W. and the leading lettered men of the day were discussed. I was frightened out of my wits, and dare not raise my eyes higher than the top of my wine-glass, lest I should be asked my opinion of some book or subject of which I had never even heard, and in trying to appear well educated, make as horrible a blunder as poor Madame Talleyrand committed when she talked to Denon about his man Friday, believing that he wrote Robinson Crusoe. At that time I had never read either Mill or Ruskin, but my profound reverence for the wisdom of your opinions taught me how shamefully ignorant I was, and thus to fit myself for your companionship, I immediately bought their books. Lo, to my indescribable amazement, I found that Mill claimed for women what I never once dreamed we were worthy of, not only equality, but the right of suffrage. He, the foremost dialectician of England, and the most learned of political economists, demands that for the sake of equity and social improvement, we women, minus the required 6 ounces of brains, should be allowed to vote. Behold the Coryphaeus of the women's rights school. Were I to follow his teachings, I should certainly begin to clamour for my right of suffrage, for the ladylike privilege of elbowing you away from the ballot box at the next election. I am quite as far from admitting the infallibility of man as the equality of the sexes. The clearest thinkers of the world have had soft spots in their brains. For instance, the Daemon belief of Socrates and the ludicrous superstitions of Pythagoras, And you have laid your finger on the softened spot in Mill's skull. Suffrage. That is a jaded, spavined hobby of his, and he is too shrewd a logician to involve himself in the inconsistency of extended suffrage, which excludes women. When I read his representative government, I saw that his reason had dragged anchor, the prestige of his great name vanished, and I threw the book into the fire, and eschewed him henceforth. Sic transit. Here Mrs. Murray looked up and said, John Stuart Mill, let me see. Edna, is he not the man who wrote that touching dedication of one of his books to his wife's memory? You quoted it for me a few days ago, and said that you had committed it to memory because it was such a glowing tribute to the intellectual capacity of woman. My dear, I wish you would repeat it now. I should like to hear it again. With her fingers full of purple woolen skeins, and her eyes bent down, Edna recited in a low, sweet voice the most eloquent panegyric which man's heart ever pronounced on woman's intellect. To the beloved and deplored memory of her who was the inspirer, and in part the author of all that is best in my writings, the friend and wife whose exalted sense of truth and right was my strongest incitement, and whose approbation was my chief reward, I dedicate this volume. Like all that I have written for many years, it belongs as much to her as to me, but the work as it stands has had, in a very insufficient degree, the inestimable advantage of her revision, some of the most important portions having been reserved for a more careful re-examination, which they are now never destined to receive. Were I but capable of interpreting to the world one half the great thoughts and noble feelings which are buried in her grave, I should be the medium of a greater benefit to it than is ever likely to arise from anything that I can write unprompted and unassisted by her all but unrivalled wisdom. Where did you find that dedication? Asked Mr. Murray. In Mill's book on Liberty. It is not in my library. I borrowed it from Mr. Hammond. Strange that a plant so noxious should be permitted in such a sanctified atmosphere. Do you happen to recollect the following sentences? I regard utility as the ultimate appeal on all ethical questions. There is a Greek ideal of self-development, which the Platonic and Christian ideal of self-government blends with but does not supersede. It may be better to be a John Knox than an Alcibiades, but it is better to be a Pericles than either. Yes, sir, they occur in the same book. But, Mr. Murray, I have been advised by my teacher to bear always in mind that noble maxim, I can tolerate everything else but every other man's intolerance. And it is with his consent and by his instructions that I go like Ruth, gleaning in the great fields of literature. Take care you don't find Boaz instead of barley. After all, the universal mania for match-making schemes and manoeuvres, which continually stir society from its dregs to the painted foam bubble dancing on its crested wave, is peculiar to no age or condition, but is an immemorial and hereditary female proclivity, for I defy Paris or London to furnish a more perfectly developed specimen of a manoeuvring mamma than was crafty Naomi when she sent that pretty little Moabitish widow out husband hunting. I hardly wish she was only here to outwit you, laughed his cousin, nestling her head against his arm as they sat together on the sofa. Who, the widow or the matchmaker? Oh, the matchmaker, of course. There is more than one Ruth already in the field. The last clause was whispered so low that only St. Elmo heard it, and any other woman but Estelle Harding would have shrunk away in utter humiliation from the eye and the voice that answered. Yourself and Mrs. Powell eat Boaz's barley as long as you like, nay, divide Boaz's broad fields between you, and you love your lives, keep out of Boaz's way. You ought both to be ashamed of yourselves. I'm surprised at you, Estelle, to encourage St. Elmo's irreverence, said Mrs. Murray severely. I am sure, Aunt Ellen, I'm just as much shocked as you are, but when he does not respect even your opinions, how dare I presume to hope he will show any deference to mine? St. Elmo, what think you of the last Sibylline leaves of your favourite Ruskin? In looking over his new book, I was surprised to find this strong assertion. Here is the volume now. Listen to this, will you? Shakespeare has no heroes. He has only heroines. In his laboured and perfect plays you find no hero, but almost always a perfect woman, steadfast in grave hope and errorless purpose. The catastrophe of every play is caused always by the folly or fault of a man. The redemption, if there be any, is by the wisdom and virtue of a woman, and failing that, there is none. For instance, Lady Macbeth, Ophelia, Regan, Goneril, and last but not least, Petruchio's sweet and gentle Kate, de gustibus, answered Mr. Murray. Those are the exceptions, and of course you pounce upon them. Ruskin continues, in all cases with Scott, as with Shakespeare, it is the woman who watches over, teaches, and guides the youth. It is never by any chance the man who watches over or educates her. And thus Meg Merrilies, Madge Wildfire, Moz Hedwig, Effie Deans, and Rob Roy's freckle-faced, red-haired, angelic Helen, interrupted her cousin. Don't be rude, St. Elmo. You fly in my face like an exasperated wasp. I resume. Dante's great poem is a song of praise for Beatrice's watch over his soul. She saves him from hell and leads him star by star up into heaven. Permit me to suggest that conjugal devotion should have led him to apostrophize the superlative charms of his own wife Gemma, from whom he was forced to separate, and that his vision of hell was a faint reflex of his domestic felicity. Mask your batteries, sir, till I finish this page, which I am resolved you shall hear. Greek literature proves the same thing, as witness the devoted tenderness of the wisdom of Cassandra, the domestic excellence of Penelope, the love of Antigone, the resignation of Iphigenia, the faithfulness of allow me to assist him in completing the list, the world-renowned constancy of Helen to Menelaus, the devotion of Clytemnestra to her Agamemnon, the sublime filial affection of Medea, and the bewitching hush, sir, Aunt Ellen, do call him to order. I will have a hearing, and I close the argument by the unanswerable assertion of Ruskin that the Egyptians and Greeks, the most civilized of the ancients, both gave to their spirit of wisdom the form of a woman, and for symbols the weaver's shuttle and the olive. An inevitable consequence of the fact that they considered wisdom as synonymous with sleepless and unscrupulous cunning. Schiller declares that man depicts himself in his gods, and even a cursory inspection of the classics proves that all the abhorred and hideous ideas of the ancients were personified by woman. Pluto was affable and beneficent and gentlemanly in comparison with Brimo. Ditto might be said of Loki and Hela, and the most appalling idea that ever attacked the brain of mankind found incarnation in the Fates and Furies, who are always women. Unfortunately, the mythologies of the world crystallized before the age of chivalry, and a little research will establish the unflattering fact that human sins and woes are traced primarily to female agency, while it is patent that all the rows and squabbles that disgraced Olympus were stirred up by scheming goddesses. Thank heaven, here comes Mr. Alston. I can smooth the ruffled plumes of my self-love in his sunny smiles, and forget your growls. Good morning, Mr. Alston. What happy accident brought you again so soon to Le Bocage and its disconsolate inmates? Edna picked up the magazine which lay in one corner, and made her escape. The gratification arising from the acceptance and prompt publication of her essay was marred by Mr. Murray's sneering comments, but still her heart was happier than it had been for many weeks, and as she turned to the editor's table and read a few lines, complimenting the article of a new contributor, and promising another from the same pen for the ensuing month, her face flushed joyfully. While she felt it difficult to realize that her writings had found favor in Mr. Manning's critical eyes, she thanked God that she was considered worthy of communicating with her race through the medium of a magazine so influential and celebrated. She thought it probable that Mr. Manning had written her a few lines, and wondered whether at that moment a letter was not hidden in St. Elmo's pocket. Taking the magazine, she went into Mrs. Murray's room, and found her resting on a lounge. Her face wore a troubled expression, and Edna saw traces of tears on the pillow. "Come in, child. I was just thinking of you." She put out her hand, drew the girl to a seat near the lounge, and sighed heavily. "Dear Mrs. Murray, I am very, very happy, and I have come to make a confession and ask your congratulations." She knelt down beside her, and taking the white fingers of her benefactress, pressed her forehead against them. "A confession, Edna? What have you done?" Mrs. Murray started up and lifted the blushing face. "Some time ago you questioned me concerning some letters which excited your suspicion, and which I promised to explain at some future day. I dare say you will think me very presumptuous when I tell you that I have been aspiring to authorship, that I was corresponding with Mr. Manning on the subject of a manuscript which I had sent for his examination, and now I have come to show you what I have been doing. You heard Mr. Murray read an essay this morning from the magazine, which he ridiculed very bitterly, but which Mr. Manning, at least, thought worthy of a place in his pages. Mrs. Murray, I wrote that article." "Is it possible? Who assisted you? Who revised it? Mr. Hammond? I did not suppose that you, my child, could ever write so elegantly, so gracefully. No one saw the manuscript until Mr. Manning gave it to the printers. I wished to surprise Mr. Hammond, and therefore told him nothing of my ambitious scheme. I was very apprehensive that I should fail, and for that reason was unwilling to acquaint you with the precise subject of the correspondence until I was sure of success. Oh, Mrs. Murray, I have no mother, and feeling that I owe everything to you, that without your generous aid and protection I should never have been able to accomplish this one hope of my life, I come to you to share my triumph, for I know you will fully sympathize with me. Here is the magazine containing Mr. Manning's praise of my work, and here are the letters which I was once so reluctant to put into your hands. When I asked you to trust me, you did so nobly and freely, and thanking you more than my feeble words can express, I want to show you that I was not unworthy of your confidence." She laid the magazine and letters on Mrs. Murray's lap, and in silence the proud, reserved woman wound her arms tightly around the orphan, pressing the bright young face against her shoulder, and resting her own cheek on the girl's fair forehead. The door was partly ajar, and at that instant St. Elmo entered. He stopped, looked at the kneeling figure, locked so closely in his mother's arms, and over his stern face broke a light that transformed it into such beauty as Lucifer's might have worn before his sin and banishment, when God, "Lucifer," kindly said, as Gabriel, "Lucifer," soft as Michael, while serene he, standing in the glory of the lamps, answered, "My Father, innocent of shame and of the sense of thunder." Yearningly he extended his arms toward the two, who, absorbed in their low talk, were unconscious of his presence. Then the hands fell heavily to his side, the brief smile was swallowed up by scowling shadows, and he turned silently away and went to his own gloomy rooms. End of chapter 19.